Welcome to ILTV on the Hour. We are live here in Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. It's currently 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel. I'm Devo Klein, and here are the latest updates coming out of the region. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is due to leave Israel today after his two-day visit to discuss the Gaza ceasefire implementation and the advancement of Trump's Gaza peace plan. 3 hours after Vance's departure, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is due to land in Israel at the start of his two-day visit, also focusing on Gaza. Speaking to press ahead of his departure, Rubio had this to say.
It's important, in particular over the next couple of weeks, that we keep the ceasefire together. The Vice President is there now, and he'll be returning tomorrow and has great reports on the progress we made, but there's more work to be done, and we know that, so the first couple of weeks are going to be key. And then the work will begin of sort of building out the permanent process, of the going to the UN potentially and getting the international mandate, building the international defense security forces. So there's a lot of work to be done, but we certainly wanted to make sure that we were there and ensuring that we had the right people in place at the coordination center, which is key to holding this all together.
Now, Rubio's visit follows that of Vance, of Witkoff and Kushner, and even that of Trump himself, who was last in Israel just last week. Speaking on the consistency of administration visits to Israel, Rubio said this.
We think it's important for the first 7 to 10 days over the next week that we had senior level administration officials on the ground working to make sure this was all coming together. So obviously Steve and Jared have been there for most of the week. They've now moved to some other countries they've been meeting with in the region. The Vice President will be there through tomorrow, and then I'll have a chance to be there. But this is a big priority. This was a historic peace deal that President Trump delivered on, and now we have to make sure that it continues and that we continue to build upon it.
And while Secretary of State Rubio is en route to Israel, joining me now to discuss is Ambassador Yoram Ettinger, an expert on U.S.-Israel relations. Ambassador Ettinger, thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
So let's discuss Rubio's upcoming visit. As I mentioned, we've had quite a few visits from the Trump administration in recent weeks. Is this a sign, in your opinion, of strong relations between Israel and the United States? Or is Trump perhaps worried that Netanyahu has perhaps his own agenda and could potentially stray from his plan?
Well, recent months suggest that all commentaries about a rift between the two administrations, about President Trump turning his back on Israel, have been repudiated by reality, most notably the offensive against Iran, which took place contrary to the so-called experts. What we have seen is the normal relations, namely from 1948 until today. There has never been 100% agreement between the U.S. and Israel. There have always been point of disagreements between the two countries. The most fundamental question for the U.S. has always been, do ties with Israel advance or undermine American interest? And the reply to such a question is very obvious. Israel has been the number one, the most unique force multiplier, dollar multiplier for the U.S., and the $3.8 billion which the U.S. has annually invested in Israel, misperceived to be foreign aid, has yielded to the American taxpayer a return on investment of a few 100% year in and year out. And here, once again, there are some disagreements between the two administrations, and there is a very solid common denominator, specifically when it comes to Judea and Samaria. This has been traditionally an erroneous policy by the U.S. administration, disregarding the fact that a Palestinian state in west of the Jordan River in Judea and Samaria would undermine vital American interest, would be a death sentence to the pro-US Hashemite regime in Jordan, would transform Jordan into another a platform of anti-American Islamic terrorism, threatening the pro-American regimes in the Arabian Peninsula, and therefore, in my mind, for the sake of Israel's national security and for the sake of US own interests, Israel has to stick to its position that Judea and Samaria must be controlled by Israel, and no Palestinian state should be established there.
And we're actually going to touch on the issue of Judea and Samaria, which is quite the hot topic at this moment. But I do want to touch a little bit more on these visits, because they really are, at this point, back to back. So what is, the benefit of this for the Trump administration to focus so heavily on foreign policy at this point?
Well, obviously, the unknown elements are much heavier than the known elements. We don't know until this very day what has been actually decided between the president and the prime minister. However, my own private assessment is that, again, for the sake of the US, for the sake of the Middle East, I do hope that those visits to Israel do not focus on Gaza, because focusing on Gaza would resemble a driver driving in West Texas, smothered by a West Texas sandstorm, but being preoccupied with the tumbleweeds on the road. The issue of Hamas is a tumbleweed compared to the chief issue destabilizing the Middle East, generating war and terrorism throughout the entire world, all the way to Latin America and the US-Mexico border, which means the very rogue Ayatollah regime in Iran. My hope is that both the US and Israel are aware that while we speak here about Gaza, China, North Korea, probably Russia as well, are busy, preoccupied 24/7, restoring Iran's conventional ballistic air defense and nuclear capabilities. And that which we experienced in June here in Israel could be dwarfed if we, the US and Israel, do not preempt Iran at this stage, allowing them to restore their capabilities. The Ayatollah regime has no intention of leveraging negotiation for the sake of reconciliation. They are driven by a fanatic ideology. And that ideology, according to them, according to their school curriculum, mosque sermons, official media, and day-to-day action, that ideology mandates them to topple every single Sunni Arab regime, which they refer to as apostate regime, and then turn to the great American Satan. And for the US not to focus at this stage in the preemption of Iranian ballistic, conventional, and nuclear capabilities could severely undermine American interests, as, by the way, has the US policy towards Iran done for the last 48 years. For the last 48 years, presidential figures, Democrats and Republicans, have systematically embraced the diplomatic option and the economic sanction option, which has been a bonanza for the Ayatollah regime, transforming them from the American policemen of the Gulf to the #1 enemy of the US. I do not ignore the problem of Hamas in Gaza, but once again, that's a tumbleweed compared to the potential smothering sandstorms threatening the entire Middle East, emanating from Tehran.
Right. I like your analogy there of the tumbleweeds. So in your assessment, it's actually should be the U.S.'s top priority right now to focus on foreign policy, if I understood correctly. But I want to ask you actually about the Abraham Accords, because Trump has expressed an immense desire to expand these Abraham Accords. In your opinion, are we close to normalization with additional countries like Saudi Arabia? And I'd like to add on that, just based off of what you said there, is this basically the race to kind of combat Iran and their influence in the region as well?
Well, for the sake of expansion of the Abraham Accord, as well as for the sake of President Trump's number one goal, which is to end wars, not to start wars, the Ayatollah regime has to be dismantled completely. Ayatollah regime is the chief epicenter of wars and terrorism. How can you end wars and terrorism when you have the Ayatollah regime in power? How can you expand the Abraham Accords when the machete of the Ayatollah and the Muslim Brotherhood is at the throat of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, UAE, Bahrain, as well as Morocco? And therefore, once again, we're talking here about a very venomous octopus, and that octopus headquarters in Tehran. One of the tentacle, one of the arms of that octopus happens to be in Gaza, but that's not the head of the octopus, which stands on the way of expanding the Abraham Accord and installing regional peace.
So, I really want to ask you about Qatar right before we wrap up. So where does Qatar stand with all of this? Because, the United States does have a close relationship with Qatar, and they seem to be keen to keep it that way. But Israel's relationship with Qatar is much more complicated than that. As you say, one of the tentacles of the Iranian regime is currently Hamas in Gaza, but Qatar is also influencing Hamas in Gaza. So how do you see Qatar in this whole situation? Is this a sticking point potentially in the future in U.S.-Israel relations?
Well, U.S. and Israeli policymakers have to make up their mind. Do they want to stick by the very, very frustrating Middle East reality, or do they prefer to engage with a much more convenient, much more peaceful and soluble alternate reality, which, among other things, presents Qatar as if it is not a bosom brother of the Ayatollah regime, as if it is not the number one financial supporter of Islamic terrorism, as if it is not the number one instigator of anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, and anti-American events on American campuses. I think that for the sake of American interests as well as Israeli interests, embracing the frustrating reality is much better than engaging in wishful thinking while embracing alternate reality.
Wow, I wish we could go longer, but unfortunately we are out of time. But Ambassador Edengel, thank you so much for joining us today and giving us your crucial insights. I appreciate it.
Thank you. It's my pleasure, my privilege.
And meanwhile, in Jerusalem, the Knesset has passed 2 opposition bills in the preliminary reading phase to apply Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria. Now, one bill seeks to annex Ma'ale Adumim, that's an Israeli city southeast of Jerusalem, and the other covers all Judea and Samaria settlements. The vote for all settlements passed by a narrow margin of 25 to 24, this following a heated discussion in the Knesset. It will now be transferred to the Knesset's Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, where it will need to be brought up for discussion before undergoing a second and third vote. That's the policy of the Knesset. The opposition claimed victory, saying they exposed divisions within the coalition, highlighting the deep political splits over Judea and Samaria annexation. But the vote was conducted at the same time as the visit of J.D. Vance to Israel, a move that Netanyahu strictly opposed. According to reports, Netanyahu is striving to achieve Israeli sovereignty, but only with the backing of Washington. An unlikely occurrence at this point in time, as Marco Rubio commented also on this issue of the bill. Take a listen.
What do you make of the Israeli parliament moving forward on potential annexation of the West Bank? Right as
well, that's a vote in there. Yeah, that's a vote in the Knesset. But obviously, I think the president's made clear that's not something we'd be supportive of right now, and we think it's even threatening to the peace deal. So, they're a democracy. They're going to have their votes. People are going to take these positions. But at this time, it's something that we think it might be counterproductive.
And you can.
Now, this bill has no operational or legislative consequences just yet. But joining me now to discuss is Aviv Bushinsky, the former media advisor and chief of staff to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Aviv, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So let's start off with the most pressing issues right now, which are J.D. Vance's comments coming out of this recent Knesset vote to pass these bills, the first votes on the annexation of Judea and Samaria. He said that he was hurt by them. That's a personal reference, and it actually kind of takes me back to comments made by U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, who said in an interview to CBS's 60 Minutes that they felt betrayed from the Israeli strikes in Doha. So this is kind of going back to the rifts between the U.S. and Israel. But, you know, what do you make of these recent developments from J.D. Vance?
Yeah, it's not only a matter of manners or if someone was offended and they were offended. I'm going back to, I take what President Trump recently said, that Israel will not, that's what he said, will not annex Judea, the West Bank. He even said the West Bank, he didn't even say Judea and Samaria. And this is a 100% contradiction to what Netanyahu said and promised. It was part of his campaign in 2020. He said it in 2019, and he even said it prior to his recent visit to the States, when he said that he will promote the intents or the intentions of annexing Judea and Samaria, and he even said that he will do it gradually. So this is a big, big slap in the face, not only to the American administration, the way it was presented, but way more to the Israeli government, that this is part of their agenda. So it means that as for now, or maybe forever, Israel will not be able to contemplate its plan or its intentions to annex the West Bank, and this is a big blow for Netanyahu. So I think that exceeds anything that goes to the timing of trying to pass this bill, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Now, these votes for both bills of annexation were quite heated in the Knesset. There was a lot of uproar on this. Can you explain a little bit why Israeli lawmakers are so divided on the matter of sovereignty?
I think that now everybody has the sense or smell the upcoming elections, and now the different parties need to regain their agenda, if I can say, especially the far right that kind of being dragged by Netanyahu all the time, threatened Netanyahu that they're going to resign, that they're going to dissolve the Knesset, and did nothing. So now each party has its own agenda or tries to rebuild or retain its agenda. It goes from the far right, like Bezalel Smotrich, that even said today something, a very, very harsh statement, if I may say, even very close to racism. He said that if part of the deal with Saudi Arabia, the normalization, will be recognizing a Palestinian state, so the Saudi Arabians should go back and ride their camels. That's what he said. So I think that now everybody is, the rhetoric is way stronger, way extreme. You can see even Shas party that today said that they're going to resign from the different portfolio in the Knesset and decide and will have a freedom to decide which vote to be in favor or against. So I think that the train has left its station. We are getting closer and closer to elections. And that's why Netanyahu's coalition, I'm not saying that it's tearing apart, but it is very close to collapse.
Interesting. So you're actually saying that, Shas's announcement today of quitting their coalition responsibilities, in your opinion, if I understood correctly, has more to do with finding the identity of the party than actually passing the law?
Exactly.
For the
I think
draft,
that
for the draft bill, of course.
yeah, the
Sorry.
draft law. Yeah, exactly. There's no way Netanyahu will be able to deliver a law in which there'll be sanctions on the ones who run away or don't serve in the IDF or just drop their drafting bills down the drain. I don't see any scenario that the religious parties will agree to that, and therefore we're getting very, very close to elections. And I think that Netanyahu also understood it. From my understanding is that the most likely or the ultimate date, even for Netanyahu under the circumstances, will be somewhere in June. And you see, as I said, you can hear the rhetoric, you can see what Shas is doing, what Bezalel Smotrich is saying, what happened yesterday with the annexation, and even a maybe insignificant event in which Yuli Edelstein decided to support the ones who are against Netanyahu. It's part of the ordeal that the Knesset and especially Netanyahu's government is going to go through. Therefore, it's for Netanyahu, it's inevitable. And in order not to be dragged to elections, I think that he'll understand that he'll have to take the initiative, decide upon the date, and go for it, hoping that he'll be able to deliver. I'm quite doubtful deliver a total victory, as he claimed, on Hamas, but at least, and this is at least, expanding the Abraham Accord, starting with Saudi Arabia. If Netanyahu will be able to deliver this, he'll have something tangible to show to his potential supporters. Otherwise, the situation is very bad.
You say that otherwise the situation is very bad. Do you think that, if we do go for another cycle of elections and Netanyahu's Likud party, the inner rifts inside the party continue, they persist, and, he doesn't make it back into the position of prime minister, do you think that could jeopardize the future efforts of the Abraham Accords, this close relationship that we have with the United States?
It's true that Netanyahu best chip or best card in the future elections, as I say, they said that Truman once said that if you want a friend in the White House, get a dog. Netanyahu can say that he has the best friend in the White House, and his friend name is Donald. So Netanyahu say, you'll vote for me, you'll get extension of the Abraham Accord because my buddy is Donald Trump, and Donald Trump may not trust the others. I don't know if this suffices. I don't know if this is the winning chip for Netanyahu, but reality shows that at the moment, neither the coalition nor the opposition have the majority. And in order to get the majority again for Netanyahu, he'll need to pull a real trick from his sleeve, because still there is the debate upon his responsibility for October 7th, the National Inquiry Committee, on the one hand, and on the other side, what Netanyahu achieved since October 7th and what Netanyahu will promise his people from now on. And this is the big debate. So if Netanyahu will see that he cannot do anything, not with a draft law, not extending the Abraham Accord, then, as I mentioned, his political situation is, if I can say, not so comfortable.
Not so comfortable indeed. And, we're really almost out of time, but just briefly, I do want to ask you a little bit about your opinion. If we do go back to another cycle of elections, are you confident in Netanyahu? He has, a very dedicated, base of voters. Do you think that they can pull through this time around and get him back in there?
Netanyahu is a very, very good campaigner, and if the opposition, for instance, will stick to one agenda, saying inquiry committee, then Netanyahu at the last minute will say, you know what, let's go for it, and then it will take out some air out of the balloon that the opposition is trying to pump. And if you see that the other side especially Benny Gantz and Lieberman, that today had some kind of a debate between themselves. If they'll be, it won't be so coherent and will not go as a one block, then Netanyahu's situation at the moment is way stronger. Don't forget that in the last couple of years, Netanyahu has something that others don't have. He has the Bibistim, the ones who support Netanyahu automatically. This is a very, very unique situation. When I was working with Netanyahu, we never experienced it. And you can see the best example. They're going to have a primary elections who will to nominate the leader of the Likud party. And I think that it is for the first time in the Likud history that no one is running against the leader of the Likud. In other words, Netanyahu is running against himself. So you see how solid his situation within the right wing and especially in the Likud party.
Absolutely. Well, we are unfortunately out of time, but Avi Bushinsky, I want to thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And the World Court is now demanding that Israel work with Unrwa, the UN relief agency that is supposed to help Palestinian refugees in the Gaza Strip. Although Israel knows of Unrwa being compromised, the ICJ is now claiming that Israel had not provided enough evidence to support the claim that Unrwa workers doubled as Hamas terrorists. They took part in the October 7th massacre. Israel banned UNRWA from operating on Israeli soil after accusing some staff of participating in the massacre. But the investigation conducted to support Israel's claim had been only deemed as a, quote, neutrality-related issue. Clearly, the stockpiles of weapons found inside UNRWA buildings, the tunnel shafts openings located by the IDF near UNRWA facilities, testimony of return hostage Emily Damari, who said her captors held her inside a UN building, and mountains of evidence supplied by the NGO UN Watch did not suffice for the ICJ to make their ruling. Not even the video of an UNRWA worker kidnapping the body of murdered 21-year-old Yonatan Samirano into Gaza on October 7th, after he was brutally and indiscriminately shot by Hamas. To the ICJ, I say we don't and we haven't forgotten about Yonatan. And working with UNRWA after what had happened on that dark morning is simply inconceivable. And now, let's hear a quick message from our partners at Efrat. Take a listen.
That doesn't suit you.
I'm telling you what's right for you.
Listen to me, I know what I'm talking about.
Feels uncomfortable? That's just about clothing, something you can change tomorrow. But what about choices that last a lifetime? In Israel, over 30,000 women every year feel that their most fundamental right is taken away. The ability to choose. Financial pressure, pressure from a partner, pressure from family, or even that quiet voice whispering, "You can't do this." That's why Efrat exists. Not to tell her what to do, not to choose for her, but to isolate the pressure, to enable a true free choice, whether it's emotional support, medical guidance, personal mentoring, career counseling, parenting education, or the most practical essentials. A crib, a stroller, clothes, diapers, baby supplies, food packages, everything she needs to make the choice she wants instead of the choice she feels forced to make. More than 89,000 women have already found the strength to choose and give birth. But it's not enough. We must give every woman the ability to choose. It is our moral and ethical duty. Every donation gives another woman the ability to choose. Every act of support means life for someone else. Efrat, giving hope to birth.
And the IDF confirmed in the last hour that military fighter jets are striking Hezbollah positions in the Bekaa region in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah continues attempts to rebuild on the border with Israel, this in clear violation of the U.S. brokered cessation in fighting signed in November of last year. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. I am Devo Klein. Thanks so much for joining us, but don't forget to scan that QR code to download our app for more updates. Take care.
Now, before we continue, a quick word about how you can support independent journalism at ILTV. We're committed to bringing you original reporting and stories from Israel that often do not make it into the global spotlight. If you value diverse perspectives and reliable coverage, you can now subscribe through our app to help ILTV News grow. Just scan the QR code on your screen to help us expand our reporting. Continue delivering the kind of journalism that informs, challenges, and connects. Your subscription helps us do more than report the news. It helps us ensure that stories from the region are told with depth, integrity, and clarity. With your support, we can continue building a space for journalism that informs, connects, and inspires. Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. 2 Israeli soldiers are killed and 3 wounded as terrorists attack an IDF outpost in Rafah in violation of the Gaza truce agreement. After responding with airstrikes and artillery fire on Hamas targets throughout Gaza, the IDF returns to observing the ceasefire, laying down yellow markers along its new withdrawal lines. The bodies of Tamir Adar and Ari Zalmanovich, both murdered at Kibbutz Nir Oz during the October 7th attack, are returned by Hamas under the ceasefire deal, leaving the remains of 13 other hostages still in Gaza. Israel accuses the terror group of deliberately delaying the return of the bodies that it has access to in violation of the agreement. Visiting the new U.S. Command Center in Israel for monitoring the ceasefire, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance says that despite some violations, the Gaza agreement is going better than expected, and he urged Israel to show patience as the deal is being implemented. The Israeli cabinet approves changing the official name of the October 7th war from Operation Swords of Iron to the War of Redemption. And Prime Minister Netanyahu dismisses Likud politician Tzachi Hanegbi as his national security advisor after the two reportedly clashed over the PM's decision to strike Hamas leaders in Gaza. And now our big story. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance came to Israel this week with a message for Jerusalem. You have every right to defend yourself if Hamas or other terror groups attack your troops in Gaza, but don't take actions that impede or endanger the overall ceasefire plan. Now, this means approving IDF counterstrikes on Hamas positions, but not delaying humanitarian aid shipments or the opening of the Rafah crossing. Vance said the Gaza process will have hills and valleys, but it should move forward nonetheless. Now, that may be a tough pill for Prime Minister Netanyahu to swallow, as arrangements advance for Phase 2 of the Gaza plan, including the creation of an Arab-Muslim international security force under U.S. supervision that is supposed to secure those areas of Gaza that the IDF has withdrawn from. And Hamas is already retrenching in. But who will be in that force and what are its parameters are just one of several issues the U.S. and Israel still have to iron out. Here's what Vance had to say at the new U.S.-led Civilian Military Coordination Center in Kiryat Gat.
What troops are on the ground in Israel is going to be a question the Israelis have to agree to, and I'm sure that Prime Minister Netanyahu will have opinions about that, but we think everybody has a role to play here. Some of that's going to be financial, some of that's going to be in reconstruction, some of that's just in communication with the various parties to ensure that this deconfliction process actually works and is implemented. We're not going to force anything on our Israeli friends when it comes to foreign troops on their soil, but we do think that there's a constructive role for the Turks to play, and frankly, they've already played a very constructive role. We're very grateful for that.
And joining us now for more is Dan Pfefferman. He is a Middle East analyst and former intelligence officer. He's co-editor of the Middle East 24 news platform. and he's the chairman of Sharaka, a nonprofit group that promotes Abraham Accords diplomacy. Dan, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, glad to be here. Thank you.
Well, let's look at this Gaza ceasefire, how it's going, and the U.S. perception of it as opposed to perhaps the Israeli perception. Vice President Vance, you'd expect him to try to put out an optimistic picture of it. He says it's going better than expected. There's going to be hills and valleys. We're in the hills. I'm not sure. I think in Israel, the perception of it is somewhat different. And the question is how much patience Israel is going to have going forward.
Yeah, I mean, Vice President Vance is here. Secretary of State Rubio is on his way. And, you know, I've heard it thrown around the media that they're here to babysit, right? To make sure that the Israeli government is not kind of pushed off course, as you hear, you know, people who are looking more at the valleys as opposed to the hills of this, or whichever one is the positive and the negative. But it should be clear from the start that this is actually the ceasefire agreement, this peace plan that was hailed by Trump himself here in Jerusalem, by the administration. Hamas did not agree to it, right? And so we should be really looking at it in two parts. The first one is not quite yet implemented, and that's where we are right now. And even here you see Hamas popping out of the tunnels near the Rafah area, killing two of our soldiers. The next step is going to be dependent on that multinational force. And here you have to have American leadership, you have to have American momentum, you have to have positivity. And that's the tone of Vance's speech. That's the tone of their message, because the key here for the United States is not necessarily to be involved on the ground fighting. There, it's actually best that you have Muslim and or Arab troops and soldiers doing that, because you maintain the legitimacy. The key here is to have American leadership, the glue, the carrots and sticks behind the scenes, and that's why you hear this message of positivity, which is all about momentum to keep this train going.
Now, about this multinational Arab and Muslim force, perhaps more accurately, as you heard, Vice President Vance saying the U.S. will not force Israel to accept any country to be a part of it that does not see as appropriate. However, two names that have come up, Turkey and Qatar. It's clear Vice President Vance sees certainly those countries as having some role in Gaza, in a post-Hamas Gaza, which is problematic for Israel, given the history of Israel has had with those two countries. Is there an area in which this could be worked out between the U.S. and Israel?
Yeah, I mean, Turkey and Qatar are the two prime political backers. In Qatar's case, it's also one of the financial backers of Hamas. And it's clear that Hamas would not have been pressured to pretend to accept this deal without pressure from the Turks and the Qataris, and you needed a lot of American pressure, again, the stick and carrot approach on both of them to get Hamas to at least agree to the first phase of this deal. They haven't agreed to the second part. The Qataris aren't going to send troops. That's not what they do. It is possible the Turks could be on the ground, and as long as there is consistent American pressure and expectations, I don't see it so much as necessarily a negative thing. What you do want to avoid is a scenario in which maybe rogue Turkish soldiers, maybe a scenario in which there's some kind of clash or tension between the Turks and IDF fighters on the other side of the whatever the ceasefire, the withdrawal line here. But we've also, there's been talks of possibly Pakistani soldiers, which certainly Israel does not have any relations, but the tone is not a positive one. There's talks about Indonesian soldiers, and then possibly, of course, Egyptian soldiers, and maybe some kind of Emirati or Saudi presence in that international force.
Right. You mentioned some countries that Israel doesn't have relations with taking part in that security force, which also does raise the question of how much the creation of not only that force, but just the overall Gaza ceasefire plan could lead to an expansion of the Abraham Accords. That's something that Israel certainly wants to see develop without it. You've been very active in, as we mentioned, in promoting diplomacy of the Abraham Accords. How realistic is that if we just at least take the assumption that the process is going to proceed as planned in the near future?
The promise that we have here, the potential that we have here, I think you said it well. It's the potential expansion of the Abraham Accords and using the countries that want to join or are already part of the Accords to be part of this multinational force to get Israel out of Gaza, to reduce the tensions, and to work on some kind of mechanism to disarm Hamas. That's, of course, much easier said than done. At the end of the day, it's been clear, I think, from the very beginning, that the only people the only forces, the only countries that can disarm Hamas, and then the next step, of course, is going to be de-radicalizing Gaza and de-radicalizing Palestinian society, overseeing a transformation of the Palestinian Authority, has to be the Arab world. It has to be the Muslim world. Israel can't do it. The U.S. Can't do it and doesn't have the domestic legitimacy, the political will to do this. It's going to have to be a coalition of the Abraham Accords and then the potential Abraham Accords. The questions are, will we see an expansion of the Accords and then those countries joining in order to build trust with Israel? That's a possibility. Or will they join this multinational force in order to prepare their own publics in the region on the public narrative side and then join the Accords? So, I mean, that's one of the questions we'll be asking as we go forward in the coming months. The big question, though, however, is there the political will, and will there be the continued American leadership to ensure the disarmament of Hamas? Everything rides on that.
Right. I want to go back to your point about de-radicalizing Gaza, because that is so important, certainly moving forward. Seeing this thing is going to last just beyond the initial steps. A big part of that, of course, the radicalization of Gazan youth, of Palestinian youth there, has been through compromised aid organizations affiliated with the United Nations and elsewhere. How much is that going to be so important? Because that is not an issue that we're looking at down the road. The question of aid distribution and making sure it's distributed rightly and avoiding a situation of going to de-radicalization is really something that has to be addressed now.
Yeah, I mean, one of the key things that has led to continued conflict, not just among Hamas and in Gaza, but also in Judea and Samaria in the West Bank, has been the consistent decades-long radicalization of Palestinian society that refuses to recognize Israel's existence, certainly Israel's right to be here, and the chance of peace. And using the vehicle of Islamism, of radical Islam, to do that in many cases, using the imagery of Al-Aqsa, as we've seen over and over again. Even the October 7th attack was called the Al-Aqsa flood. What you have are very good examples in parts of the Arab and Muslim world. We're talking about the Emiratis. We're talking about the Saudis who are doing it now. We're even talking about countries like Indonesia, again, who might partake in this and who might join the Abraham Accords, who have very good track records and experiences with de-radicalization. The Moroccans on the other side have models of this. And so that's really going to be critical in the post-disarming of Hamas phase to get to the next phase. Otherwise, you're just going to have another generation and another generation of Palestinians in Gaza, in the West Bank, who want to attack Israel, who want to perpetuate this war, who refuse to cede that this conflict can and should be over.
Dan, you travel abroad quite a bit for your work with Shiraka and others. I want to just look at this situation.
Too much if my wife has anything to say.
But you're also dealing with a lot of countering some of the anti-Israel sentiment that's been abroad. That's an anti-Semitic, certainly we have to say. That certainly has accelerated and generated in the past 2 years. How do you see that moving forward? Whether that will continue like that, potentially get worse or less, and how it should be countered now?
You know, what we understood after October 7th is that the anti-Semitism, in the guise of anti-Israel, anti-Zionism, has been there, it's been brewing, and it's been pushed and built and funded both on the far left, from the Islamist side, from backers like Qatar, from also Iran, but also now we're seeing it emerge on the right. The war was an excuse, was a fuel, was a catalyst for this. It's going to maybe calm down a little bit. But, you know, I live on the internet. I live in that. I speak around the world regularly. And it's still there. It's still very strong. We're going to need a lot of coalition building. And ironically, where you see the strong anti-Semitism and anti-Israel sentiment, anti-democracy sentiment, anti-capitalism sentiment is coming from the West and people embedded in the West, you don't hear the same discourse, or you see the discourse dying down actually in the more functioning countries of the Middle East and of the Muslim world right now, being guided by their governments, of course. And so you see a very interesting trend. We need to build strong regional civilizational alliances. This is not just about Israel or the Jews. This is about the future of the West. This is about the future of democracies and capitalism. And the enemies of that are seeking to utilize this war, whatever the next war will be, whatever the next crisis will be, to wear down at the foundations of Western civilization.
Right. And Dan, stay with us, because one of the countries you just mentioned is one of the enemies, certainly, of the push towards peace and coexistence here, is the nation of Iran. And in a further escalation of the crisis over Iran's nuclear ambitions, the regime has announced that it has scrapped its cooperation agreement with the UN nuclear watchdog. That ends inspections that had resumed just weeks ago. Now, Iranian officials say they will only return to talks if Washington guarantees no more strikes. Nuclear negotiations have been frozen since the June war between Israel and Iran. That's raising concerns that Tehran could now rebuild its enrichment program in secret. The Supreme Leader Khamenei has rejected Trump's offer to resume nuclear talks, calling U.S. interventions arrogant. Trump had told the Knesset just last week that the June airstrikes destroyed Iran's nuclear capability. However, U.S. intelligence estimates say the damage may have only delayed the program by a few months. And the Ayatollah Khamenei has mocked U.S. President Trump's claim that American airstrikes destroyed Iran's nuclear program, saying, quote, keep dreaming.
افتخار میکنه که صنعت هسته‌ای ایران رو بمباران کردیم و از بین بردیم. خب خیلی خوب، همین خیال باشه. اما اصلا شما چه کاره هستید که اگر یک کشوری صنعت هسته‌ای داره شما دخالت کنید بگید باید و نباید؟ شما چه کاره دنیایی؟ چه ربطی به آمریکا داره که ایران امکانات هسته‌ای و صنعت هسته‌ای داره یا نداره؟ این دخالت‌های ناواب، ناجور، غلط و زورگویانه است. من اهل معامله‌ام، میخوام معامله کنم، با ایران معامله کنیم. معامله ای که با زورگویی نتیجه او از پیش معلوم باشه معامله نیست، تحمیله. به ملت ایران زیر بار تحمیل نخواهد رفت.
Dan, with all the focus now on Gaza, understandable, perhaps some attention has been lost to what it still remains Israel's major existential threat. And, of course, just the existence of that threat puts in danger, jeopardizes a lot of the processes, for example, regarding Gaza, regarding expanding the Abraham Accords throughout the region that we've just been talking about.
You know, one of the reasons we're able to talk about a ceasefire in Gaza, one of the reasons we're able to talk about the potential of Hezbollah being disarmed, of course, it's a tough process, of a new regime in Syria, is because Iran was so severely weakened and embarrassed as being weakened in the June strike by Israel and the United States. You know, I think it's fitting, maybe symbolic, to see this leader who can barely talk, who's really on his last legs, speaking of, you know, Iranian in such terms of bravado and U.S. arrogance. The Iranians have been instigating, have been infiltrating, have been spreading extremism throughout the entire region since, you know, the 1980s, since the Iranian Revolution in 1979. And they're clearly weakened right now. There is no other way but to pressure them, to offer them off-ramps, but to not think that this regime under Khamenei can moderate in any kind of way. And so the U.S. intelligence assessment, I think, is flawed. That's one assessment. There are others. I believe the setback is actually in terms of years. Iran's airspace, even though they're trying to rebuild a deterrence capacity, they're trying to rebuild their air force, has been destroyed. It's going to take some time for Iran to be able to even defend itself again. And what is clear here is you need a combination of U.S., European, international pressure on Iran on the nuclear front. You need regional pressure. And you're hearing something very new around the region that we talk about all the time when I speak to people around the region, is that the peoples of Syria, of Lebanon, of Iraq, of the Gulf countries are no longer afraid of Iran because Iran has been exposed as the paper tiger that it is. And so there is a real opportunity here if we see consistent American leadership, consistent American strong diplomacy, peace through strength, right, which I believe is one of the mantras of the Trump administration, and American leadership to get everyone on board. It is possible to make serious strides, both in pushing back, defeating, disarming radical groups, to keeping Iran at bay, and to keeping the pressure on Iran. Their economy is in the toilet right now. They really are not able to reconstruct in any meaningful way their nuclear program, their missile program, their air defenses. And I think it's just symbolic that Khamenei sounds the way he is, and maybe that's a symbol of what the regime is at this point.
Well, let's hope so. Dan Pfefferman, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
And let's turn now to the northern front, where Israeli troops demolished several Hezbollah outposts on the Lebanese side of Mount Dov. The operation was carried out by the IDF's Mountain Brigade, which celebrated its first anniversary with another successful operation. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
In the nighttime operation, IDF troops from the Mountain Brigade operated beyond the border, demolishing several Hezbollah posts on the Lebanese side of Mount Dov. The operation was carried out by reservists and combat engineers of the 810th Mountains Regional Brigade. The IDF said that the posts were destroyed to prevent them from being used by Hezbollah to entrench itself in the area in the future. The move marks a continued effort by Israel to disrupt Hezbollah's infrastructure along the northern border amid rising tensions in the region. The IDF released new footage of the Mountain Brigade marking 1 year since its formation. The brigade is deployed along Israel's northern front, defending the strategic area from Lebanon's Mount Dov to Syria's Hermon summit. Over the past year, troops of the 810th Mountain Brigade carried out dozens of operations across both fronts. During Operation Northern Arrows, forces dismantled Hezbollah terror infrastructure in the Mount Dov region, uncovering underground tunnel routes and seizing large quantities of weapons. In Operation Bashan Arrows, conducted in the Syrian Hermon summit area, the brigade led the IDF's advance into the region and has maintained ongoing defensive and operational activity there ever since. The IDF said the Mountain Brigade continues to operate on both fronts, targeting terrorist infrastructure that threatens Israeli communities and working to ensure the security of civilians in the north.
And now a final word. In 1948, despite being the first country to grant official diplomatic recognition to Israel, the United States also initiated a ban on weapons sales to the besieged Jewish state in order to avoid any military involvement in the Middle East. Over the years, American attitudes towards Israel's security situation gradually changed, with the U.S. becoming its main arms supplier, providing over $20 billion in sales and aid during the Gaza war. The Israel-U.S. security relationship has developed in other ways, too, sharing defense technology and intelligence, the deployment of U.S. monitoring forces in the Sinai to ensure the Camp David Accords, and cooperation on certain covert actions against common enemies. The Trump administration can be said to have elevated this cooperation to an unprecedented new level with the U.S. airstrike on Iranian nuclear facilities in the midst of Israel's conflict with the Iran regime last June. But through all of this long history, one principle has remained in place. Whatever help Israel has received from the U.S., it remains responsible for its own security, backed by the unfettered might of the IDF and its other defense-related assets. But with the resolution of the current Gaza operation through the U.S.-mediated agreement with Hamas, the Israel-America security relationship is entering uncharted waters. For the first time, foreign forces are set to enter part of the territory conquered by Israel in the Six-Day War outside of the context of a formal peace treaty, and they're to be granted some of the responsibility for maintaining security there, including that ensuring that Hamas ceases all hostile actions and gives up all of its arms. Though the soldiers comprising this force will be drawn from a coalition of Arab and Muslim states, they will be directed by and held directly responsible to the U.S. via the new U.S.-led Civilian Military Coordination Center monitoring the ceasefire, and also the Board of Peace chaired by President Trump, charged with overseeing the reconstruction and governance of Gaza. Under this new arrangement, what guarantees does Israel have in confirming the decommissioning of Hamas's arms? How much authority does Israel have in deciding which Arab and Muslim nations will take part in securing Gaza? And most crucially, how much latitude will Israel have in deploying the IDF against imminent threats from Gaza if it perceives these other security arrangements are failing to do so? These are questions that need to be answered, and they need to be answered quickly. The events of the past week make clear that Hamas and other terror elements in Gaza have little intention in abiding by the letter of the agreement that brought this round of fighting to a close. Ultimately, it will require a show of force by someone to completely eliminate the threat they pose to Israel. The Trump administration has done enough to earn the trust of Israel to carry out the promises implicit in the Gaza agreement. But when President Trump was pressed by a reporter this weekend on how the ceasefire will be guaranteed by the U.S., he said that's, quote, in the hands of others, and he cited 59 other countries who signed off on the Gaza agreement. Elsewhere, Trump himself raised the possibility of a change in the priorities of his administration or of successive U.S. governments when it comes to Gaza and broader Mideast issues. All this means that Israel must press the U.S. to provide explicit public admissions of exactly what will be the depth of its commitment to rid Gaza of a militant Hamas and ensure its security thereafter, and what Israel will be permitted to do if those options prove inadequate. In the long history of its relationship, Israel has never asked the U.S. to guarantee its security or put American lives on the line in its defense. Its only request has been, as Winston Churchill once asked America in that country's, in the UK's struggle to defend democracy against the forces of darkness, will be to provide the tools needed to defend itself. But in asking Israel to stand down in Gaza with the fight against Hamas unfinished, the U.S. has taken upon itself new responsibilities for maintaining peace and security in the region, and Israel should not be shy in calling upon it to fulfill those pledges. Ultimately, though, the lesson of the past few weeks is an old one for Israel, namely that when it comes to defending its own security and interests, Israel must maintain the capability and the will to do so by itself when necessary. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Every day, Efrat gives women facing unplanned pregnancies the courage and support to choose life. From cribs and strollers to food, diapers, and daycare, Efrat ensures babies are not only born, but thrive in loving homes. For more than 40 years, nearly 90,000 women have chosen motherhood with Efrat by their side. Your gift today means one more woman has a real choice. One more baby has a future. Donate now.
On October 7, I was here at the Nova Music Festival. I ran for my life, hid for 7 hours. Terrorists shot me twice. Thankfully, I survived. I'm still dealing with trauma, and I'm not alone. 3 million Israelis are in trauma. They need mental health care or physical rehabilitation. Wounded soldiers, families, and scared children.
Since 1912, Hadassah has been a life-changing force in Israel. Today, Hadassah has 2 world-renowned hospitals, pioneers breakthrough medical research, cares for youth, and has built the much-needed and largest rehabilitation facility in Jerusalem.
Thank you to everyone at Hadassah Hospitals. You've been helping me, and so many others. And a special thanks to one nurse, my mom. I love you.
Some family secrets aren't locked in safes. They're locked in language. Your heritage is waiting in Hebrew. The conversations at dinner tables, the inscriptions on heirlooms, the letters that shaped your history. When you study with Rosen Hebrew School, you can discover your family's past. In months, not years, you'll connect with long-lost ancestors through language. Stop being a spectator in your own family story. We don't just teach Hebrew, we unlock the stories that made you, you. Which family mystery will you solve?
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English. Welcome back to ILTV on the hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the last hour. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest updates coming out of the region. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is due to leave Israel after his two-day visit to discuss the Gaza ceasefire implementation and the advancement of Trump's Gaza peace plan. 3 hours after Vance's departure, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is due to land in Israel at the start of his two-day visit, also focused on Gaza. Speaking to press ahead of his departure, Rubio had this to say.
It's important, in particular over the next couple of weeks, that we keep the ceasefire together. The Vice President is there now, and he'll be returning tomorrow and has great reports on the progress we made, but there's more work to be done, and we know that, so the first couple of weeks are going to be key. And then the work will begin of sort of building out the permanent process, of the going to the UN potentially and getting the international mandate, building the international defense security forces. So there's a lot of work to be done, but we certainly wanted to make sure that we were there and ensuring that we had the right people in place at the coordination center, which is key to holding this all together.
And meanwhile, interesting developments coming out of Jerusalem as the Knesset has passed 2 opposition bills in the preliminary reading phase to apply Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria. Now, one bill seeks to annex Ma'ale Adumim, that's an Israeli city southeast of Jerusalem, and the other covers all Judea and Samaria settlements. The vote for all settlements passed by a narrow margin of 25 to 24, following a heated discussion in the Knesset. It will now be transferred to the Knesset's Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, where it will need to be brought up for discussions before undergoing a second and a third vote. The opposition claimed victory, saying they exposed divisions within the coalition, highlighting the deep political splits over Judea and Samaria annexation. But the vote was conducted at the same time as the visit of J.D. Vance to Israel, a move that Netanyahu strictly opposed. According to reports, Netanyahu is striving to achieve Israeli sovereignty, but only with the backing of Washington. Now, just before departing Israel, Vice President J.D. Vance had harsh words on the bill, claiming that it was, quote, weird, stupid, and insulting. Take a listen.
Oh, yeah, that was weird. That was weird. I was sort of confused by that. I mean, look, if it was a political stunt, it was a very stupid political stunt, and I personally take some insult to it. The West Bank is not going to be annexed by Israel. The policy of the Trump administration is that the West Bank will not be annexed by Israel. That will continue to be our policy. And if people want to take symbolic votes, they can do that. But we certainly weren't happy about it.
At this point, this bill has no operational or legislative consequences just yet. And the IDF confirmed in the last hour that military fighter jets are striking Hezbollah positions in the Bekaa region in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah continues attempts to rebuild on the border with Israel, this in clear violation of the U.S. brokered ceasefire in the cessation in fighting signed in November of last year. According to the IDF, the targets includes a weapons storage facility and a training camp for terrorists to carry out attacks against Israel. And the World Court is now demanding that Israel work with Unrwa, the UN relief agency that is supposed to help Palestinian refugees in the Gaza Strip. Although Israel knows of Unrwa being compromised, the ICJ is now claiming that Israel had not provided enough evidence to support the claim that Unrwa workers double as Hamas terrorists. They took part in October 7th massacre, and Israel banned Unrwa from operating on Israeli soil after accusing some staff of participating in the attacks. But the investigation conducted to support Israel's claim had been deemed only, quote, a neutrality-related issue. Clearly, the stockpiles of weapons found inside UNRWA buildings, the tunnel shafts, openings located by the IDF near UNRWA facilities, testimonies of released hostages saying that they were kept by their captors inside a UN building, and mountains of evidence supplied by the NGO UN Watch. All that did not suffice for the ICJ to change their ruling. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. For more updates, catch us live every hour on the Hour or download our app by scanning the QR code on your screen. I'm Devo Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast, Hamas returns the bodies of 2 additional deceased hostages, leaving 13 more in Gaza. Vice President J.D. Vance meets with Prime Minister Netanyahu as visit from U.S. Secretary of State Rubio announced for later in the week. Despite Hamas violations, the Gaza ceasefire is hanging on as the U.S. administration applies pressure. Vice President J.D. Vance continues his Israel visit today with his mission to shore the fragile ceasefire in Gaza and advance the Trump peace plan. Vance said that the ceasefire is going better than expected. Speaking alongside Prime Minister Netanyahu at the Prime Minister's office, Vance had this to say.
As the Prime Minister said, these are days of destiny, and we're very excited to sit down and work together on the Gaza peace plan. We have a very, very tough task ahead of us, which is to disarm Hamas but rebuild Gaza to make life better for the people in Gaza, but also to ensure that Hamas is no longer a threat to our friends in Israel. That's not easy. I think the Prime Minister knows that as well as anybody, but it's something that we're committed to in the Trump administration. And I think we've, even in the past 24 hours, had a lot of good conversations with our friends in the Israeli government, but also, frankly, with our friends in the Arab world who are stepping up and volunteering to play a very positive role in this. But we actually see this as an opportunity to build on the Abraham Accords. I think this Gaza deal is a critical piece of unlocking the Abraham Accords, but what it could allow is an alliance structure in the Middle East that perseveres, that endures, and that allows the good people in this region of the world to step up and take ownership of their own backyard. That's in the United States' best interest. I happen to think that it's in Israel's best interest too.
Well, after 2 years of waiting, 2 more families from Kibbutz Nir Oz have received the remains of their loved ones. The bodies of 2 hostages taken on October 7th were returned to Israel yesterday evening. With all surviving hostages already freed, the focus has now shifted to those who were killed and whose bodies are still held captive in Gaza. For the latest, let's go now to ILTV's India Naftali. India, what can you tell us?
That's right, Emily. The bodies of 85-year-old Ari Zalmanovich and 38-year-old Tamir Adar were transferred back to Israel yesterday. Both men were kidnapped on October 7th from Kibbutz Nir Oz. Their remains were returned through the Red Cross and brought to Tel Aviv for identification. The 2 caskets, collected in southern Gaza, were transferred to the IDF, inspected, draped in Israeli flags, and honored in a brief ceremony led by the IDF chief rabbi. The remains were then taken to the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute for official identification, and families were notified several hours later. Ari Zalmanovich, 85, was kidnapped from his home and later died in captivity. He was one of the founders of Kibbutz Nir Oz. Israeli intelligence determined he was murdered in Gaza in November 2023. His family set Shiva in 2023, but until now could not hold a funeral. Tamir Adar, 38, was the deputy security coordinator of the kibbutz and was killed defending the community on October 7th. His body was abducted to Gaza by terrorists. Adar is survived by his wife, 2 young children, and his extended family. He has been posthumously promoted to Master Sergeant in the reserves. Meanwhile, another slain hostage, Ronen Engel, was laid to rest. A passionate motorcycle enthusiast, Engel's funeral procession was escorted by a motorcycle procession, with many riders carrying Israeli flags as his body was brought back to the kibbutz for burial. This week, 9 of the freed living hostages met U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and top White House advisor Jared Kushner, who were critical in securing their release. And in Tel Aviv, recently released hostage Matan Angrest visited Hostages Square for the first time since being freed, seeing the images of himself in person for the first time. In Jewish tradition, giving a proper burial is sacred, and that's one reason why Israeli officials stress that the return of the fallen hostages is no less important than the return of the living. Now the focus is on the final 13 bodies still being held in Gaza, as families demand that the ceasefire agreement be carried out in full, with every hostage, dead or alive, brought home. Emily, back to you.
All right, India, thank you for that update. We'll be following this story closely as more bodies are hopefully returned to Israel. It's day 747 now of the war in Gaza and the 10th day of the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. The ceasefire has generally been holding, but not without incident. We have more now from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
Amid the ceasefire in Gaza, 2 soldiers were lightly injured when their tank was hit by an explosive device in the Khan Yunis area. The 2 wounded troops were taken to hospital. The incident occurred during efforts by the forces to clear the area where they are stationed of potential threats. According to an initial military probe, no terror operatives were detected in the area when the bomb was detonated. The IDF is investigating when the explosive device was planted. The incident came 2 days after the ceasefire was tested, when gunmen emerged from a tunnel deep within Israeli-held territory in southern Gaza's Rafah and launched RPGs at troops, killing 2 soldiers and wounding 3 others. This prompted widespread IDF airstrikes. The U.S. then convinced both sides to return to a ceasefire. With the ceasefire holding, humanitarian aid trucks are entering, but the distribution scenes are chaotic as desperate residents jostle to collect supplies. There were calls for a more structured distribution system, with some calling for international agencies like Unrwa to handle the handover.
المساعدات هذه يا ريت تيجي بشيء رسمي تسلم لناس، يعني انا ما بقدرش، يعني انا بنفرم تحت العجل، فلا انا بتمنى الدول اللي برا يعني تسلمها لناس من هنا اللي هي الوكاله تستلمهن ويوزع علينا زي قبل ما كنا نستلم.
Earlier, Israel announced that it will only allow half the agreed number of aid trucks into Gaza. Kogat, the Israeli military arm that oversees aid flows into Gaza, blamed Hamas for the decision to limit aid trucks to 300 daily. Kogat also notified the UN that no fuel or gas will be allowed into the enclave except for specific needs related to humanitarian infrastructure. The statement by Kogat read, Hamas violated the agreement regarding the release of the bodies of hostages held in the Gaza Strip. As a result, the political leadership has decided to impose a number of sanctions related to the humanitarian agreement that was reached.
Well, as the fragile ceasefire continues to hold, albeit with caveats, here with us to analyze the situation is Ron Campius, the former bureau chief at the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. Ron, thanks so much for joining us today. I'd like to start by asking you your thoughts on the Trump administration's approach so far. We see now VP Vance here in Israel, strong statements from the White House, but certainly not giving Israel, the freedom to do whatever it wants when it comes to responding to Hamas violations, at least thus far. What's the end game here?
I think the Trump administration is just very eager to preserve this ceasefire. We're very eager to sustain it. They are clear-eyed about Hamas and how inherently unreliable it is as a partner, but it's obviously right now in this very moment, it's the only partner there is to sustain it. But they are also, as you can see from interviews with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner on 60 Minutes recently, they are not, they trust the Israeli government, but they're also wary of Benjamin Netanyahu and the pressures he's facing from the right, and they don't want it to, the exchanges of fire that we've had over the last few days, they definitely don't want that to escalate.
Certainly. Now, Hamas has returned, as of now, all but 13 hostage bodies so far. Do you believe that this terror group actually knows where more of these bodies are, as the Prime Minister's office has alleged? Or are they telling the truth when they say that they may not be able to recover some of these bodies?
I think that's very hard to say. Hamas, on the one hand, is completely in control of the areas that it controls. It's a totalitarian entity, and you saw the alacrity with which they found so-called collaborators with Israel and executed them and punished them. So they know where people are. They know where things are hidden. They're very good at that. On the other hand, during the 2 years that the hostages have been held, you have heard stories about how, first of all, on October the 7th. It wasn't just Hamas that came away with hostages. It was the other groups. It was also even civilians. And then you heard stories about people who were holding hostages who were killed. Perhaps the hostages were killed. Perhaps they'd already killed the hostages. And so where they would have put the bodies might have died with them. And so that's a very difficult open question. And again, it comes back to the fact that Hamas is inherently unreliable. And, the circumstances are plausible that they might not know where the bodies are, but they also, they might just be lying.
Well, Hamas is facing a lot of pressure over many things, but, most recently their executions of Palestinians in Gaza. But they are determined, as we've heard from their leadership just this week, to have a role in post-war Gaza governance and, of course, not to demilitarize. What can we expect to see from Phase 2, or will we even get there?
I think it's a big question as to whether we get there. I mean, the triumph of President Trump, and of his son-in-law Jared Kushner and of his envoy Steve Witkoff is simply getting to a really productive stage 1 in which the 20 living hostages were released and the gunfire has subsided, if not completely quieted. But the intractable elements that have frustrated stage 2s in the past remain. Hamas wants to stay. Hamas does not want to disarm. Israel wants Hamas out. Israel wants Hamas disarmed. To the degree that they've compromised, it's basically only that I think Israel has agreed to the stipulation that Hamas leaders can leave and live out their lives quietly somewhere else, but not in the Gaza Strip, and that still remains a big obstacle. And it's one, I think, that's frustrating the Trump administration because Donald Trump really wants to get to a lasting peace here.
Now, in terms of security, I want to ask you, how risky is this international force that the U.S. Would like to see in Gaza? I mean, we're not talking about only friends of Israel. We're talking about some representation from the Turkish military as well as others that will be involved on the ground. Is this something that you think Israel can or should accept in terms of security? And if not, I mean, is there even any alternative?
That's a big question. I think that Israel has always been wary of any other country, even the United States, securing its borders. It's always had it's why there have been where it's talk in the past in the United States by the most pro-Israel politicians, including the late John McCain, about bringing Israel into some kind of alliance, bringing Israel into NATO, and the resistance has come from Israel because, for very good historical reasons having to do with Jewish history, Israel does not want to second its security out to any other source, and certainly you have the risk there's a bigger risk in a way with close friends policing Hamas, because what if or policing the Gaza Strip, because what if there's a conflict between Israeli troops and the administrative troops of an ally? But yes, obviously Turkey is also a problem because of Erdogan and his expressed hostility to Israel and his alliance with Hamas. Although if you look at the internal politics of Turkey, the military is not necessarily aligned with Erdogan, at least in terms of his hostility towards Israel. And there is a rich tradition before Erdogan and even stretching into his decades-long administration of an alliance between Turkey and Israel. So all those factors, I think, would make the Israelis very wary of foreign presence in the Gaza Strip.
All right, well, we'll have to follow that closely as it develops and discussions continue for Phase 2. Unfortunately, we're out of time today, but I want to thank you, Ron Campius, for joining us today.
Thank you.
On October 7, I was here at the Nova Music Festival. I ran for my life, hid for 7 hours. Terrorists shot me twice. Thankfully, I survived. I'm still dealing with trauma, and I'm not alone. 3 million Israelis are in trauma. They need mental health care or physical rehabilitation. Wounded soldiers, families, and scared children.
Since 1912, Hadassah has been a life-changing force in Israel. Today, Hadassah has 2 world-renowned hospitals, pioneers breakthrough medical research, cares for youth, and has built the much-needed and largest rehabilitation facility in Jerusalem.
Thank you to everyone at Hadassah Hospitals. You've been helping me, and so many others. And a special thanks to one nurse, my mom. I love you.
Well, turning to the northern front, where IDF troops from the Mountains Brigade demolished several Hezbollah outposts on the Lebanese side of Mount Dov. The operation was carried out by the IDF Mountain Brigade, which celebrated its first anniversary with another successful result. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
In the nighttime operation, IDF troops from the Mountain Brigade operated beyond the border, demolishing several Hezbollah posts on the Lebanese side of Mount Dov. The operation was carried out by reservists and combat engineers of the 810th Mountains Regional Brigade. The IDF said that the posts were destroyed to prevent them from being used by Hezbollah to entrench itself in the area in the future. The move marks a continued effort by Israel to disrupt Hezbollah's infrastructure along the northern border amid rising tensions in the region. The IDF released new footage of the Mountain Brigade marking 1 year since its formation. The brigade is deployed along Israel's northern front, defending the strategic area from Lebanon's Mount Dov to Syria's Hermon summit. Over the past year, troops of the 810th Mountain Brigade carried out dozens of operations across both fronts. During Operation Northern Arrows, forces dismantled Hezbollah terror infrastructure in the Mount Dov region, uncovering underground tunnel routes and seizing large quantities of weapons. In Operation Bashan Arrows, conducted in the Syrian Hermon summit area, the brigade led the IDF's advance into the region and has maintained ongoing defensive and operational activity there ever since. The IDF said the Mountain Brigade continues to operate on both fronts, targeting terrorist infrastructure that threatens Israeli communities and working to ensure the security of civilians in the north.
Amid reports of policy clashes, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has removed his national security advisor, Tzachi Hanegbi, in a surprise move that takes effect immediately. A veteran Likud politician and close ally of Netanyahu, Hanegbi reportedly clashed with the prime minister over key war decisions, including the summer invasion of Gaza City and an unsuccessful strike last month targeting Hamas leaders in Qatar. His deputy, Gil Reich, will take over as acting national security advisor. Reich previously served as deputy director of Israel's Atomic Energy Commission. In his departure statement, Hanegbi thanked Netanyahu for the opportunity to serve, but called for a thorough investigation into what he described as the terrible failure of October 7th. He warned that the war is not over and that Israel's mission to bring home all hostages and disarm Hamas must continue. Hanegbi also urged national unity, saying it is essential to ensuring the eternity of Israel. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney is facing global outrage after saying he would order the arrest of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if he enters Canada, a move that many call political theater and a national disgrace. Let's take a look. After his Palestinian state recognition, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has declared Canada would uphold the highly politicized International Criminal Court warrant against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The comment triggered an immediate diplomatic crisis and accusations that Carney is again caving to extremist pressure.
Justin Trudeau said that Canada would honour the International Criminal Court arrest warrants, i.e. Benjamin Netanyahu would be arrested if he came to Canada. Does that stand under your leadership?
Yes.
You'd be prepared to do that?
The ICC warrant itself has been condemned by the United States, the United Kingdom, and Germany as a dangerous overstep that politicizes international justice. The Trump administration went even further, imposing sanctions on ICC officials in response to what it called an outrageous attack on a democratic ally defending itself from terror. Legal experts have branded the ICC's action an exercise in political theater that sets a shameful precedent of criminalizing democracies fighting for their very survival. In Jerusalem, the Prime Minister's office called Carney's statement an unprecedented insult from a former friend, urging him to reverse course. Officials warn that Canada's position undermines its credibility on the world stage and emboldens those who seek to destroy the Jewish state. In Canada, the impact is equally troubling. Anti-Semitic incidents in Canada rose by more than 100% in the past year, the highest levels ever recorded. B'nai B'rith and the Simon Wiesenthal Center both warn that government rhetoric like Carney's is feeding a wave of hate and normalizing extremism across the country. From Toronto to Montreal, synagogues have been vandalized and Jewish students threatened on campus. Critics say Carney's embrace of pro-terror policies, from his naive decision to recognize Palestine to this promise to arrest Israel's elected leader, signals a dangerous turn for Canada itself.
That doesn't suit you.
I'm telling you what's right for you.
Listen to me, I know what I'm talking about.
Feels uncomfortable? That's just about clothing, something you can change tomorrow. But what about choices that last a lifetime? In Israel, over 30,000 women every year feel that their most fundamental right is taken away. The ability to choose. Financial pressure, pressure from a partner, pressure from family, or even that quiet voice whispering, "You can't do this." That's why FRAD exists. Not to tell her what to do, not to choose for her, but to isolate the pressure to enable a true free choice, whether it's emotional support, medical guidance, personal mentoring, career counseling, parenting education, or the most practical essentials. A crib, a stroller, clothes, diapers, baby supplies, food packages, everything she needs to make the choice she wants instead of the choice she feels forced to make. More than 89,000 women have already found the strength to choose and give birth. But it's not enough. We must give every woman the ability to choose. It is our moral and ethical duty. Every donation gives another woman the ability to choose. Every act of support means life for someone else. FRAT, giving hope to birth.
Well, Sharia law for thee, but not for me. The Islamic regime in Iran exposes its double standards as the daughter of a top Khamenei advisor appears bare-shouldered and without hijab at a luxurious wedding, while women in Iran are jailed or killed for far less. The wedding video that went viral shows Ali Shamkhani, a senior advisor to Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and former head of Iran's National Security Council, walking his daughter down the aisle in a strapless Western-style gown at a luxury hotel in Tehran. No hijab, no fear. The footage has sparked outrage across Iran, including from supporters of the regime, who say that it exposes the depth of elite hypocrisy. Shamkhani himself helped oversee the crackdown on women protesters in 2022, when the regime launched deadly attacks following the murder of Mahsa Amini. A UN fact-finding mission identified more than 500 killed and over 20,000 arrested in the 2022-2023 uprisings. Since April 2024, the regime's Noor plan has led to mass arrests of women and confiscation of assets. Yet the elite faces no consequences. Women have been beaten, fired, or imprisoned for letting so much as a strand of hair show, while the daughter of one of the regime's most powerful officials celebrates in full view of the camera. This blatant hypocrisy, one set of rules for the masses and another for the powerful elite, underscores the authoritarian core of the Islamic Republic, where dress codes are used as weapons of control, especially for women, not culture. The situation on the ground in Iran continues to be volatile, with ongoing sporadic protests against the regime and a collapsing economy as the regime continues to prioritize terrorism funding over their own people. Just yesterday, chants of death to the dictator ran out on the metro in Tehran as hundreds called for the return of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi inside Iran. Dissent rapidly growing as the majority of Iranians seek regime change. While the dictatorship holds on for now, the instability could lead to a mass uprising with any major event. And now in some sports news, the ECA declared on Tuesday that after 2 years of war and security concerns, Israel will now host their home EuroLeague and EuroCup basketball games instead of using a neutral venue elsewhere. ILTV's Devo Klein has the full story.
Israel's basketball courts have not seen a single EuroLeague game in 2 years. Due to Israel's war with Hamas, security concerns forced Israeli home games to be hosted in a neutral third country venue. But now the games can resume as the ECA announced that with the ceasefire in effect, Israel is now eligible to host their home games on their home courts. While Israeli basketball fans waited patiently to see basketball back in Israel, the players of Maccabi Tel Aviv and Hapoel Tel Aviv are excited about the news.
Yes, no, I'm definitely excited. Definitely coming to Maccabi, I was, expecting to play in front of a big crowd. Obviously, with everything that was going on, we didn't have that yet. So I know for the fans and for, just this staff and this the history of this program, we're definitely excited for the games to be back here. Definitely play in front of a home crowd.
And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Clear skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 20 degrees Celsius or 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see sunny skies alongside hot temperatures, seeing highs of 31 degrees Celsius or 88 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our live channels so you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching.
Welcome back to another week of Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, and this week we're talking about the difference between hostages and terrorists. Is there one? Well, you wouldn't know based on the reports from the international press this week. Plus, we'll speak with the incredible Jonathan Schanzer from the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, and we'll discuss all the latest in the Israel-Gaza ceasefire, or lack thereof. All that and more now on Axis of Truth. Hostages or terrorists? The truth is that the media can't really tell the difference. This week, the global press yet again crossed a line. Major outlets like the BBC, the New York Times, and others reported on the Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal as simply an exchange of hostages. Take a look.
Like so many world leaders and so many people around the world, the Prime Minister will simply be delighted to see what is happening right now in terms of the hostage exchange. But going forwards, I think what we'll hear from the Prime Minister of Egypt today is a focus on what comes next.
Really? 1,700 Palestinian terrorists arrested in combat situations for security-related offenses and 250 convicted Palestinian murderers are now, according to the BBC and the New York Times, equivalent to the 251 men, women, and children, civilians, who were kidnapped from their homes on October 7th, dragged into Gaza to be tortured and used as bargaining chips for more than 700 days. To reiterate, on the Israeli side, we have innocent Israeli civilians abducted by Hamas from their homes, from a music festival, from children's bedrooms. And on the Palestinian side, we have convicted terrorists who murdered Israeli civilians, including children, in cold blood. Yet now both are being described by the international media as hostages. But here's what the BBC and the New York Times left out when they repeatedly called this a hostage exchange. It's the fact that Israel just released men like Imad Kawasme, a Hamas commander, serving 16 life sentences for orchestrating a double bus bombing in Beersheba that killed 16 people. Or Iyad Abu Arub, serving 4 life sentences for organizing a suicide bombing in Kedumim that killed 4. These are the Palestinians who were released as part of the ceasefire agreement, not activists, not political prisoners, not innocent children who were kidnapped from their parents' homes. Murderers. Meanwhile, Hamas has been celebrating the return of our hostages like Guy Gilboa Dalal, kidnapped at the Nova Music Festival, or Alon Ohel, a 24-year-old pianist held underground for 2 years, or Avi Natan Or, who was handcuffed for more than a year straight in a tunnel. The moral contrast couldn't be clearer, unless apparently you work at a Western media newsroom. Sadly, it doesn't stop with the press. On social media, activists have been pushing this lie even further. Greta Thunberg actually posted a photo of a starved Israeli hostage, Evyatar David, and labeled it as a starving Palestinian prisoner. And now, unbelievably, we're seeing a trend online where pro-Palestinian influencers and even those in Gaza are calling themselves Holocaust survivors, hijacking the language of genocide to whitewash the terrorism of Hamas. There's no equivalence between rescuing civilians from terrorists and freeing terrorists from prison. There's no parity between hostages and murderers. And there's no journalism and headlines that erase that difference. Because when media call mass killers hostages, they don't just confuse the story, they're endorsing the crime. They're telling the next generation of terrorists that kidnapping civilians works. And if we lose the ability to name evil, we lose the ability to fight it. And right now, much of the world's media is proving that they've already surrendered. Well, all that brings us to the next topic, which is indeed Israel's deal with Hamas and who is actually being released. I think even more important question, however, is how long are we going to repeat these same mistakes? I mean, this deal, we saw the release of nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners in exchange for our hostages. And among the worst, some of which I mentioned, Imad Kawasme, whom I mentioned above, along with folks like Nader Sadaka, sentenced to 6 life sentences for orchestrating multiple attacks on Israeli civilian targets across Judea and Samaria, or Ahmed Adel Jabir Sada, who was responsible for blowing up a civilian bus and killing 11. Really nice people here. Nearly 2,000 terrorists total, 250 convicted of life sentences. And now, sadly, this isn't the first time that we've seen this phenomenon. In 2011, Israel released 1,027 Palestinian prisoners to free soldier Gilad Shalit, among them hundreds serving life sentences. Within 5 years, Israeli intelligence reported that over 60% of those released had returned to terror activity. Now, some estimates put that figure above 80%. At least 6 Israelis were murdered in attacks perpetrated by re-released Shalit deal terrorists. And guess who one of those released prisoners was? Who was also treated in Israel's top hospitals for cancer during his sentence? Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind and architect of the October 7th massacre. If that's not a case for the death penalty, I really don't know what is. And I just want to add that Sinwar was actually serving time for murdering Palestinians, not even Israelis, Palestinians. Here, as an Israeli, it's really a cruel paradox because, of course, Israel values every life enough to pay any price. And by paying that price, it ensures that there will be another bill. The moral instinct to redeem captives becomes the very currency that these terrorists exploit. And now, unlike the United States, Israel very rarely imposes the death penalty, even for mass murder. That restraint is noble until those murderers are freed in political trades, something that doesn't really happen in the U.S. Each swap essentially becomes another recruitment drive. The only sustainable answer may be what democratic states usually avoid, recognizing that the death penalty for the most heinous terrorist crimes is not vengeance, it's prevention. Until that debate is faced head-on, every deal risks becoming the seed of the next massacre. And that brings us now to the ceasefire or lack thereof. It's been a week of mostly calm between Israel and Hamas, but even as Israel has abided by the terms, Hamas is showing different intentions to start against their own people. Over the past week, Hamas forces have executed and detained scores of Palestinians in Gaza accused of collaboration with Israel or spreading disinformation. Videos verified by Ynet, New York Post, and other sources have showed masked gunmen dragging civilians into the streets of Shujaya and Rimal before shooting them at point-blank range. Now, witnesses told local outlets that some of those killed were members of rival clans long resented by Hamas for challenging its rule. According to residents and medical officials, dozens of Palestinians have been executed or disappeared in recent days, including journalists. One of the most shocking incidents occurred near Khan Yunis, where Hamas terrorists stormed a mosque, pulled out 3 men who had criticized the group online, and shot them in front of the worshippers. Their bodies were later hung publicly as traitors. Now, simultaneously, Hamas officials have announced repeatedly that they will not, under any circumstances, lay down their arms, rejecting the disarmament clause in the U.S. brokered truce. Now, for ordinary Gazans, this ceasefire has oddly become a regime of fear. Checkpoints, curfews, and summary executions, and not from Israel, from Hamas. Even Palestinian rights groups have condemned these killings as lawless reprisals carried out under the cover of ceasefire. Now, meanwhile, mediators in Egypt and Qatar have privately warned Hamas that these actions could actually collapse the deal entirely. And the U.S. also warned Hamas that their attacks on Palestinians are, in fact, a violation of the agreement's terms. Not that Hamas cares anyway, of course. Now, remember, this week they also attacked and killed 2 IDF soldiers engaging in violence in multiple locations of Gaza and prompting airstrikes in Gaza against Hamas strongholds in response. For Israel, it only proves what we've said since October 7th, that Hamas doesn't just endanger Israelis, it brutalizes Palestinians. A ceasefire that coexists with public executions isn't peace and isn't a ceasefire. It's a theater of terror performed for the world's cameras, while ordinary Gazans are bleeding in silence. Funny how all those ceasefire now protesters are completely silent on the execution of Palestinians by Hamas, isn't it? Well, back over to the UK for our next story, where yet another scandal has erupted this week. Believe it or not, it wasn't the Jewish man who was arrested for wearing a Star of David at a protest that might offend anti-Israel activists. And yes, that really did happen. No, but this is about football this time. Now, Maccabi Tel Aviv is set to play a friendly match against Aston Villa in the UK this coming month, and in the city of Birmingham, no less. Now, after this match was announced, the anti-Israel group founded by a former Hezbollah terrorist apparently assembled an entire dossier and gave it to the police, attempting to smear Maccabi Tel Aviv fans as racists. Now, instead of telling them to shove it where the sun don't shine, the West Midlands police moved to ban Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from attending the Europa League match against Aston Villa at all, claiming that it was for their safety. What is it really? Discrimination. Now, understandably, the backlash was immediate. The UK government itself intervened, with Prime Minister Starmer calling the move the wrong decision. The Home Office is also now seeking to reverse this ban made by the police, but some are so hateful they're even praising it. Local MP Ayub Khan openly defended the move, defaming all Maccabi Tel Aviv fans as racist. This isn't about safety, it's about appeasement. What we have going on here are the political elite merely trying, once again, to appease a violent Islamist mob, especially given the fact that Birmingham itself is 30% Muslim, 70% in certain neighborhoods. Safety is the job of the police. It's not a pretext for profiling Jews out of public life. If this stands, football becomes a test case for whether Jews in Britain have conditional rights. The Home Office and Aston Villa are now scrambling to undo the damage, but the message was heard loud and clear. When it comes to anti-Semitism, Britain's establishment and its police are still playing defense, not offense. Well, our incredible guest this week is none other than Jonathan Schanzer, Senior Vice President for Research at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, where he focuses on Middle East policy and U.S. national security. A former terrorism finance analyst at the U.S. Treasury, he's one of the leading voices on Iran, Hamas, and the evolving conflicts shaping the region. Today, he joins us to shed some light on the recent events across the region. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us today. Let's start with the most recent, these ceasefire violations that we see from Hamas. We see Israel responded already, hitting 83 targets yesterday, but it seems that's all they're going to do, at least for now. Will this ceasefire hold? And furthermore, if not, what do you expect to see?
Look, I expect Hamas to do whatever it can to survive. It's being asked to dismantle itself. So this is an organization that's been around since 1988. It's got decades of terror activity to its record. It's not interested in dismantling. It's not interested in handing over its weapons. And I think it's having a difficult time parting with the remains of those slain hostages that are still in its hands. I expect Hamas to fight tooth and nail as this effort continues to try to bring it to heel. I think that the deal may work in part. What I mean by that is that Israel will likely remain in more than 50% of the Gaza Strip beyond the so-called yellow line. That area will likely remain under Israeli control for many years to come. What happens inside the yellow line, those most populous areas of Gaza, that is the big question. And I think a lot of that really depends right now on whether there are people within Gaza that are willing to tangle with Hamas, whether they're willing to challenge Hamas, whether they're willing to work with the IDF, with the Israelis. And these are questions I don't know how to answer at this time.
Jonathan, you've consistently warned about the global threat posed by the Islamic Republic's malign influence from, nuclear ambitions to regional proxies. In your view, how much of a threat is the regime right now? I mean, should Western democracies be confronting Tehran more to effectively curb its destabilizing activities, or is that even an option now?
Look, I'm worried about those missiles primarily, the ballistic missile program that Iran is looking to reconstitute. They learned a lot during that 12-day war. They learned how to target things inside Israel that Israel is trying to protect. I mean, they were able to hit certain targets close to the Mossad inside the Kiryat. That is not something that you want to see Iran get good at over time. And so as I see the Iranian regime building up that missile program, I get the sense that the Israelis may need to have another tussle in order to remove that threat. I think it could be helpful now if the West, led by the United States, maybe the Europeans, were to crack down further on Hamas. Financially, I think that would be helpful, looking to bring about the downfall of the regime through political support to the opposition. That would be helpful. But at the end of the day, one does get a sense that we're probably in for another round of conflict, maybe as soon as 2026.
Now, you've broken down the layered economic pressure applied to the Islamic Republic from U.S. in particular, unilateral sanctions to multilateral snapback provisions under the former Iran deal. Could you explain how each level works, what tools they give policymakers, and why sustaining sanctions remains really a necessary component of deterrence?
Yeah, I mean, look, the World Bank just came out with a report just within the last several days. And it's actually noting the contraction of the Iranian economy by 1.5% to 2% this year, another 2 to 3% next year. This is a sign that sanctions are taking a bite out of the economy. It's forcing the regime to choose between the support to its terror proxies in Yemen or in Lebanon or elsewhere versus keeping the lights on at home. That's exactly what you want to do right now to a regime that is known to sponsor terror and mayhem around the region. So I think that's the first layer of this. Then comes the support to the people on the ground. They don't need a lot. They need better intelligence. They need communications. They need funding, but not in enormous amounts. They could probably use some weapons, although I'm going to guess that a lot of Western countries would not support doing that, at least not yet. But these are things that I think can help bring about change or at least pressure on the regime. Again, keeping that fire lit at home, forcing the regime to start to think about, well, is it worth continuing to support terror, or should we start to think about providing better services to our people and keeping things calm, trying to lower that flame of dissent within their country? So these are the sorts of things that I think additional support to the opposition while we continue to ratchet up those sanctions. These are the sorts of things that I think we want to continue to see. But apart from that, getting good intel on the regime, figuring out where they're trying to reconstitute the nuclear program, where they're trying to build their missile program again, where they're trying to add some of those air defenses that were depleted by Israel. All of that is going to be crucial right now.
Now, ultimately, what is the end goal when dealing with Iran and its proxies? Is regime change or even containment feasible when you don't have Europe united on this issue and Trump, from what we've seen at least thus far, isn't willing to let Israel finish the job militarily?
Yeah, I mean, what we have is a mixed bag all around, unfortunately. I mean, we're not giving a green light to the Israelis, at least not at this time, to finish off the regime militarily. We have snapback sanctions, which I think is a good thing, right? This is what the UN, led by the Europeans, began to impose on the regime. And that's what's really taken a bite out of the Iranian economy at this moment. And it is hurting the regime. But what I see right now is a lack of a broader strategy, one that targets the regime's finances, one that supports the opposition. And really, I think the key here is, can we come up with a strategy that looks to ultimately bring down the regime and to put something in its place that would be, let's just say that it would portend more stability in the region. Right now, we don't have that kind of strategy. I think there are elements of what the U.S. has in mind that could work to that end. Similarly from the Arab world, similarly from the Europeans, but those elements need to be woven together. It needs to feel holistic. It needs to feel strategic. Right now, we're not seeing it. It doesn't mean that we won't get there. We've got another 3 years of Trump. We know he is not a fan of the Islamic Republic, but unfortunately, he's also not exactly a fan of Europe right now, not exactly willing to work with the Europeans hand in glove. We know that he supports Israel, but he also has this vision for peace in the region, and he's hoping that between the attacks that the United States launched back in June with the sanctions, that maybe he's going to get the Islamic Republic to say uncle. I'm not sure they will, but I do know they're feeling the heat right now. They are not in a good place. They are unstable. That is a good start. But I think to your point, what we don't have right now is that holistic, systemic strategy. Maybe we'll see one in the months or maybe even years to come.
All right, we do have to wrap up there, but I want to thank you for your insights and for shedding some light on what's going on in this region and, of course, what we can expect to see in Iran in the coming months as well. We'll continue to update about this story, but thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
And now on to the good, the bad, and the ugly of this week. First things first, our good story of the week. Who doesn't love chocolate? Well, after more than 700 days as a Hamas hostage, Guy Gilboa Dalal was filmed eating chocolate for the first time since captivity. A simple, perfect image of survival. Let's take a look. On to our bad story of the day. We have this Oxford student, Samuel Williams, who was caught on video shouting, "Put the Zios in the ground." Apparently, he thought this was very clever. Let's take a look.
Upright, a steadfast, and a noble resistance in Palestine and in Gaza to look to be inspired by. And I don't want to yap for too long, but a chant that we've been workshopping in Oxford that maybe you guys want to join in. It goes, Gaza, Gaza, make us proud, put the Zios in the ground. Gaza, Gaza, make us proud, put the Zios in the ground.
Now, the interesting thing about this hateful little rant is that it's bad enough on its own, but after this, he was arrested and suspended from Oxford University for these blatant calls to violence against Jews. And when the police raided his house, they found weapons and bullets, which they confiscated. So this is a true wannabe Hamas terrorist here. Hopefully, now he's been apprehended for good. And good on Oxford University for finally getting rid of someone who's espousing terrorism. And now we have our ugly story of this week. A survivor of the October 7th massacre was targeted and threatened by pro-Hamas activists in the West on a college campus in California. Now, Yoni here came to share his story of survival from Kibbutz Mefelsim, where Hamas invaded, murdered, raped, and kidnapped members of his community. Now, these campus activists thought it would be a good idea to dress up as those same Hamas terrorists who traumatized the speaker for his crime of being Israeli. I think there are few things more sick and narcissistic than this type of activism. And I know we already did the good, the bad, and the ugly, but I have a special bonus just for this week. Palestinian activist Motaz Azaiza, everyone's favorite photojournalist who was escorted out of Gaza mid-war on a Qatari Air Force plane, is now being feted across the United States on a celebrity speaking tour. During his time in the U.S., however, he did make sure to take the time to post about his support for Hamas and armed resistance in a special post on social media. My question is, why was this terror supporter ever granted a visa in the first place? I mean, hello, where is ICE, Kash Patel, Marco Rubio? Someone do something? There is no way that an individual who's espousing these ideas should be going around the United States propagating such rhetoric, especially when Hamas is a U.S. designated terrorist organization. Well, that's it for this week on Axis of Truth. We'll be back soon with more interviews and stories from the Middle East. I'm Emily Schrader. Be sure to follow me on social media, Emily K. Schrader, or Emily in Tel Aviv. And thanks for watching. See you next week on Axis of Truth, only on JNS.
In times of crisis, one Israeli organization is saving lives in a very different way. For decades, Efrat has helped women facing unplanned pregnancies, offering real choices, emotional support, and practical help. Their work has touched tens of thousands of families. Let's take a look.
Efrat was founded by a Holocaust survivor who believed the future of the Jewish people rests in new life. Since then, the organization has helped nearly 90,000 women choose motherhood, ensuring that babies are not only born, but raised in loving homes.
When the war broke out, we felt we had to do something. We bought 10,000 soft-shell jackets, and we ran to the posts where these soldiers are, and we gave them jackets. What was so amazing is when they saw our car, they said, wait a second, you're Efrat with the abortions? We said, yeah. They said, well, I'm alive because of you. Soldier after soldier, we all of a sudden discovered we met our children out there. The idea that we started meeting our children decades later was overwhelming.
Women who call Efrat are often in deep crisis, alone, pressured, and afraid. The first step is listening. Volunteers meet each woman with compassion, practical solutions, and a clear message. She is not alone.
The assistance that Efrat gives to the pregnant women who deliberate with us whether or not to continue the pregnancy is very meaningful for the women. First off, when the baby is born, they get a crib and a stroller, a baby bath, a baby kit with bottles, clothing, diapers, and then 2 years of monthly packages with diapers, wipes, formula when needed, food for the family when needed. And then after that, that's not the end of the help.
That support extends even further, helping mothers with job training, daycare, and the tools they need to become independent. Many, like Hannah, say Efrat changed their lives.
When I reached 26 years old, I got pregnant. It was very difficult for me. I didn't have education. I was living at my mom's house. I didn't know what to do, but the environment was pushing me not to continue the pregnancy. So I called Efrat, and a very nice woman heard my story. And with the help of Efrat, I decided to have my son. Efrat organization helped me when I was in the lowest point in my life. After they helped me, I get back on my feet to become an independent woman.
Her son is now grown, and she volunteers with Efrat to support women facing the same fears she once had. With just a small investment, Efrat can provide hope, strength, and a future for mothers and their children.
My high vision is that no woman would go into abortion without knowing that she has a choice and that she can stop and think about it, and there are organizations and people who want to help her.
Well, Sharia law for thee, but not for me. The Islamic regime in Iran exposes its double standards as the daughter of a top Khamenei advisor appears bare-shouldered and without hijab at a luxurious wedding, while women in Iran are jailed or killed for far less. The wedding video that went viral shows Ali Shamkhani, a senior advisor to Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and former head of Iran's National Security Council, walking his daughter down the aisle in a strapless Western-style gown at a luxury hotel in Tehran. No hijab, no fear. The footage has sparked outrage across Iran, including from supporters of the regime, who say that it exposes the depth of elite hypocrisy. Shamkhani himself helped oversee the crackdown on women protesters in 2022, when the regime launched deadly attacks following the murder of Mahsa Amini. A UN fact-finding mission identified more than 500 killed and over 20,000 arrested in the 2022-2023 uprisings. Since April 2024, the regime's Noor plan has led to mass arrests of women and confiscation of assets. Yet the elite faces no consequences. Women have been beaten, fired, or imprisoned for letting so much as a strand of hair show, while the daughter of one of the regime's most powerful officials celebrates in full view of the camera. This blatant hypocrisy, one set of rules for the masses and another for the powerful elite, underscores the authoritarian core of the Islamic Republic, where dress codes are used as weapons of control, especially for women, not culture. The situation on the ground in Iran continues to be volatile, with ongoing sporadic protests against the regime and a collapsing economy as the regime continues to prioritize terrorism funding over their own people. Just yesterday, chants of death to the dictator ran out on the metro in Tehran as hundreds called for the return of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi inside Iran. Dissent rapidly growing as the majority of Iranians seek regime change. While the dictatorship holds on for now, the instability could lead to a mass uprising with any major event.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the hour. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest updates coming out of the region. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance has just wrapped up his two-day visit to Israel. But just before departing, Vance shared some harsh words on Israel's Knesset voting to pass a bill to apply sovereignty in Judea and Samaria. Vance called the decision, quote, weird, stupid, and insulting. Take a listen.
Oh, yeah, that was weird. That was weird. I was sort of confused by that. I mean, look, if it was a political stunt, it was a very stupid political stunt, and I personally take some insult to it. The West Bank is not going to be annexed by Israel. The policy of the Trump administration is that the West Bank will not be annexed by Israel. That will continue to be our policy. And if people want to take symbolic votes, they can do that. But we certainly weren't happy about it. Thank you.
This follows repeated efforts by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to halt his far-right minister's efforts to pass bills regarding annexation in Judea and Samaria, as the United States strictly claimed their opposition against annexation. Trump comments as well, saying that Israel will not annex Judea and Samaria, as per his promise to Arab nations. Trump added that Israel will lose American support should the bill be passed in the second and third vote. Now, before his departure to Israel, Secretary of State Marco Rubio also commented before Trump and Vance and had this to say on the matter.
What do you make of the Israeli parliament moving forward on potential annexation of the West Bank? Right as
well, that's a vote in there. Yeah, that's a vote in the Knesset. But obviously, I think the president's made clear that's not something we'd be supportive of right now, and we think there's even threatening to the peace deal. So they're a democracy. They're going to have their votes. People are going to take these positions. But at this time, it's something that we think it might be counterproductive.
And it doesn't stop there. Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar said that the bill, which at the time has no operational or legislative consequences, was an attempt by the opposition to embarrass Netanyahu and his coalition during Vance's visit, summing it up as a political stunt and ensuring that it's only a preliminary vote. The comments from Rubio came just before his departure to Israel. Rubio is expected to visit Israel for 2 days to discuss the Gaza ceasefire implementation and the advancement of Trump's Gaza peace plan. But one ceasefire or cessation in fighting that is not holding at the moment is the U.S. brokered deal between Israel and Lebanon. The IDF confirmed in the last hour that the military fighter jets are striking Hezbollah positions in the Bekaa region in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah continues attempts to rebuild on the border with Israel, this in clear violation of the U.S. brokered cessation in fighting signed in November of last year. According to the IDF, the targets included a weapons storage facility and a training camp for terrorists to carry out attacks against Israel. And the World Court is now demanding that Israel work with Unrwa, the UN relief agency that is supposed to help Palestinian refugees in the Gaza Strip. Although Israel knows of UNRWA being compromised, the ICJ is now claiming that Israel has not provided enough evidence to support the claim that UNRWA workers doubled as Hamas terrorists and took part in the October 7th massacre. Israel has since banned UNRWA activity from operating on Israeli soil after accusing some staff of participating in the massacre in 2023. But the investigation conducted to support Israel's claim has been deemed only, quote, a neutrality-related issue. Clearly, the stockpiles of weapons found inside UNRWA buildings, the tunnel shaft openings located by the IDF near UNRWA facilities, testimony from return hostage Emily Damari, who said her captors held her inside a UN building, and mountains of evidence supplied by the NGO UN Watch did not suffice for the ICJ to make their ruling. And on your screens right now is the video of the kidnapping of the body of Yonatan Samerano by a confirmed UNRWA worker. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. For more updates, catch us live every hour on the Hour or download our app by scanning the QR code on your screen. I'm Devo Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
President Trump delivers a mind-blowing speech at the Knesset as the 20 remaining live hostages return home from 2 years in brutal Hamas captivity. He then meets with Muslim, Arab, and European leaders in Egypt to seal his plan for Middle East peace. But Hamas has already violated the first phase of the deal. What are the chances of the plan being fully implemented? This and more on Israel Undiplomatic.
Shalom and welcome to another episode of Israel Undiplomatic. I'm Mark Regev, and as per usual, I'm here with my co-host, Ruthie Bloom. Ruthie, what a week. And I'd like to remind you, Ruthie, that in last week's podcast, which we did like a few hours before the deal came to fruition, you were a bit skeptical. I was a touch more upbeat. In the end, I was right to be upbeat.
You were absolutely right. And it's interesting because I have to say, in this week, it feels like a year has passed since our last broadcast, because it wasn't just that President Trump came up with the deal and that Prime Minister Netanyahu accepted the deal. Hamas responded at some point with a memo that really said it wasn't accepting the deal. It pretended to, but everything in its memo said no, not yes. And President Trump did something that got me very nervous, but it turned out to be clever. What he said was, he announced on Truth Social, Hamas has accepted the deal. And I thought, oy vey, Hamas didn't accept the deal. Everything in its letter was completely the opposite. But because Trump did that, it kind of pressured Hamas and the other leaders to act as though that was happening and sort of lay down the law. Then I didn't believe that when I said all 20, the first phase is that all 20 live hostages, actually, it was all 48 hostages, have to be returned to Israel in one fell swoop within 72 hours. Nobody believed that was going to happen. But thank God, the 20 living hostages were returned in one group, you could say. And the deceased were not until the following day, and we'll discuss that later. But what I will say is it was this amazing scene because President Trump's arrival to Israel virtually coincided with the release of those hostages. And we'll get to that. He came to address the Knesset. First, he was going to land at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv, and then be taken to Jerusalem with Netanyahu, and meet with him and meet with some of the families of the hostages who had already been released in previous deals. And then he was going to address the Knesset. But he landed late at Ben Gurion Airport, so he was late to all the others. And after the Knesset speech, he went right to Egypt for this summit of all these leaders. So now you tell me how you felt when that was happening.
First of all, I mean, obviously you're correct in most of what you say, but I know I disagree with one thing that you said. You said Trump came up with a plan and Netanyahu accepted it. And I think it's a touch more complicated. And in fact, I think that's not true, what you said. There was a discussion, you'll recall, about 6 weeks ago at the White House where they discussed the day after of Gaza, the day after the war in Gaza, which is many of the things in this plan. And who was invited? Ron Dermer from Israel. And I know intuitively that that's a sign that this plan wasn't a surprise to Israel. It doesn't mean that we didn't have discussions. Trump said in his speech that Netanyahu held tough on all sorts of issues and there was difficult negotiations. But the idea that the Americans came up with this plan that surprised Israel, that it came out of the blue, in your words, that he came up with the plan and Netanyahu accepted, I think there was very, very good Israeli-American coordination on this plan, that it was worked out. It didn't mean, once again, Trump said Netanyahu fought very hard on separate issues to make sure that Israel's interests were looked after, that the plan, the Trump plan, would in fact cover the Israeli war goals, that Hamas must be disarmed, that all the hostages must be released, and that Gaza will no longer be a military threat to Israel. It'll be demilitarized. All that is in the Trump plan, and it's not accidental. It's because I think the negotiations between Netanyahu and Trump, between Ron Dermer and the Trump team, I think that was the precursor, that was the necessary element to make this work and be so successful.
Yes, well, I'll take it a step further. Everybody knows now that actually Ron Dermer wrote that plan.
No, that might be overstating it.
Not sure.
Yes?
I mean, I have it on great authority that is what happened. But again, as all lawyers will tell you, it doesn't matter what's in a contract. It only matters who signs it.
Correct.
So, yes, they did, of course, negotiate, et cetera, because the last part of the plan involves the far future path to a Palestinian self-rule, something like that. All kinds of things that we know, we've heard all that before. But what makes this plan so different, and as I said, it doesn't matter. You're right. It's called Trump's plan. And yes, Israel was instrumental in writing it. And so did, as was acknowledged by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Trump himself. So there's no issue there. But it's a beautiful plan because it puts the onus on Hamas. And the very first phase is, first, you release the hostages. Then we release terrorists from jails. I mean, it's a shame we had to do that at all, okay? But nevertheless, we agreed to that.
What Trump did do that was crucial in the success, and we spoke about this last week, was that Trump got Hamas's allies and friends in the Arab and Muslim world to endorse the plan for their own reasons. Not because they like Israel, but for their own reasons. And I think that made, together with the Israeli military pressure, that diplomatic pressure from Hamas's allies to Hamas, from the Turks, from the Qataris, and so forth. And I think only Trump could make that difference because Trump had the leverage with the Qataris and with the Turks for them to put the pressure on Hamas to accept this deal.
Absolutely, no question about it. Okay, so what we see here, we've seen an incredible dance between the White House and Jerusalem. We've seen it throughout this war, well, actually, not throughout this war, since Donald Trump entered the White House. And, it's been, I would say, as you point out, the combination of military pressure and what you call diplomatic pressure from all those Hamas-supporting countries on Hamas. But I would add, it's important to stress that the pressure that was not helpful, in my opinion, were the demonstrations in the streets, bring him home, and Netanyahu, if the hostages are killed, the blood is on your hands. Those protests were not helpful at all. And but I want to say we'll get back to that issue with the hostages. But let's talk about Trump's monumental speech to the Knesset. There's never been anything like it. First of all, he was only the fourth president in history to address the Knesset. And it was incredible.
First of all, I agree, and we'll talk about Trump's speech, but I want to talk before that. He had to sit through 3 speeches of Israeli leaders, and I'm sure it wasn't that easy for the president to have to sit there and politely wait for everyone else to finish their speeches. But the Speaker of the Knesset, Amir Ohana, spoke, I thought, very well. After that, Netanyahu gave a very good speech, and that was followed by the opposition leader Lapid, who also, I thought, gave, maybe it's a matter of expectations and so forth. Following Netanyahu is not easy, who's a great speaker, but he also, I thought, gave a very solid and good speech. I want to pick on one thing that Netanyahu says, which I think it made me think of something that I hadn't thought of before. He said when October 7th happened, the whole world supported Israel because it was just in the aftermath of the terrible Hamas atrocities. And the combination of that diplomatic support with the military pressure Israel was applying allowed for the first release of prisoners, that first group of hostages who were released. And then he said, slowly Israel lost the diplomatic support of the world, and there was no release of prisoners because all the pressure was on Israel. And he said that flipped in December 2024 when Trump was reelected. Suddenly, Hamas agreed to another release, and this final release. And he was saying sort of that the election of Trump was a pivotal moment in the war, in changing the dynamic in a positive way to Israel. And I think I hadn't thought about it that way before, but it made me think that, yes, Trump's victory was instrumental in changing the momentum into a positive direction. Israel could apply the military pressure, but with Trump applying the diplomatic pressure, that was the game changer. I think that he did things that Biden couldn't or wouldn't do. Couldn't or wouldn't, you'll decide, Ruthie. But Trump's role here has been pivotal. I even heard, just to sum it up, and I think it needs to be said, there's this show on PBS where they have two people doing the weekly news on the NewsHour. And David Brooks, who's theoretically a Republican, but a very anti-Trump Republican, yeah?
Yeah.
He said, he paid Trump a compliment. He never pays Trump's compliment about getting this deal. And he said, the truth is, Trump has done more for stability and peace in the Middle East than Obama and Biden, who came in with all these plans. Yes, and it's 100% true. And here, we can now talk about Trump. But there's no doubt that in getting this successful outcome to the war in Gaza, Trump really deserves everyone's acclamation. And you know what's interesting? Across the planet, the left hates Trump. The British left hates Trump. The Australian left hates Trump. The Canadian left, the American left hates Trump. Where does the left like Trump? Only in Israel. Only in Israel. In Israel, and we saw in the collapse in the Knesset, there was wall to wall, the left, the center, the right. Everyone likes Trump. Everyone knows that he got our hostages out and helped us get this deal.
Oh, he's a rock star in Israel. And the left, who used to also hate him in Israel, but because of his involvement in getting the hostages released, they just loved him. And they went to visit him a lot, the families of the hostages. Everything you say is right. But when you mention Obama and Biden and all the Democrats, their view of diplomacy is, everybody, let's make peace, and Israel will give you territory, and we'll lie down and play dead. And Obama said, I'm leading from behind, and America's not greater than any other country. Of course Trump is doing more, because Trump says peace through strength. Trump joined Israel in the attack on Iranian nuclear facilities. Trump changed back the name of the Defense Department in the United States to the War Department. It used to be called that, and it became the Department of Defense. It's now Department of War. Pete Hegseth is called the Secretary of War, not Defense. And Trump, with all his flowery language, and when he went to Saudi Arabia, and he speaks really highly of the Emir of Qatar and all these people in Turkey and all these basically Islamist bad guys, who, especially Qatar and Turkey and all of those who fund and support Hamas. But here's what he does. He flatters the way he did with Putin. He flattered Putin repeatedly, humiliated Zelensky at the White House, and now the tables have turned. You know why? Because he said, yeah, Putin's a great guy, and he's going to do this and going to make peace and all that. And when Putin didn't do what he wanted, he's now against Putin. He says, I'm going to maybe give weapons to Zelensky. And that's important, because I think what we're seeing here is he's telling us it's carrots and sticks. And these countries all believe. They want the carrots, and they believe the sticks. His threats are credible. And that makes him completely different from any Democrat. And that's why I don't like the word diplomacy. It's not exactly diplomacy. It's something else entirely. He has asserted American power around the globe. Thank God, ignoring the wing of his party that is against, that is isolationist, that hates Israel, etc. And it is very telling that in his Knesset speech, he said that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is the greatest Secretary of State in history, is what he said. And you know why that's crucial? Because J.D. Vance, who's his vice president, is in the isolationist wing, and Marco Rubio is not. And I think that he was indicating that if ever, that actually don't think I'm with you guys, you isolationists, because I'm not. I'm with the Rubio camp. Furthermore, he is, so as I said, a lot of people I know on the right in Israel and abroad have said this is a terrible deal because it talks about a Palestinian state. Don't worry about it. They don't want a state. They just want to destroy Israel. There's not going to be that in international forces. I'm also against those. But this is a completely different deal. It says, if this doesn't happen, then that won't happen. It makes it different from every other peace deal that Israel has ever been involved with. You hear the word peace, you know that bloodshed is about to follow. Duck is what you say to yourself.
I want to say something that Trump said for the upteenth time when he was here. He said the war would never have happened if he had been president on October 7th, 2023. And a lot of people just dismiss this, maybe correctly, as typical Trump bravado. He likes to exaggerate and so forth. But I want to stress that there could be a certain amount of truth in that. And I want to explain why. The outgoing deputy head of Israel military intelligence, the man that was in his position October 7th, 2023, and left his post because of that, he was talking about the reasons for October 7th. Why did Hamas attack us when they attacked us? And he gave the reasons we all understand. We've heard before that they were afraid of the deal, possible reconciliation between Israel and Saudi Arabia, that they thought the country was falling apart. Israel's a paper tiger. The military is falling apart because of the people who were refusing to serve in the military and so forth. And he also said something that I hadn't thought about before. You remember there was that Biden-Netanyahu rift. And that Biden was asked a couple of times publicly, when are you inviting Netanyahu to or are you inviting Netanyahu to the White House? And he said, no. And this guy who's a professional military analyst, obviously with a blemished record, yes, but he said that because of the obvious public friction between Netanyahu and Biden saying, I'm not inviting him to the White House, that gave our enemies, Hamas, Hezbollah and Iran, the sort of feeling, because they don't understand how politics works in democracies, they don't live in them, yes? The feeling that, Israel is alone, its biggest ally is no longer with it. And that's not the only reason, but one of the contributing factors to the Hamas attack on October 7th. His words, not mine. Fast forward to that speech we saw in the Knesset this week with Trump, right? When America stands strongly behind Israel, when people see two allies who celebrate their partnership, who celebrate their alliance, that when Netanyahu says we have no better friend in the world than the United States of America, and Trump says Israel is our friend and ally and we will stick by Israel, and if you need to finish the job militarily, we'll stay. That actually is a force for deterrence and stability. When the Obama administration came into office, I remember they said very clearly, we want to have daylight between us, and that's good for peace, to have daylight. We'll be some sort of honest broker. The contrary is true. The contrary is true. When America stands strongly with Israel, that puts all those people who are against peace and against stability and want to do bad stuff like Hamas, that gives them a feeling, we can come out of our holes and do our dirty work, yes? But when America stands strongly with Israel, that's when you get the Abraham Accords, that's when you can get progress, that's when you get stability. And maybe, had we had a speech like that from Trump a month before October 7th wouldn't have happened.
Well, if Trump had been in the White House for a second term after his first term, when he did amazing things, not just the Abraham Accords, he put his his whole support behind Israel. He recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. He moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. He recognized sovereignty over the Golan Heights. He ripped up the Iran deal. He did one thing after the other. If he had stayed a second term, things would have looked different. And by the way, now what you can see is all these world leaders scrambling. He's, he can't stand them. He's not fond of the leaders of France and England and, the UK. And Canada. He has put his foot down to their disgusting recognition of the Palestinian state at the UN General Assembly. He has, and the fact that he made that Knesset speech right before getting on a plane to go to meet with all of those leaders and Turkish President Erdogan and the Emir of Qatar and Al-Sisi of Egypt and all of this, that was a statement. That was a statement to the world. He didn't just say we're allies. He said, I love Israel. He even made reference to his son-in-law being Jewish and how his daughter converted to marry him and how he loves Israel. He just repeated it again and again and again. I am with Israel. And then to get on a plane. Now, Egypt and Israel are so close. How long was that plane ride? Half an hour? I don't even know.
45 minutes. I've done that flight.
45 minutes. Okay. Nothing. All right. And they, for sure, were all sitting in their venue in the hotel in Sharm el-Sheikh. I guess it was in a hotel. I'm sure, all watching and listening to that speech. And that was amazing. And I would like to just add one thing, and you and I are going to talk about this as well. The Israeli protest movement loved Trump, and they loved Witkoff. Witkoff, I have to say, Trump said this in his speech as well, that Witkoff seems to be a really nice guy because everybody seems to love him. And it's true. We saw that with the hostage families. They love Witkoff. And I've never met him, and he must be a nice guy. But when he made a speech at Hostage Square after it was announced that the hostages would be coming home. And the Hostage Square was filled with tens of thousands of people cheering, saying, thank you, Trump. We love you, Trump. Again and again. It was like hysteria. And Witkoff gave a lovely speech, and every time he said something, they cheered, cheered, cheered. And then he said, and now I would like to say to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and the crowd booed and hissed. And Witkoff kept saying, okay, could you let me say what I want to say? And what he wanted to say was that Netanyahu and Ron Dermer, they also booed Ron Dermer, that they were crucial. They play a crucial role in getting these hostages home, a crucial role in ending the war, etc. But nope, the crowd was disgusting. And it wasn't the whole crowd, but it was enough. There was enough chanting of booing that you could hear it very clearly because there were several thousand booing him. Then President Trump, again, in the Knesset, he made a point of stressing how crucial Netanyahu was in winning this war. And that's another thing. That's another thing that distinguishes him from those Democrats, that there is such a thing as winning, as victory, as strength. Not all of this, we're just citizens of the globe. No. And thank God for him. What can I say?
About the booing of Netanyahu in Hostage Square. So I agree with what you're saying. That also, I thought this is just out of line. This is the man has agreed to a deal, right? That he's been, as I said before, he was part of forming the deal to get all the hostages out when everyone thought it was impossible to get all the hostages out in advance, yes, as a down payment. And, when Witkoff also thanked the Turkish president, they clapped. A man who's, said all sorts of anti-Semitic things, the crowd claps. When he thanks the Qataris, everyone claps. When he said, Jared Kushner said, we feel sorry for all the innocent civilians in Gaza killed, they clap, but only for Netanyahu do they boo. And I agree with you, it's not the whole crowd, but there's definitely part of the motivation behind, and we can say it now that all the hostages, I'm not talking about the families, and thank God they've got their loved ones back alive, and hopefully all the people with the dead hostages will be coming home soon. But there's no doubt that the hostage movement was used by the opposition to Netanyahu for political purposes. There's no doubt about that. And that was clear in that booing. It was really, I mean, imagine in front of, we can have all our arguments, but in front of a foreign leader who's celebrating the return of the hostage, it really was, I think, unnecessary, and it exposed, I think, some of these activists for who and what they are. As we go forward, we have to say what Trump said yesterday was just as important as anything he said in the Knesset, because, a lot will depend now. The live hostages are out. Hopefully, the hostages who are no longer among the living will be coming home in the coming days, all of them. And we should, once again, if Hamas starts playing games, from our point of view as Israel, it's a deviation, it's breaking the deal, and then we don't have to do our obligations to, right? They have an obligation to release all the dead hostages, and they have to do that. If they don't do it, we don't have to continue with the sort of things that Israel is committed to do in this process. But there's a whole bigger question after that issue is done, is the issue of what will happen in Gaza when this is over. And that yesterday the president reiterated that Hamas has to be disarmed. And he even said they will be disarmed. And once again, like he said when he spoke about Iran once, one way or another. He said, they promised me, they committed to me that they're going to disarm. If they don't do it, it'll happen anyway. In other words, saying it can be done the nasty way, which is Israel using force, which is also something that Netanyahu said in his speech. Right? If they disarm. Now, what is the Hamas game plan? And they haven't suddenly become Boy Scouts, right? They've been military defeated, but they want to, arise from their ashes and recreate themselves and rebuild themselves. It's clear that's what they want to do. They haven't had some sort of, vision of suddenly become nice people. They're bloodthirsty terrorists. And their model is Hezbollah in Lebanon. They want to be the power behind the scenes. They want to be the people with guns. They don't care. There can be some sort of, other government, but they want to run Gaza, and they want to be the people, the power behind the scenes. They want to be the people with the guns. That's their plan. And that Trump was so unequivocal that we reject that possibility. That's not going to happen. And one way or another, that is not going to happen, either, as I say, the nice way or the hard way. I thought that was a crucial supplement to everything he said when he was in Israel.
Yes, well, he said it even more specifically. He said, if they don't disarm, we'll disarm them. And when asked how, he said, I don't have to talk about that, but they know I'm serious. That's what he said. We'll disarm them. Now, when he says we, again, he means Israel. That's what's so incredible. He doesn't mean he's going to send American troops there to do it. But he used the word we. Again, you see, this is incredible. And Israel never expected American boots on the ground. We didn't need American boots on the ground. We needed that support, that backing, also weapons. But I'm not talking about the weapons. I'm talking about and standing up to Netanyahu, by the way, it's not just that the crowd shouldn't have booed him because he agreed to a deal. He has been working round the clock for 2 years fighting this war. And it's shocking and shameful that was their response. And you're right. They have a chance. There's going to be an election. They don't want to vote for him. Don't vote for him. It just was an appalling scene. And as I said, even Steve Witkoff now, Steve Witkoff is no stranger to vile behavior like that. Why? Because Trump also has the people, the anybody but Trump, the Trump derangement syndrome people are perfectly capable of doing that too. All the people who said we're leaving the country if Trump is elected, and they call him a fascist and they call him a Nazi. So it's not as though, I think that's part of the reason that Witkoff kind of laughed, with embarrassment when the crowd was doing that. He knows who those people are, and they're just like the American left that does that to Trump.
I want to talk about two side issues maybe from Trump's visit to Israel. One was a visual image. And it wasn't really mentioned much by the Israeli media because for the Israeli media it's normal, but I thought it was a good picture. And I'm not sure everyone who saw the pictures from the Trump visit actually noticed this. There's a wonderful picture of Trump in the middle, and on his right, Benjamin Netanyahu and Sarah Netanyahu, and on his left, the Speaker of the Knesset and his husband. And I thought that picture said much more about modern Israel than many of the other pictures. Because, we're two democracies. But let's remember this fundamentally about Israel, that Israel, unlike our neighbors and unlike everything that Hamas and Hezbollah stand for, Israel is a liberal country with a little L, yes, in the true sense of the word. We are a pluralist country. We are a country of equality under the law. We are a country that gives rights to people, and no matter what their sexual orientation. And even people like that can achieve highest positions in the government, in this case, Speaker of the Knesset. And that's something that we don't talk about in Israel because it's natural. But I remember that photograph of the five of them. That made me smile.
It's interesting you're saying that because it's so natural that I didn't even notice it. I mean, it's not that I didn't see the photo. It's that I didn't even think there was something to note about it. And that's very important what you're saying. It's so much a part of us that I didn't even notice it. Speaking of Amir Ohana, the Speaker of the Knesset, who's openly gay, and he and his husband have 2 children. The reason I'd like to raise him for a minute is he said years ago, I've interviewed him, I've written about him, he's a wonderful guy. But one of the things he said is that growing up in where he grew up in a development town and all this, and he's from a North African background. I mean, his parents are Moroccan, and they tend to be usually not that woke and modern. And he said, no, my coming out of the closet as gay, that wasn't a problem there. It was my coming out as a member of the right wing, as the Likud party among the gays. That is unacceptable. And the gay community hates him, and they demonstrate against him. They think of him as someone who betrays them.
I think you have to say the organized leadership of the gay community.
Right, but they're mostly, so he said, what does he doesn't go to gay pride parades and all that. He said, what does my sexual orientation preference have to do with my opposition to a Palestinian state? It was said so perfectly. And why is that relevant right now to this whole thing? Because Trump's very seriously battling the whole woke-sphere. And the trans, there is such hysteria about transgender in America, young people, young children transitioning, and men being women in sports and all of this stuff. And why is that important for me to mention? Because Amir Ohana is also against wokeism. Being gay in Israel, being who you are, nobody denies that. And the same thing in America. When you turn it into an active movement that's political, and also transgenderism is a whole different ballgame from gay, and that's a different discussion for us. But it is important to note that it's not just that Amir Ohana and his husband are standing next to Prime Minister Netanyahu and his wife, but Trump again is against woke, but he would have no problem of having somebody gay. The issue is what side of the political, spiritual, cultural divide are you on? And religious, by the way, are you on? And that is why I think it's good that you pointed that photo out.
The other thing I want to say was something which made us both smile, was when Trump said to turn to the president of Israel, who has the power. We have a ceremonial president. Yes, the Israeli president, is a ceremonial figure. He's like the king of England. He doesn't have real political power, but he does have the power of the pardon. And usually he gives the pardon after the government has asked him formally to do so. The president, once again, is not like the American president or the French president. He is a ceremonial figure. But Trump turns to him in the middle of the Knesset debate, and, off script, it's not on his teleprompter. He says, maybe you should give Netanyahu a pardon. And he says, a pardon, sorry. Give Netanyahu a pardon. And that's because he says, look, this is a great wartime leader. And what he's accused of is trivia, and why is this going on? This is just unfair. And I thought, if talk of all that Netanyahu and Trump have in common, they both genuinely feel, yes, that the justice system was politicized against them. Whether that's true or not true is beside the point. The point is that they both have this common thing, that political opponents have utilized the judicial system in an unfair way against them, and I've got no doubt that that brings them together also.
Oh, for sure. I just think that you don't need to equivocate.
You know me.
No, the judicial system was turned against them. It was lawfare against them. They're bogus charges, both of them. It's not just they felt that way. It is that way. So now, it's true that what's funny about his having said to Herzog, just give him a pardon, is that in fact, Netanyahu doesn't want a pardon because a pardon means you were guilty of a crime. And he is fighting to say, no, I'm not guilty of it. But what was even funnier is the way he said, the way Trump said, come on, cigars and champagne. Who the hell cares? That's what he said. Who the hell cares? And everybody laughed in the Knesset, even those who are out to get Netanyahu. They laughed because it was funny, because he is funny.
And maybe true. Maybe true.
First of all, it is true.
Yeah.
Then, and he said he's the greatest wartime leader. He said president, though Bibi is a prime minister. Greatest wartime leader in history, something like that. And you know, I think that it's aside from the fact that let all those Arab countries and all those and Europe, let them all hear it, okay? Because they're all trying to kiss Trump's butt now. And why? Because they know they have something to gain. And rightly so. I don't have a problem with having self-interest be the reason that people do the right thing. Okay? And that's fine with me if Trump's awarding these countries various things, aid or whatever, if it actually serves the purpose. But make no mistake, another thing is, make no mistake that what we want is we are hoping that Trump actually knows that the Middle East, that this is global jihad. I mean, he certainly is fighting global jihad in his own country. He certainly says so with illegal immigration. We see that Mamdani is about to become the mayor of New York. He's a communist, he's a socialist, excuse me. And he's also a very, like his wife celebrated October 7th. You know, we're talking about bad people here that are this mixture of Islamist, of Islamist and communist. And Trump knows very well. So what we have to hope for is that his carrots and sticks work. And when I say work, I mean, don't get this fantasy about, you know, peace busting out all over. Interests, that's fine, as long as Israel's interest is kept up. That's always been my problem with you when you say, well, you know, we have an interest in good relations with this country and that country and the other one. Yes, but they have just as much an interest in relations with us. And we want to make sure that Trump polices that.
And I think Israel's victory in this war, this overwhelming victory in Lebanon against Iran and now in Gaza too, and of course the changes in Syria, that has made peaceful normalization of relations with Arab countries more likely, because people don't make peace with a weak country. People don't make peace with a defeated country. People gravitate towards powerful players. And Israel's strength is the prerequisite, the necessary element for normalization and peace. And Israel's strength on the battlefield has been shown, and Israel's strength diplomatically was shown with Trump's visit. One last point, and with that we have to finish because we're running out of time. You said that Netanyahu doesn't want to pardon because he doesn't want to admit his guilt. I'll remind you that President Ford gave President Nixon a pardon, and Nixon never admitted his guilt, as far as I know. So you don't have to do it. Until next week, we will continue this discussion.
Looking forward to it.
Welcome to ILTV's podcast. Joining us today are two students from the University of Haifa and University of Haifa International, Aiden and Daniela. Thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So why don't we start by you introducing yourselves, telling us a little bit about where you're from, what brought you to Israel. So Aiden, let's start with you.
Sure. So my name's Aiden Siegel. I was born and raised in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Making Aliyah was a dream of mine since the moment I first stepped foot on Israeli soil about 5 years ago, and I'm happy to be here today to say that my dream came true.
Incredible. And just a little fun fact, I also am from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So
Amazing.
Small world. And Daniela, what about you?
So, my name is Daniela Florea. I'm 25 years old and coming from Bucharest, Romania. And I would say that my dream was to move also to Israel from the first time I came here, because it was everything so different, so from the language to culture to overall vibe. And I remember the first feeling I had was like, oh my God, I want to live here and I want to be surrounded by this cool environment and I want to challenge myself and to learn new things.
Incredible. So why did you choose the University of Haifa specifically?
So, first of all, University of Haifa, I chose the University of Haifa because I like the idea of studying in the top of the mountain, especially with this hot area from here. And it had all the programs. It had the program that I was interested in, which was the diplomacy track. And I also heard from Israelis that it's a respected university, so it just supported my idea of coming here.
Absolutely. And Aiden, what about you? Why did you choose University of Haifa?
Well, I knew I was going to be living in Haifa because my brother-in-law and my sister live here, and I wanted to be close to them. I also wanted to give myself time to sort of acclimate because my Hebrew was and still is pretty limited. I didn't have a job lined up, and I just had the savings from the job I previously had to make it work here. So when I found out about the University of Haifa International School and that they offered a program in Israel Studies, I knew that this would be a really good launching pad for my career and for me to make a life as an Israeli here.
So walk us through a little bit what it's like to be a University of Haifa International master's student.
Sure. So in the dorms, it's a rich mix of different cultures, of language, of scents and foods. Really gives you a unique perspective, and it challenges your preconceived notions about the world when you get to have conversations and make new friends with people from countries you probably would have never otherwise met. And I think that challenge it extends to the classroom as well. Certainly I have my own ideas about Israel, but it's very rewarding to be in the same classroom and be taught by professors who really have prestige in this field, and to provide us with new texts, new thinkers, and new ideas about a country that there's really just so much to learn about.
Mm-hmm. And Daniela, what about you? Walk us through sort of what it's like a day in the life of a U of Haifa international student.
So first of all, I'm a very active person. I always have to do something and I'm always rushing, as you know that. And for me, being an international student in Haifa, it feeds this part of me of being active. There's always something to do, always something to learn about, or even in social activities or just educational level, there's always some activities and trips or just things to do in the university. There's always something to do. So I would say that it's very active. It's a very active lifestyle here.
Mm-hmm. And so, Didi, I want to ask, because, this podcast is really about sort of what you're studying, what you're doing at the University of Haifa, because both of you are involved in some pretty interesting areas. So, Didi, I want to start with you. Before we dive into sort of the coursework and what you're doing, you're connected to EcoPeace Middle East. Can you tell us what that is?
So, very interesting. I discovered this non-governmental organization in a field trip from the university, organized by the university to the Knesset. And one of the speakers was from EcoPeace Middle East. And I heard them speak and I had that click. I was like, wow, this is fascinating. And that was the moment I learned about climate diplomacy. And I was, for a while, I knew that I want to do something in diplomacy, but I didn't find my thing. So that was the instant click. So I contacted them and asked them to do an internship, and after a couple of interviews, they accepted me. And it was really, really interesting. I did the internship for 10 months. For the first 3 months were during before the war, and after the rest of the months was during the war. And I applied for my intern. I was an intern for the project management program, but I just want to mention that it was for me so fruitful and educational to be surrounded by people during the beginning of the war, because as a student, this is how you learn, and I was surrounded by educated people, and they taught me how to be forgiving, full of love, to think of how to build the peace with everything that I do. So I think it was the best period to be surrounded by this kind of people.
Absolutely. Couldn't have been easy to be here, especially as a foreign student.
Yes.
After October 7th. And, you mentioned this idea of climate diplomacy, which ties into your studies. But I want to understand, what exactly is climate diplomacy, and, how do you hope to work in that field? What exactly do you do?
So, as I mentioned, I learned about climate diplomacy from EcoPeace, and I thought that it's so fascinating how we can use Mother Earth to create peace. Even though it's not maybe the first choice for everybody, there is a tool that you can take it and build peace with it. So I learned this from Israel, and how it makes it really nice and smart with the neighbors that we have.
And so, Aiden, let's turn to you now, because you're also studying, that might seem maybe a little bit obvious, in Israel studies. Why did you choose this specific path?
I think the simple answer is Israel is sort of what makes me tick. It's my favorite subject. I truly believe that there's no greater drama than the emergence of the State of Israel in 1948. And there's so many different angles that you can study it from, politically, theologically, culturally. And I think that even if it's just a drop in the water, it gives me a voice and a feeling that I can make a meaningful contribution to a country that I really care about.
So you talk a lot about your love from Israel. Where did this love come from?
I think it was always in the backdrop. Certainly my parents instilled a love for Israel in me. I went to Hebrew school, and Israel became a part of my Jewish identity. But I think the more, the deeper answer, and maybe the more interesting one, is that it comes from my Bobi, from my paternal grandmother, whom I never had the chance to meet because she passed away before I was born. But my family likes to compare me to her because she also had a fierce love for Israel, and also a talent for writing. And like me, would oftentimes submit articles and letters to the editor in newspapers where she felt that Israel needed to be defended and had needed a voice to represent her. And I think in many ways Israel is that shared love that enables me to connect on a deeper level to a really special person whom I've never had the chance to meet.
Mm-hmm. And, you mentioned your love of reading, your love of writing, especially about Jewish and Israeli history. We were speaking beforehand. You also said you like classic rock records and graphic design. So how do you tie all of this together?
Well, I mean, I think specifically collecting Israeli rock records is actually like owning a piece of Jewish history. It's also a really fun way to learn Hebrew. As for graphic design, it's just something I really do for fun, but it's really hard not to be inspired to create when you live in a city like Haifa. There's just so many beautiful sites. There's murals everywhere you go. There's just so much subject matter that can really inspire you to want to design something.
Mm-hmm. And so, how are you taking all of this love for Israel, all of your hobbies, how are you sort of tying that into your studies at the University of Haifa?
Well, I think first and foremost I consider myself a writer, and I think that after October 7th and throughout the war, if there's one thing that I'd be able to contribute to this country, I think that it would be my ability to set the story straight about Israel. As for graphic design, I don't really have any career aspirations for it, but who knows, if the writing career doesn't work out, maybe it's graphic design.
So setting the record straight about Israel, something that's definitely needed today. So, we've covered sort of a little bit about yourselves. We've covered your studies at Haifa University. Now I want to ask you both a little bit about your experiences here in Israel as a whole. Moving to Israel can be a bit of a culture shock, especially for people from Europe, the United States. Can you maybe share with us a little bit, sort of what's the biggest culture shock that you experienced when you moved to Israel?
Definitely the bureaucracy. I think all Olim Chadashim would probably agree with me on that. In Haifa, it would definitely be just as helpful to know Russian in addition to Hebrew. And whenever you're an immigrant and you have to go to the Ministry of Interior and deal with paperwork, the bureaucracy can be pretty intimidating and frustrating, but it's good to be persistent.
And Daniela, did you think of a culture shock?
Yes. So definitely what you see is what you get. And Israelis are very straightforward for good and the bad. And I really love that. They will always say what they think.
What's on their minds. Absolutely. Yeah. And okay, now let's get to some fun questions about Israeli food. Right? So you mentioned, I think, earlier on the podcast that you like sort of trying the new, different kinds of food, Israeli food. So if you could only eat one Israeli food for the rest of your life, what would that be?
Shawarma. I think Israeli street food is unmatched, and I like the familiarity. I like the comfort. Shawarma.
Daniela?
Malawach.
Oh,
and it's a hard answer because I gained 8 kilos since I moved to Israel. Like, it's so delicious, everything here.
The food is definitely delicious. Yeah. Many people don't know this. I personally like shawarma as well, falafel, all the street food is amazing. And what's the most Israeli thing you've caught yourself doing? So you've been here for a while, something Israeli that's maybe seeped into your routine.
My brother-in-law always likes to tell me to make it here, you really have to use your elbows. And I don't know if I have the same level of confidence as native Israelis to maybe cut in line at the grocery store, but I think that I'm a much more direct person and maybe more assertive, and maybe that's just all part of becoming Israeli.
Mm-hmm. And Daniela, what about you?
For me, wearing flip-flops all the time. And I love being comfortable. I love that. Like wearing comfortable clothes, comfortable shoes, comfortable makeup.
Less formal here in Israel.
Yes, and it was so hard for me in the beginning. I moved, and just to imagine, I went to the beach with an Israeli friend, and I was wearing full glam makeup with fake lashes, and he looked at me, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I don't know, like this is how we do in Europe. We like to prepare for everything. And here I'm just going to the bank in flip-flops, and everybody treats me the same, by the way, and I love that."
Yeah, much lower key in terms of dressing up.
Yeah.
For better and for worse. We still dress up, though, for their evenings. Okay, so Aiden, you talked about Israeli rock and that you like to collect classic rock songs, learn Hebrew from it. So, if you had to create a playlist that represents your life here in Haifa and Israel, what would the first song on it be and why?
So, one of my all-time favorite rock bands, and certainly my favorite Israeli band, is HaYehudim. And there's a song called Mechapes Teshuvah. And while it's thematically kind of dark, and I would say maybe doesn't best represent how really happy I am in Haifa, I think it's really good to listen to look back on, because when times were sort of tough before I made Aliyah, it was a song that I would listen to quite a bit and tell myself, when you become an Oleh, maybe you'll see them in concert. And I did end up seeing them in concert, and it's a song that now I can look back on and say that I made it and how far I've come, and it's also just a pretty cool song.
Wow, and sort of coming full circle. And Daniela, what about you?
Fun fact, I listen to heavy metal, but my personality completely switched when I came to Israel. So I listen to a lot of Mizrahi music and Middle Eastern.
Last question for both of you. For the people watching or listening to this podcast, why would you recommend that other people come to study in Israel, especially now, especially after October 7th, after the war, after everything that we've been through these past couple of years? So why should people come to study in Israel now?
Because history's being made here, and you don't want to be on the sidelines for that. I think that it's more important now, more than ever, to contribute to Israel. If it's a country that you believe in, like I do, then certainly one way of doing that is by coming to the University of Haifa International School to learn about the country and to really make an impact.
And Daniela, what about you?
So for me, I've been here before the war and also during, and it was the period that I learned so much, being here during tough times, and I learned how to love so much everything around me, and I learned the resilience, the Israeli resilience. So I think generally the best time to learn is during tough times, and I know it's gonna be better soon, like עוד יותר טוב.
עוד יותר טוב.
Yes. But I think this is the best time where you can really feel the Israeli love, the Israeli resilience, and you feel like a big family here, and you learn from everybody and from everything.
So a beautiful message, and we'll end, I think, the podcast on that note. Daniela and Aiden, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the hour. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest updates coming out of the region. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance has just wrapped up his two-day visit to Israel. But just before departing, Vance shared some harsh words on Israel's Knesset voting to pass a bill to apply sovereignty in Judea and Samaria. Vance called the decision, quote, weird, stupid, and insulting. Take a listen.
Oh, yeah, that was weird. That was weird. I was sort of confused by that. I mean, look, if it was a political stunt, it was a very stupid political stunt, and I personally take some insult to it. The West Bank is not going to be annexed by Israel. The policy of the Trump administration is that the West Bank will not be annexed by Israel. That will continue to be our policy. And if people want to take symbolic votes, they can do that. But we certainly weren't happy about it. Thank you.
This follows repeated efforts by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to halt his far-right minister's efforts to pass bills regarding annexation in Judea and Samaria, as the United States strictly claimed their opposition against annexation. Trump comments as well, saying that Israel will not annex Judea and Samaria, as per his promise to Arab nations. Trump added that Israel will lose American support should the bill be passed in the second and third vote. Now, before his departure to Israel, Secretary of State Marco Rubio also commented before Trump and Vance and had this to say on the matter.
What do you make of the Israeli parliament moving forward on potential annexation of the West Bank? Right, as
well, that's a vote in there. Yeah, that's a vote in the Knesset. But obviously, I think the president's made clear that's not something we'd be supportive of right now, and we think it's even threatening to the peace deal. So, they're a democracy. They're going to have their votes. People are going to take these positions. But at this time, it's something that we think it might be counterproductive.
And it doesn't stop there. Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar said that the bill, which at the time has no operational or legislative consequences, was an attempt by the opposition to embarrass Netanyahu and his coalition during Vance's visit, summing it up as a political stunt and ensuring that it's only a preliminary vote. The comments from Rubio came just before his departure to Israel. Rubio is expected to visit Israel for 2 days to discuss the Gaza ceasefire implementation and the advancement of Trump's Gaza peace plan. But one ceasefire or cessation in fighting that is not holding at the moment is the U.S. brokered deal between Israel and Lebanon. The IDF confirmed in the last hour that the military fighter jets are striking Hezbollah positions in the Bekaa region in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah continues attempts to rebuild on the border with Israel, This in clear violation of the U.S. brokered cessation in fighting signed in November of last year. According to the IDF, the targets included a weapons storage facility and a training camp for terrorists to carry out attacks against Israel. And the World Court is now demanding that Israel work with Unrwa, the UN relief agency that is supposed to help Palestinian refugees in the Gaza Strip. Although Israel knows of Unrwa being compromised, the ICJ is now claiming that Israel has not provided enough evidence to support the claim that Unrwa workers doubled as Hamas terrorists and took part in the October 7th massacre. Israel has since banned Unrwa activity from operating on Israeli soil after accusing some staff of participating in the massacre in 2023. But the investigation conducted to support Israel's claim has been deemed only, quote, a neutrality-related issue. Clearly, the stockpiles of weapons found inside UNRWA buildings, the tunnel shaft openings located by the IDF near UNRWA facilities, testimony from return hostage Emily Damari, who said her captors held her inside a UN building, and mountains of evidence supplied by the NGO UN Watch did not suffice for the ICJ to make their ruling. And on your screens right now is the video of the kidnapping of the body of Jonathan Samerano by a confirmed UNRWA worker. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. For more updates, catch us live every hour on the Hour or download our app by scanning the QR code on your screen. I'm Devo Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
A week into the ceasefire, Hamas has released 20 hostages alive, but the bodies of the dead remain unreturned. Now, in a brazen violation of the ceasefire, Hamas has attacked the IDF in multiple locations and has turned its weapon on its own people, including children. Will Hamas ever disarm? Is the Trump vision of a new Middle East unraveling and dead in the water? We're unpacking it all, only on the Quad, only on JNS. Welcome back, everybody, to the Quad. And we have missed you because it's been an incredible few weeks. We had the Jewish holidays, but also in all that, we had the release, the miraculous release of all our living hostages. We had a peace deal that we're going to be unpacking with my wonderful co-hosts, and so much more. So here we are in the Jerusalem studios with Emily Schrader, journalist, human rights activist, Shoshana Keats-Jaskol, who is the co-founder of Chokhmat Nashim, Elevating Orthodox Women's Voices, and return co-host Bellamy Bellucci, who spends all her time being an activist for the pro-Israel cause and not getting a check for $7,000. Hi, Bellamy, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what is going on in Gaza? Well, in the last 24 hours, 2 Israeli soldiers were killed in a horrible attack that essentially broke the ceasefire. But anybody watching the news would think that it was us who broke the ceasefire. But this is what's going on. And at the same time, Hamas are busy executing their own people, including children. Look at this.
من تحدث خلال هذه الحرب عن الأخطاء الكارثية التي قامت بها حركة حماس بمغامرتها في هذه الحرب التي استمرت عامين، وكل من خالفها رأي أصبح الآن خائف ويشعر بالحذر الشديد من أيضا ما حصل مع عائلة أبو عجوة، وبالتحديد مع السيدة ألفت أبو عجوة الذي زوجها يعمل ضابط في مخابرات السلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية. قامت حماس بقتلها هي وأطفالها بالأمس بسبب أنهم يتعاملون مع الاحتلال وأنهم جواسيس. ما ذنب طفل بالخامسة والسادسة من عمره؟ كيف له أن يتعامل مع مخابرات إسرائيلية
All right, ladies. Well, we need to unpack this. First of all, let's just take a moment of appreciation for the fact that literally 2 years to the Jewish date, and my husband says just at the end of Hoshana Rabbah, when we're going into Simchat Torah, which for us has been, completely ruined because of what happened 2 years ago, our hostages come home. Trump comes to Israel. He literally takes the Knesset by a storm. They sign a deal. He goes to Egypt. Do we have peace? Do we not have peace? Did we expect anything different from Hamas? And to me, the genius of this deal, as opposed to other deals on the table, and I will stick to this because people are saying, oh, we could have signed the deal a year ago. No. The difference between this deal and previous deals was the order of things. In previous deals, it was retreat, and then we'll let go of a few hostages, maybe a few every day, a few every week, and just string this out as much as possible. But what Trump and Kushner and Witkoff and Bibi and Derma, what they managed to do is say, no, let's bring back all the living hostages. And of course, the dead ones were supposed to come back. That's the first breach of the ceasefire. And then we'll retreat. And that leverage, people don't seem to understand, is everything in this region. So, Emily, what are we to expect coming in the next few days now? Is this going to fall apart? Are the actors that Trump has brought in, Turkey, Qatar, friends of civilization, are they going to be helping? Are they going to be making things worse?
I mean, I think we don't know for phase 2. This is something just in the beginning stages of negotiation. But I have to say that contrary actually to a lot of Israelis, I'm very obviously in favor of the release of the hostages, but I'm not impressed by this deal. I'm not impressed at all by the U.S. administration.
Why?
I've always been opposed to Witkoff. You know why. Yes. First and foremost, the Iran issue.
Yes.
But beyond that, I think that this is another misreading of the Middle East, and you see it even through the language and the way that they're speaking about it, and even the response to the violations of the ceasefire. I mean, Hamas not only didn't return all the deceased hostages, despite the fact that we released 1,700 terrorists plus 250 convicted murderers.
Yes.
But they also organized multiple locations of violent attack. It wasn't just the incident in which 2 soldiers were killed. It was also, there was sniper fire, and there were a few different incidents. Also Jabalia, they attacked forces. So they were small-scale things, but in multiple locations on the same day. And you see the president, President Trump's response being like, well, no, maybe they don't really have control of the area. And, there was some incidents and there was some shooting. And by the way, the United States also said that the slaughter of dozens, I believe it's now hundreds, of Palestinians by Hamas inside executing these so-called collaborators without any due process. The U.S. administration stated that too is a violation of the ceasefire. So we have 3 different forms of violation of the ceasefire, and still President Trump and the U.S. administration are sticking their heads in the sand and insisting, we have a peace deal, we have a peace deal, we have a new Middle East. No, you don't. This is not a peace deal. This is a temporary ceasefire. It frankly is an opportunity for Hamas to rebuild. They've already stated repeatedly that they're not going to disarm, that they're not going to demilitarize, that they're not going to be removed from power in Gaza. They're not going to agree to phase 2 of this deal. So even calling it a deal in the first place from the perspective of President Trump is misguided. And I think that he was more concerned about his ego and being able to say that he made some kind of a deal. And I say this while acknowledging fully that I think it's fantastic that they were able to get all the hostages out. And that's why at the end of the day, I support it. But is it what he's presenting it as? Absolutely not.
But what if he does manage to bring regional actors like Saudi Arabia, like the Emirates, like the people that we may think, okay, these people know how to deal with jihadis because they've dealt with their own jihadis. Would that give this a little bit more legs? Egypt being more involved in the running of Gaza?
I mean, it remains to be seen who's going to be running Gaza. I mean, Hamas themselves are saying that they're not going to leave. So I don't know how that's going to work. The Arab world doesn't care about Palestinians. They've made that abundantly clear for 75 plus years. I don't expect that to change. If there is peace and advancement of the Abraham Accords, which I hope there is, especially with Saudi Arabia, that would be great, but that has nothing to do with the Gaza deal. And Trump, I saw in Egypt when he first left Israel after that speech in Knesset, he was saying in Egypt, oh, they said it couldn't be done, but I solved 3,000 years of conflict. No, you didn't. You didn't. Because the incitement and the hatred and the fundamental rejectionism of the right of Israel to exist as a Jewish state in the indigenous homeland of the Jewish people is still rejected by the majority of the Arab world, not all, but the majority. And beyond that, it's rejected by the vast majority of Palestinians. So I don't know where that leaves us in the long term. You maybe shouldn't have started with me. I'm telling you.
Let's go to Shoshana. How do you read what's happened in the last 2 weeks? I mean, just give me synopsis.
We have to point out that every episode we end the show with a prayer for the return of the hostages. And I feel very strongly that for our viewers who have not seen us for a few weeks, like you didn't get to see our reactions or our immediate responses. And I would love to say the Shechianu.
Let's do it.
For our viewers, which is a prayer thanking God for having us, bringing us to this moment. So I want to share that with you guys. So I will say, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, shechianu v'kiyimanu v'higiyanu lazman hazeh.
Amen.
And I want to, nothing Emily said is wrong. And I want to say, we have to, and I just listened to an interview with Eli Sharabi on Chaviv Redegor's podcast. He said in the tunnels, he had everyone say things that they were grateful for that day. And so if Eli Sharabi and the hostages, 50 meters underground, starving, can find something to be grateful for and make sure you say it every day, I just want, for my piece right now, to say I am extraordinarily grateful to see. I can't stop watching these reunions. I can't stop listening to these interviews with these people coming out of tunnels. I am glued to the TV. I was 9 hours watching the television that day, Erev Simchas Torah. From 7:30 in the morning, I'm up, I'm awake with my, 18 cups of coffee. It had to be that whole day, watching until I had to shower for the holiday, tearing, crying, laughing at the Knesset, Trump in the Knesset. I felt like I was watching 300 years of events in 9 hours. So much has happened.
So much
happened. Nothing Emily is wrong, is Emily saying is wrong. And I feel like I want to go back a little bit and just be happy for it ended before we talk about that.
But I think we're very good at holding two things at once. We can be suspicious because, come on, how many of us actually believed, hey, peace is our time. We know who we're dealing with. And at the same time, hold that gratitude to President Trump, to the leaders of Israel that I don't think have gotten enough credit. And I know it's easy to villainize, but somebody was sitting there doing this deal with everybody else. And to prioritize the living hostages, I think says a lot about who we are as a people. Bellamy, you moved here a few months ago. You were in the height of New York's Mandani era, let's call it like this. Let's hope he doesn't make it to the end. How do you perceive everything that's going on from your perspective?
To be here is such a privilege, number one, because I think that there's nowhere else that I'd rather be right now. And to experience it in a place where it's happening firsthand, completely different from sitting in an apartment in New York going, but there's a war happening. No, let's talk about it from where we are. It's been an extremely emotional and beautiful thing to watch these families get reconnected with their loved ones after 2 years, and to actually see that there is hope in terms of hopefully the world opening their eyes to who we are, not just as Jews, but as Israelis, that we do prioritize life. That is who we are at our core. So it completely shuts down the narrative of which nobody else is interested in, as we know. Number two, loved everything that you said. My question is where was the 72 hours? Mm-hmm. The 72 hours kept being an extension and an extension. And as much as I love the Band-Aid of what this is, I'm very surprised that it actually lasted this long where the world started to say something. I'm very surprised because I thought it would have started happening right away. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop in terms of thinking, okay, well, I don't want to be too skeptical. I really want to be happy about it. But okay, something seems off because it's too quiet. And I love the fact that it is quiet. I love that there has been some breath that everybody has been able to actually inhale and exhale. But it's like, it's too real. Like, it's too good to be real in a way.
Well, it didn't last very long.
It didn't last, but it lasted longer than I expected. I'll say that it lasted far longer than I expected. But then now looking at what people are saying externally, I'm thinking, why has it taken you this long to even say anything?
I don't think anybody's seeing anything any differently. You look at the media, and now we're being blamed for breaking the ceasefire, even though they didn't return the bodies.
We're being blamed for them executing their own people.
We're being blamed for them executing. We're being blamed for a shark that they have fished out. Did you see this?
Yeah, the endangered species.
The endangered
that
species they fished out.
How is it
of the sea? No, because apparently because we starved them. Then the poor Gazans,
so they had
to eat an endangered species. Meanwhile, the restaurants in Gaza are open and buzzing, and they even opened
the new restaurant named Nova.
The Nova restaurant.
But if you
look at the culture of hatred and glorification of war that they have there. And I don't know, I mean, when people kept asking me, I did a lot of media after Trump was here, and the deal was like, so do you think there's going to be peace? I'm like, let's
No, I don't think anyone in Israel really thought this was a peace deal.
But
I mean,
people around the world did.
Of course, fully did. Honey, Trump is stumping for that Nobel Peace Prize, okay?
Listen.
How many times, my kids were counting, we were watching the Knesset, how many times they said peace, Nobel Prize when they were all speaking.
You know what? And he deserves it just for getting all the living hostages home. And please God, the fallen, the dead hostages, the murdered hostages should come home. But also, let's not forget that the price, Emily, you mentioned it, the price we paid. All these terrorists with blood on their hands, including the one that attacked our friend Tal Hartouz, Kay Wilson, 18 times and murdered her friend in front of her. Many stories like this. And we're willing to pay this price of letting out these murderers. And then, again, the media. They were tortured and starved in the prisons of Israel. They're terrorists who have killed multiple people. And they not only were not tortured and starved, they probably got a degree out of it. It's maddening. How much hatred can there be?
There's also the comparison we saw at BBC, New York Times, many others as well, saying there was a hostage exchange.
Yeah.
Or that prisoners have been exchanged. One of them is murdering innocent civilians, and one of them are the innocent civilians they tried to murder.
Yeah, exactly.
And the media is equating these two as the same thing. It's outrageous.
Also, if you look at it visually, you can be as dumb as a box of bricks. Look at it visually. Look at the hostages that were released back to Israel. And look at the actual terrorists and the state that they're in. You could ignore everything. Just use your eyes. Look at that and tell me who we are, number one, as a people, but also what they had to go through. So who's who?
But it's even worse than that, because you know that guy came out without the legs. Why does it? And they said, look what Israel did. He doesn't have legs because he was part of a botched explosion that he actually did, and he blew off his own legs. And somehow that's also our fault. Did you see that one?
Of course.
Oh my God, it just feels almost surreal that we're in this, this epicenter of what our ancestors have been through, and that we're going through it right now. And it doesn't matter it's Israel, it doesn't matter what we do, it doesn't matter what we don't do. We're to blame in terms of the haters. The conspiracies get bigger.
I don't know about that. To be a little bit more political and controversial, I think this is a very strong case for the death penalty. And I don't understand why we continue doing this.
Well, your friend Ben Gvir has
1027. Don't even go there.
Ben Gvir has a proposal.
A broken clock is right twice a day, okay?
Ben Gvir has a proposal on the table for the death penalty. You know what? Everybody should support it.
I totally agree.
I'm so fed up with convicted murderers being let out because they,
or living on our tax dollars and getting money from the PA. Hello?
And getting degrees and getting an education. One of them, by the way, which is in a turn of events, a Fatah one got released and Hamas just killed him. It's like, you can't make this up. I'm sure we'll get the blame for that as well. And I just don't think people understand what societies we're dealing with. And maybe what you said at the beginning, Emily, is right. It's a complete misunderstanding of the region that we live in. And everybody's watching it through lenses of another region that has nothing to do with this region.
I feel like we have a real opportunity. Like in theory, right? We have a real opportunity here. There's no ruling party in Gaza right now. I mean, yes, Hamas is still alive, and yes, there are clans, but really there is almost like a blank slate. if we really could go in, like just taking the positive idea of Qatar being good and not, wanting Hamas to, and Egypt, if they really, really, really wanted to, they could not only rebuild physically Gaza, but they could rebuild culturally Gaza, because those kids have been educated for 20 years that we stole their land, we took from them, and
more than 20 years.
They can't live without us dying.
Yes.
So there is an opportunity here. I just really hope it's actually taken, and not just no one's going to get a peace prize, but like actually rebuilding culturally, rebuilding educationally. But
That can they do that when the U.S. administration doesn't even understand Palestinian or Arab society? How can they do that when they're talking, out there, to the international media about how there's now peace been achieved in the Middle East? Like, they're not realistic. Even Witkoff, like you watch his interviews and how he speaks about this. He was talking about negotiating, and a victim of terror was talking about how they had lost a loved one to Hamas terrorism. And he said, oh, well, my brother died of an opioid crisis. That's terrible. It's very sad. And I think he's a well-intentioned, great person. However, he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know who he's dealing with. He doesn't know what these issues are. He's a businessman. He knows how to make deals the same way that Trump knows how to make deals. He doesn't know how to handle Islamist terrorism, at least so far.
I agree, but I want to push back on something. I think that Trump, what I liked about what happened to get those hostages out is this. They said he put the ball in the court of Hamas. Everybody was pressuring Hamas. Qatar, they obviously threatened Qatar. They obviously, pushed Turkey. Everybody kind of became the pressure point for Hamas, which is what should have happened 2 years ago. Okay, 2 years ago, we would have had a different administration, a different outlook. That's what would have happened, and maybe the hostages would have come out a long time ago. And then Hamas said, yes, but, and Trump took the yes and kind of bulldozed it. And I find that to be actually very much the language of the Middle East, how they managed that weekend to get to the hostages coming out. They didn't take no for an answer, essentially. They just kind of bulldozed this into being. And I thought to myself, even if this
is the living hostages.
Exactly. Yeah. But did you ever think Hamas was going to give up their most important leverage? Now, you got to give them a lot of credit for that. Did I think that from that we're going to have peace and kumbaya? And no. But if we got those living hostages back, and we are now still in 53% of Gaza because the line, our retrieval line, still gives us the advantage and the leverage, I think that was better than anything we had in the last 2 years. And so we've got to give them credit for that. Do we all think that this is going to bring peace and Dubai here in the Gaza Strip? No. We don't.
So it's even gotten worse, the fact that when you then hear from the outside saying, but what is this line? Okay, you are Canada, I'm America. I'm now going to walk on over, and if you say no, I will keep coming, and then I will tell the world, but I can go. How does that make sense? It's like a petulant child. Don't go past this point. We've gone a little bit this way. We're going to keep going. But at some point, you can only have candy after you've had something to eat. Are you eating anything? No. I want the candy and I'll take the candy. It's a petulant child.
But we killed the terrorists approaching our troops to the line. And of course, that was seen as, they shouldn't have been in the line to begin with. And the thing is that we still have the tunnels. The tunnels are like an important part of the terror infrastructure. And they are within the lines that we've retrieved to. And we now have to start, like Israel Katz said, destroying the tunnels. Because that is the nerve center.
They have to be flooded.
They have to be flooded, whatever it takes. They have to be flooded. Either way, we're just so grateful that the hostages are home. We pray for the return of those bodies. I'm not sure Hamas actually know where all of them are, but I think they know where most of them are.
Most of them are.
You think so?
This is the
for sure. Yeah.
There were even some of the hostages who came back who testified that they had witnessed where some of the bodies were being held. For sure they know. And I'm sorry, but the idea they don't know where Hadar Golden is. Absolutely.
They've been holding on for 10 years.
Why is it's October 20th? Why has his body not been transferred? The idea that they don't know where these, but it's crazy.
It's the greatest lie of my whole life. And it's been the greatest lie even long before I've been alive, long before many people have been alive. It's the greatest lie. But the thing is that right now where we are in the 21st century, it's amplified so much. We have access to information like it's nothing. So anyone can push it in any kind of direction that they want it to go. And that's the most dangerous part. But where we have to be is with not an iron fist and iron spine. We've been doing everything with an iron fist, and at some point, you're going to have somebody that has an iron spine around where we are right now to actually just get the job done.
Yeah.
They will hate Jews either way.
Correct.
They will hate Israel either way. It's not going to change.
That's true.
But at the same time, take the Band-Aid off, make sure that your people are protected, and send a very clear message.
Yeah.
Not again. Not never again. Not again.
But how can we do that when Trump is saying Israel should exercise restraint in response to ceasefire violations, that we struck several sites, I believe it was like 80 Hamas sites last night after they violated the ceasefire, and Trump demands that Israel stop. Trump demanded that Israel stop in Iran. Everything we do, even when Israel wants to continue to finish the job, we are stopped. And most of the time, since Trump has become president, we're being stopped by Trump. Like, we are not the 51st state. And this whole behavior towards us as such is very dangerous, I think. While it may benefit us in the short term in terms of security because we need a little bit more leverage or we need a little bit more weapons in order to carry out the war that we've carried out so far, in the long term, this is not a winning strategy. And it's not beneficial to either side, quite frankly. I mean, you see how much conflict there is inside the United States now regarding, you know, the relationship with Israel. It shouldn't be. It's based in disinformation, but it is a topic. So it's not beneficial to either side to have this sort of paternalistic approach that we keep seeing. It makes me very uncomfortable.
But at the same time, we need diplomatic cover when the whole world diplomatically have turned against us.
Yeah,
and the
I
UN
think we need to
is
focus on being more independent in the longer term, in whatever way possible.
You're right, but it is also true, like Trump said, you can't fight the world at a certain point. At a certain point, you have to recognize that we are in danger of isolation. I'm not saying...
Yeah, but if we turn, for example, and I'm not advocating this, but if we turn, for example, more to the east, and again, I'm not advocating this because, as you all know, I have my problems with China. But is China going to give Israel a bunch of crap when they get attacked in something like October 7th? Are they going to say, oh, stop killing Palestinians, otherwise we're not going to send you weapons? No, they're not. Not with a left-wing and not with a right-wing government in China. It's not going to happen. Japan's not going to do it. South Korea wouldn't do it. It's the United States and the West, because they have a lobby from the Islamic Republic and from Qatar that is influencing their decision-making and their policy-making in government. And the same with Europe.
China's in bed with Islamic Republic as much as anybody is.
Yes, but if Israel turned to the east more in a longer-term strategy, that could change.
Yeah, but ultimately
it's just a hypothetical.
Yes, of course it's a hypothetical, but look, ultimately, I think that our American allies are very important for us right now, and we shouldn't do everything we're told, of course not, but it is an important voice, and it's a voice of reality. We cannot live in an island. We're too small to live in an island. We have to be more self-sufficient, no doubt, but we have to live in the real world, and this is the real world. Yeah. And I actually think, because of my little insight from inside diplomacy or politics, is that a lot of it anyway is theater. I have to say this, you have to say that. You say potato, I say potato. It's like, it's part of that theater. If somebody were to tell me tomorrow that Qatar and America both knew that Israel was going to attack Qatar, I would not be surprised in the least, because a lot of what you see is simply things that are curated to look a certain way, and that's the reality.
Just ask Candace Owens. We're controlling all of it.
Yes.
Had you bring her up, you might. Had to bring her up.
Day was going so well.
The best thing about that Friday that Trump came and made, Monday with Erev Chag, that made that speech is that day, the haters of Israel had a bad day.
Yeah.
They had a bad day. That was a good day for us and a bad day for the haters, and that's why it was so enjoyable. Okay, so on that note, let's move over to our very favorite segment, Scumbag of the Week. All right, Bellamy, let's start with you. Who's your Scumbag of the Week?
My Scumbag of the Week is Deborah Patta, who is a South African investigative journalist who is now the Middle Eastern correspondent to CBS. Now, when I was growing up, she had a show called Third Degree. I enjoyed watching it. I learned so much because she really asked the tough questions. It didn't matter where she was, and it was very much unbiased. How she went after the government for their decisions, how she went after everything in terms of corruption, even in terms of pop culture and who she was questioning. Now, what I've noticed with her coverage of everything that is happening between Hamas and the IDF and like Israel and Gaza is that it's so one-sided. So you'll see a snippet of her saying something at the beginning like, well, the thing is, the hostages did come home. The rest of the segment will be about how these prisoners that were held had to come home, and then only to find out that their family had been complete. It's so one-sided, and every time that I keep saying to myself, no, I'll give it a break. Maybe let me look back. Maybe I'm the one that's going crazy. Stop calling yourself a journalist, because there's nothing journalistic about what you're doing besides collecting a paycheck to say exactly what you're being probed to say.
It's sad, but that is the state of the majority of the media today. And that's why the democratization of the media, which is social media and people having their own platforms, and unfortunately, that's what's happening.
Did you see Christiane Amanpour had to apologize?
Yes.
That woman.
She's been our scumbags here before.
She is well deserved of that title.
I mean, I love watching them apologize, but they don't mean it. They don't care. It's a non-apology.
But I do appreciate when they get caught.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that.
Yeah, like the BBC. Well, that is a worthy scumbag. We will watch out for her so that we can continue calling her a scumbag. Okay. Emily, who's your scumbag?
The important things.
Yes.
So my scumbag this week is the MP from the UK, Ayub Khan, who he led actually a petition this week because there's a game between Aston Villa and Maccabi Tel Aviv, a friendly match that's being held in Birmingham in the beginning of next month. And this MP took it upon himself, total Islamist, by the way, to write a petition to the police in order to ban fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv from coming to the city for this game. Unfortunately, because this is the United Kingdom these days, he was successful. And the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans, as of now, there's some movement that it may be reversed, but as of now, are not permitted to attend this football match, which of course is a total violation of everything that sports is supposed to stand for. But, you know, far be it from Ayub Khan to be modest about this. He took to social media to brag about how their petition was successful and they banned these racist, genocidal fans. One thing that we see a lot on social media now about this issue is the conflation of like political things that have happened in Israel with random football fans. So, you know, you might have someone saying something racist in an interview and all of a sudden you see all the anti-Israel crowd tweeting about how Maccabi football fans are saying death to Arabs when that never happened and there is no such chant. The MP here, Khan, he used the example of Amsterdam and the fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv that were attacked in a pogrom in Amsterdam to make his case that these fans were somehow violent hooligans or dangerous in some way, when in fact, as we know, and as the police and the state in the Netherlands have confirmed, this was a premeditated pogrom organized by Islamists in order to attack Jews. And that is exactly what they did. And that is exactly why we saw the police in Birmingham say that they don't want fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv to come, that they are not permitted, in fact, to come to the game because this is a city that has been completely taken over by Islamism. It's been taken over in the police and the government by Islamists as well. And rather than defend the minority community, both in the UK as well as visitors to the country who may or may not be attending this game, they decided to do the cowardly thing and tried to appease the Islamists in Birmingham. So this is very disappointing to see, not surprising given the way, again, how things are going in the United Kingdom. But Ayub Khan, you are an absolute scumbag. And I just want to note for the record that Ayub Khan also doubted the events of October 7th and claimed that he wasn't sure that those atrocities were really committed. So all par for the course for a true believing anti-Semite Jew hater who supports Islamist terror. Couldn't expect anything less, but nonetheless, shame on you, Ayub Khan, my scumbag of the week.
Well, bravo.
Emily called him out. Emily Damari called him out on Twitter.
Yes, she did. I love
Former
how
hostage.
she called him out, but also, let's not forget, he's one of about 5 Islamists who got into parliament independently.
Yeah.
So they didn't run with any main party. They ran by themselves. His constituency is like 80% Islamist or Muslim, more extreme. And essentially, they have now infiltrated parliament. And guess who helped him? Another famous scumbag, Jeremy Corbyn,
of course,
for about a month and a half, was actually petitioning the police to get to this result. And they feel very happy with this.
Good for them.
No. Absolutely. Well, he's definitely a scumbag and unfortunately not the only one. Okay.
Yes, my scumbag is also in the UK.
Oh my God, what's happening this week?
Samuel Williams.
Oh my God.
I have to be honest, also really made me laugh.
Yes.
Watch this clip.
Upright, a steadfast and a noble resistance in Palestine and in Gaza to look to be inspired by. And I don't want to yap for too long, but a chant that we've been workshopping in Oxford that maybe you guys want to join in. It goes, Gaza, Gaza, make us proud, put the Zios in the ground. Gaza, Gaza, make us proud, put the Zios in the ground. Gaza, Gaza, make us proud, put the Zios in the ground.
My favorite part of that clip is how they say, we workshop this at Oxford.
That's my favorite line.
Where like literature and like history and like culture came from. Now it's like, Gaza, Gaza, make us proud, put the Zios in the ground. Like, congratulations on your education. Like, what? Anyway, Oxford, this is what you're spewing now. Although I did hear he was arrested and they found weapons in his home. So UK, I think you guys got some cleaning to do of your people, both in Parliament and in your institutions. You are my scumbag of the week.
Well, he's a worthy scumbag, and now he's a scumbag who got kicked out of Oxford for cosplaying the Islamist. And I mean, this is really what's happening in university, in the top university in the world. Well, you know, we've got another scumbag who's just been kicked out of being the temporary head of the Oxford Union.
Right.
I can't remember his name, but another idiot.
The one who debated Charlie Kirk and celebrated when Charlie Kirk was
dying.
Yes,
exactly. This is what we've come to: cancel culture, fascism.
Insane.
And that's what we're seeing in the UK. And in keeping with our theme, I want my scumbags this week to be the feckless police of the UK for two incidents. One that Emily mentioned, they absolutely made the decision, the West Midland Police, not to allow Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. So they're saying we can't secure them. What they're really saying is we won't secure them. And for that, you are really the example of what everybody's accusing you to be, two-tier policing. Because you have enough resources and enough energy to arrest people for sharing a tweet that you don't deem as acceptable. In fact, there have been 12,500 arrests for social media tweets or posts that violate what the British police believe are their standards or their incitement to racial hatred. However, when you say things about Jews, killing Jews, gassing Jews, killing Zios, apparently these are not important enough to be offenses. As Tommy Robinson was telling myself and Emily yesterday, when we interviewed him, that two-tier policing is something that the British public are getting really, really fed up of. And the second incident that the British police really showed their colors yesterday, or a couple of days ago, was when they arrested a British lawyer, Jewish lawyer, for wearing a Magen David, and then came out with a statement saying, well, he came to provoke. So maybe he did get too close to the Palestinian marchers wearing a Star of David. But for any of us who've been to any marches in the UK, and I've been to a few, there's always a counter-protest with Palestinians screaming from the river to the sea right next to the Jews. They don't get arrested for being provocative. They don't get arrested for coming to disturb the peace with a peaceful march. And in the same vein, Gideon Falter was walking around, yes, maybe close to the Palestinian or pro-Hamas protesters wearing a Magen David. He wasn't violent. He didn't say anything. He was simply walking around. And when they actually investigated him, 10 hours in a police station, part of the charge sheet was, you were wearing an openly Jewish symbol. Okay. Maybe we should be wearing more openly Jewish symbols, like a yellow star, and then everybody will be happy to know who everybody is, because that's where we're going with this two-tier policing. So my scumbags of the week are the feckless police in the UK who are supported and backed up by a feckless government with a minister for the police who is herself almost, if not an Islamist. And that is Shabana Mahmood. And so this is where we're gotten to in the UK. As a person who's still British, I'm very, very sad about it. And I'm hoping that things will turn around, not for our sake, because we'll be okay. We always manage to survive. For your sake, the UK. For your sake, I hope things turn around. All right, there you go. Might get arrested when I land in the UK now, but what the hell?
What about some people walk around with jihadi flags and then say it's a Saudi flag? No, a Saudi flag specifically has a sword. So they're allowed to walk around the UK.
Oh, they walk around with Hamas flags who are prescribed terrorist groups. That's not a provocation. But Gideon Falter walking around with a Magen David around his neck is a provocation.
And walk around with a
I'm
Bible.
going next week to England. Should I not wear my star?
I wouldn't in certain areas.
Actually?
Yeah,
No.
actually.
Don't.
My husband doesn't wear keep on the street anymore in the UK.
Well, unless you're ready to fight.
Girl, I'm always ready to fight.
I'm sure.
Now that's good TV. That will be good TV. All right. And we always love to end on a positive note. And for every scumbag, there are many, many heroes. So let's start with our heroes. Roshana, who's your hero this week?
I have a lot of heroes this week because, as I said, I've been watching nonstop the videos of the reunions and the interviews with the hostages that have come home. And I am blown away. I am blown away. You know, if they had come out and just been able to smile or wave, like that would have been enough, like a Dayenu, right? Like it would have been enough. And instead, they're coming out with these stories and these inspirational speeches of faith and hope and love and wanting people, like, you know, what do you want most of all? And you would think they would vacation or like just to eat, you know, my favorite food. Like, I want the unity of this country. I want people to love each other. You know, there's no right and left in a tunnel. And there's two clips that I want you to watch. One is Omer Shem Tov, and he talks about finding God in a tunnel. And his darkest moment, I'm gonna cry. And he says something that it changed the way I pray.
Really?
It changed the way I pray. He said, I asked God, how are you today? How was your day? How is this impacting you? And I know there's a lot of people gonna be like, what? That's okay. You don't have to identify with it. But the idea that he was having, not just please get me out of here, please make my, family safe, but thank you and how are you? I never asked God, how are you? I never said, how is this affecting you? How are we doing the right thing? I just changed the way I pray since I heard that speech. And I've listened to a lot of rabbis and I've listened to a lot of Rebbitzins. I've listened to a lot of inspirational people. No one has impacted the way I have a relationship with God in that way. And I hope maybe you can take this and just take whatever you can from it. You don't have to pray, but are we asking the right questions? Are we thinking of the other person all the time?
דווקא בתוך החושך הזה מצאתי הכי הרבה אור. הייתי כל ערב לפני שהייתי הולך לישון, היה לי אלה 5 דקות כאלה שהייתי מדבר עם אלוהים, ושהייתי מתחיל את השיחה, שאני מספר את הסיפור, אני אומר, בדרך כלל אנשים שהם מדברים עם אלוהים, אז הם מבקשים משהו מאלוהים. אבל אף אחד לא שואל אותו מה איתו. אז אני התחלתי בלשאול אותו, השם, מה שלומך? אבא, איך אתה? איך עבר עליך היום? אתה צריך משהו? אם אתה צריך תגיד לי, אני אעשה אותו.
And the other one is Rom Baslavsky. He looks quite pale and weak.
Yeah.
And you just feel like you can see his suffering on him. And yet, when he was asked, what did you take from this? He said that I am a Jew. He said they tried so many times to coerce them with food, with better conditions, to read, just even read a few, lines from the Quran, and they refused. I don't know that I would refuse if I was starving or if I wanted to go to the bathroom or shower. I might just read it, but they refused. And I just feel like, me, in my privilege of life and health and sunshine, can I take a little bit of that faith and that strength, and can I inspire other people to be better, to be more loving, to be more together? And he said, we are one nation and we have to come together. And I want their suffering to be not in vain, but rather to impact everyone around, that we should all take something from them and improve ourselves and improve the world and society. Just listen to some of them. They're translated at this point. It's magnificent. So they are my heroes.
They are magnificent. And I want to read Eli Sharabi's book. My sister's reading it, and she says he became a mentor to all those other hostages. He was kind of like their coach, getting them through it, like you mentioned earlier. And it's funny what you say about, thinking of prayer differently, because I'm watching a fantastic show that everybody should watch called The House of David, about the rise of King David and us in our land 3,500 years ago. And there's something similar to what Elmer Shem Tov said. It said, don't ask if God is with you, ask if you are with God. And that's actually a similar.
And what I find amazing is that they're saying these things with tattoos, right? Like in the Jewish faith, like one of the worst things, like my mother was basically like, you will marry a Jew and you will never get a tattoo. Like those were the two things that I knew, no matter what I did the rest of my life, I was never gonna have a tattoo and I was gonna marry a Jew. But these people are like, tatted up. and talking about faith. And I feel like you don't have to look a certain way. You don't have to, believe a certain thing or do all the rituals to have faith. And I think that
we're not an all or nothing religion.
Yeah.
You have to remember that.
Yeah.
Emily, who's your hero?
So along the same lines, I don't know if I can put it as well as you, but my heroes this week, obviously all the hostages who returned, but more specifically, I wanted to focus on Avi Natan Or and also Noah Argamani, who was released in a very heroic rescue by the IDF a while back. But Avi Natan Or's, her boyfriend, was kidnapped the same day as hers in that now very viral footage of her kidnapping from the Nova Festival. And he was held for 738 days by himself. I think there were maybe one or two others, Ram being one of them, and Alon Ohel, and Guy Gilboa Dalal, probably those four, had the worst time in captivity from what we know so far. That they were tortured, they were systematically starved, they were beaten, they tried to force them to convert to Islam. Some of them were bound in hands and feet in handcuffs for over a year straight in at least one of the cases. Avi Natan Or, we know, had a very, very difficult imprisonment, a time in captivity during all of that time, and he was there the longest, along with the other 19 remaining hostages, and it just takes such strength to survive that. And realistically, like if I'm imagining if I was in that position, I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would be able to take what they have.
Well, he tried to escape, and that's why they gave him worse punishments. And he couldn't even stand up. He couldn't even walk because they put him in this tiny little place. Cage. They put him in a cage.
And we saw reports from the hostages who returned that just in the last 24, 48 hours, they brought them several floors, equivalent of floors, into the tunnels, and that they made 6 or 7 of them stand in a pit for, I don't know, at least 24 hours, where there was no, of course, air circulation. Some of them testified, I believe it was Ram, who spoke about the fact that they thought they were going to die only from that alone. And that was after the ceasefire had already been in motion, had been announced, and Hamas said that they were accepting it. So this should give you an idea of exactly who these people are that are kidnapping civilians and holding them hostage for 738 days, to use as bargaining chips. But to be positive, Avi Natan Or and Noah are my heroes this week, because Noah has lobbied every single day since her return, not only for the return of all the hostages, but of course specifically for her boyfriend, Avi Natan. And so to see them united, no matter what happens from here, is a really, really beautiful and powerful thing. And I applaud them both. You've inspired an entire nation, and we're with you throughout all of this horrible and difficult recovery. But, the entire nation, the entire Jewish people globally stands with you guys and with all of the returned hostages. And we will be here for you, just as we fought every day for your release after the kidnapping on October 7th.
Amen. Beautiful. Bellamy, who's your hero, dear?
My hero is Eli David, who is Aviatar David's brother. And I know, to all the families, but specifically with him because I met him and he was telling me about his brother, because I wanted to really know who he is as a person. And he kept saying, I will say is, I will say is, it's not was, it's not was. And it was so beautiful and so emotional to have seen that, because I think it truly speaks to who he is as a person. How steadfast he was at saying, I will have my brother back. We will play music. And then to see him a few days later playing his guitar was incredible, because I thought, not just for his family, but for his brother, who has been going around everywhere saying, I'm going to tell you the essence of who my brother is. it speaks volumes, I think, also energetically, and it's also in terms of, it's a prayer in a way, because you have somebody that you love and you hold so close to you. And no matter what they're going through, you're also going through something that's painful because you're not able to have them there. You're not able to sit and have Shabbat with them or laugh with them or just be goofy. And to watch his brother there, no matter what he's gone on, like the smile on his face to say he's finally home.
There's nothing like those moments, like you said. They're addictive to watch because
it's incredible.
There's nothing more beautiful than that.
One of the hostages, I can't remember at this moment, said that he felt, I think it was Omer, felt the prayers.
Yeah.
He said he felt warmth. And for people who believe in energies or whatever, I don't care if you believe in them or not, but he said, I felt the Shabbat candles of my mother. I felt the prayers. And just a little tingle, for whatever reason, the Hamas gave him it was like a card that had on it the story of Joseph and his brothers, when his brothers sold him in a pit, and then he was brought out, he was redeemed. And that happened to be, only found out later, the same portion of the Torah that his parents were told to read over and over and over again in honor of his release. I will get you the video. I have chills again, like I'm telling the story.
I think the story, he had to beg his captors to give him that. They found a book or something. They found a book and he begged them to give him something to read, something Jewish, whatever. And that was the story. It's really incredible how these people have come out with more faith, which is actually something that you can compare to the Holocaust. A lot of people came out saying, with renewed faith and renewed identity and belonging, like I'm a Jew. A lot of that happened also in the Holocaust. And in keeping with our role here of incredible heroes that are hostages, I have to give a shout out to Matan Angrist, another hostage, specifically because 2 days after his release, he attended and spoke at the funeral of Captain Daniel Peretz, who died in the battle, in a brave battle that they all had. They were all in the same tank with Itai Chen, who's unfortunately his body is still in Gaza, and it was the same unit, the same tank, and Daniel was the captain, and he fell. And I know his parents, I know his father very well, Rabbi Doron Peres, who did an amazing work trying to get his son out, and then he was told by the IDF that he had fallen. They had a funeral for him with what was left. And then now the body came back. So they've had 2 funerals and 2 shivers for Daniel Peres. But Matan Angres said he came to the funerals, 10,000 people, the president and the first lady were there, Herzog, and he got up and said, I can barely stand, but I had to come and speak at my captain's funeral because he was our leader. And he fought bravely, and 2 days after.
And he said he wants to go back in.
And he said, if I could go back in.
Also, Idan Alexander is going.
Yes, going back. He said, if I could go back in to bring the bodies back of the rest of them, I would. Like I said, imagine 2 days after your release, 10,000 people. You can barely, he said, I can barely stand. You could see it in his face. Yeah. He could barely stand. But he was there. That is the resilience of Israel. That is the love. This is a country of love. However you want to portray us, this is the country that is held together by those bonds of love and resilience. So say what you want.
We also saw this with Eli Sharabi. And less than 48 hours after he was released, he was in the White House. Yeah.
Lobbying. The White House, lobbying every other.
I mean, the strength of these hostages is
these hostages are insanely strong. I just hope that when the hype goes down, that they give themselves the time to properly heal, because the adrenaline must be out of this world. But now is the time to kind of take a breath and heal properly. And, I'm trying and rebuild their lives, which I have all the faith in the world that they will, because they're proven to be strong lions. Yeah. And that is why we're so proud of them. And that is why they're our heroes. And so every week, like you said, Shoshana, we finished our show with a prayer for all our hostages to come home. We will continue with that prayer for all our fallen hostages, our murdered hostages, to come home and have a dignified funeral in their country. Thank you for watching.
Some family secrets aren't locked in safes. They're locked in language. Your heritage is waiting in Hebrew. The conversations at dinner tables, the inscriptions on heirlooms, the letters that shaped your history. When you study with Rosen Hebrew School, you can discover your family's past. In months, not years, you'll connect with long-lost ancestors through language. Stop being a spectator in your own family story. We don't just teach Hebrew, we unlock the stories that made you, you. Which family mystery will you solve?
Every day, Efrat gives women facing unplanned pregnancies the courage and support to choose life. From cribs and strollers to food, diapers, and daycare, Efrat ensures babies are not only born, but thrive in loving homes. For more than 40 years, nearly 90,000 women have chosen motherhood with Efrat by their side. Your gift today means one more woman has a real choice. One more baby has a future. Donate now.
On October 7, I was here at the Nova Music Festival. I ran for my life, hid for 7 hours. Terrorists shot me twice. Thankfully, I survived. I'm still dealing with trauma, and I'm not alone. 3 million Israelis are in trauma. They need mental health care or physical rehabilitation. Wounded soldiers, families, and scared children.
Since 1912, Hadassah has been a life-changing force in Israel. Today, Hadassah has 2 world-renowned hospitals, pioneers breakthrough medical research, cares for youth, and has built the much-needed and largest rehabilitation facility in Jerusalem.
Thank you to everyone at Hadassah Hospitals. You've been helping me, and so many others. And a special thanks to one nurse, my mom. I love you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We are live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the hour. I'm Devil Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest updates coming out of the region. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance has just wrapped up his 2-day visit to Israel. But just before departing, Vance shared harsh words on Israel's Knesset's voting to pass a bill to apply sovereignty in Judea and Samaria. Vance called the decision, quote, weird, stupid, and insulting. Have a listen.
Oh, yeah, that was weird. That was weird. I was sort of confused by that. I mean, look, if it was a political stunt, it was a very stupid political stunt, and I personally take some insult to it. The West Bank is not going to be annexed by Israel. The policy of the Trump administration is that the West Bank will not be annexed by Israel. That will continue to be our policy. And if people want to take symbolic votes, they can do that. But we certainly weren't happy about it. Thank you.
This follows repeated efforts by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to halt his far-right minister's efforts to pass bills regarding annexation in Judea and Samaria, as the United States strictly claimed their opposition against annexation. Trump told Time magazine that Israel will not annex Judea and Samaria, as per his promise to Arab nations. Trump added that Israel will lose American support should the bill be passed in the second and third vote. Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar said that the bill, which at the time had no operational or legislative consequences, was an attempt by the opposition to embarrass Netanyahu and his coalition during Vance's visit, summing it up as a political stunt and ensuring that it's only a preliminary vote. Before his departure to Israel, Secretary of State Marco Rubio also said that the U.S. opposes the idea of annexation. He said before departing for Israel this morning, the U.S. Secretary of State is due in Israel to discuss the Gaza ceasefire implementation and the advancement of Trump's Gaza peace plan. But one ceasefire or cessation in fighting that is not holding at the moment is the U.S. brokered deal between Israel and Lebanon. The IDF confirmed in the last few hours that military fighter jets are striking Hezbollah positions in the Bekaa region in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah continues attempts to rebuild on the border with Israel. This in clear violation of the U.S. brokered cessation in fighting. This signed in November of last year. According to the IDF, the targets included a weapons storage facility and a training camp for terrorists to carry out attacks against Israelis and the Jewish state. And we have an inspiring story to end the day. Released hostage Maxim Helkin, who was held captive by Hamas for 738 days, is back in his uniform and back with his unit. At an awards ceremony headed by the commander of the transport center where Herkin served, the released hostage thanked the soldiers and said it was because of them that he is here today. Take a listen.
תודה רבה. בזכותכם אני חזרתי הביתה לפני כמה ימים למשפחה האזרחית שלי. והיום, בזכותכם אני חזרתי למשפחה שלי, שיהיה לה מדהים. אין גבול תודות. מבחינתי, כי בזכותכם אני פה.
It's a very inspiring clip. It just gives you goosebumps. And Maxim served with the transport center during his mandatory military service and spoke of his love for the unit as he returned to the same position, even in reserves. On October 7th, 2023, Maxim attended the Nova Music Festival, where he was brutally kidnapped by Hamas. Today, he stands proud with his unit, showing resilience and bravery in the face of barbarism. Maxim is truly an inspiration to Israelis everywhere. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. For more updates, catch us live every hour on the Hour or download our ILTV app by scanning the QR code that's on your screen now. I'm Devo Klein, and I want to thank you all for joining us today. As this region is constantly developing, we'll make sure to keep you updated as soon as we get them. Thanks so much for watching, and have a pleasant evening.
Mossab Hassan Youssef, thank you so much for agreeing to this exclusive interview for ILTV News here in the Holy City of Jerusalem at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
You grew up obviously quite immersed in the Hamas ideology and eventually, incredibly, in fact, risked everything in order to move on and to expose it. Just take me back there for a moment, if you can, to that defining moment that that you were able to say to yourself, I want to break away from this.
It's not a moment, the chain of events.
Mm-hmm.
Since childhood, I grew up in a culture that I describe today as a death culture. Does not praise life. The Islamic culture is not concerned of this life, it's concerned of the afterlife. This life is just, they consider it as temporary, it's an illusion, and their work is for the afterlife. This type of mentality does not create a productive society. Sure. And if we did not care for life, then why does it matter? So the outcome of such a way of thinking is violence, recklessness, abuse, and it's a very dangerous indoctrination. But of course, when you are living in it, you don't realize it. You think this is the way of life. You think this is God. This is the universal design. So I could not make the connection between why the violence and why the suffering. When I was about 10, the first Palestinian Intifada started in 1987. And so you can say at least the first 10 years of my life and my early conditioning was to a certain degree tolerable. But when the first Intifada started, things developed to the worse very, very fast. I was living in an area next to the cemetery, and there was lots of clashes, not only between the IDF and Palestinians. It was actually also Palestinians and Palestinians.
During the Intifada?
During the Intifada, of course. So many people, anybody was able to just wear a mask and become a freedom fighter. And they would do honor killing by the name of Intifada. It was total chaos.
Were you scared?
I mean, as a child, I had to just learn how to coexist with this, because the shooting was all over the place. Not to mention that my father was one of the Hamas leaders, so every now and then the IDF would come to our house and take him. The society blamed everything on Israel, and I believe that. But on the other hand, I see the violence. I see people, carrying a butcher knife and following somebody to kill him. Literally, his cousin or a brother trying to kill his sister for honor, only because his sister brought shame on the family. A culture that is based on honor and shame, not right and wrong. This is a very important thing for the Westerners to understand, that they don't measure it by they are willing to side with wrong as long as it's bringing them honor. And today, of course, I'm experiencing this of how to do the right thing, of saying no to violence, and no to suicide bombing attacks, and no to kidnapping civilians, targeting civilians indiscriminately. Immediately, the person becomes labeled as traitor. So there is this collective consciousness of the society that agrees on barbaric practices, and these barbaric practices are coming basically from 7th century. And of course, as a child, I did not like violence. I didn't like to be beaten up by the mullahs, by the imams, and by the principal, by the teacher, by the parents, by the kids on the street, which is normal, considered normal. At least in our time, some half a century ago. So basically, the outcome of this, there is rebellion. Something inside me start changing, that I don't accept this, and if I did not stand for myself, nobody's coming to defend me. No law, jungle. So from very early age, I learned to basically fight back. And in that society, they don't like you when you fight back, especially if you are bringing embarrassment to the tribe or to the family, because you're accountable to your tribe, not to the constitution, or let's say law and order. You're accountable only to the tribe. There is no individuality. You mean nothing. As long as you contribute to the tribe gets the credit. And if you bring shame on the tribe is going to punish you. And if you actually bring enough shame, they will kill you. Your own tribe will kill you. So that kind of mentality. And when I tried to fight back, my father was a very important figure in our society. He was always embarrassed. And I'm trying to explain to him, I was like, they are the bad guys. I'm not the bad guy, but I took the blame anyway. So it's very hard for me to tell you what is the turning point. And to be rebellion since very young age caused me, I created so many enemies. And people just wanted me, and they wanted everyone else to just obey, not to go against the flow. So you can say since childhood, there was separation between me and such mentality, even though I was conditioned in that society. But this continued to widen. The first intifada was very difficult, but the second intifada was a lot worse. And I needed to do something about it, to stand for myself, to what I believe is right. Because just blaming Israel on everything, and I see the actual enemy within, and the misconduct and the bad, violent behavior. It was a very obvious lie. But okay, I understand. You say the occupation. This is understandable. But why do you kill your daughters and your sisters, and just for shame? It's a disgusting practice. And I got fed up at some point of just blaming Israel on everything. I did not consider Israel as a friend, because when they came arrested my father, that also made me hate Israel at a young age. So it's very, very complicated. I cannot recall like a moment that changed everything. But later in my life, when I went to prison, there were Hamas leaders in prison, and they were torturing basically our people. And I thought to myself, what if Hamas succeeded one day in destroying Israel and building their own state? And that was like somewhere back in 1996.
And here we are having the same conversation today. It's unbelievable.
Right, because also it was 16 months, my first imprisonment with Hamas, locked up in their cells, witnessing their brutality and also their close-minded and their delusions. So it's very different when you don't like people's delusion, or you don't like their lifestyle or their way of thinking, or let's say even their violence, but you still have a distance between you and these people and live with them. I lived in Hamas in prisons about like 2 years in total, 3 imprisonment, and I was shocked. I could not coexist with these people.
Can I ask you, I mean, everything you're describing right now, I mean, it's what you said, you called it a death culture. And it's not a political movement, it's not a religious movement. Hamas is something, it's not a resistance movement, it's something very different. Why does the world not get that still? Why do you think it is that they struggle to understand everything you just described?
Yeah, well, the world think Hamas is the outcome of occupation. And they think that the occupation is creating Hamas. I don't think so. Because how can we explain other jihadi groups throughout the region and the barbarism that we actually witnessing now in Syria, the Syrian civil war, the Lebanese civil war, the PLO and other militias, which all of them are inspired by the Muslim Brotherhood, hatred towards the West, 9/11, October 7, the massacres. This and again, if it was occupation, that's understandable. Okay, so there are the bad guys who became extreme, let's say Hamas, as outcome of oppression, right? Like let's agree with them for a moment. But what about the honor killing? They've been butchering women on a regular basis, and they have been canceling women on a regular basis. They are racist towards the Jews. They are racist towards the black people. They are racists towards all the non-Muslims. Christians migrated everywhere else. Like my town is a Christian town. Nowadays, you go there are no Christians. It's just a very small minority.
What town were you in?
Ramallah.
Okay.
So there's so many things. Corruption. Okay, they claim occupation and they blame Israel on everything. They raised billions of dollars over 7 decades. And what did they do with the money? Except corruption, bullying the people, oppressing the people. And you see them on the streets, especially after the return of the Palestinian Authority to our city. Our city was a very beautiful city. We did not have checkpoints. We did not have any of that. They start encouraging suicide bombing attacks. That backfired. So for people who on the outside, they can just say, hey, it's because of the occupation. And they are not willing to see that this is not black and white. It's paradoxical. It's a matrix of things. So the people who don't live there, they cannot make the connections. And the people who live there, they are afraid to speak.
So that's my question, my next question. You know, you managed to get out and to be able to speak about and really to condemn what you saw there. But, you know, how were you able to do that knowing you were turning against your family in some capacity and everything that you knew?
Well, actually, I did not see it that way.
Okay.
Because my intention was not set to turn against people. I turned against violence. That's a very, very different thing.
Did you think your family would back you?
Absolutely not, because as I told you, from childhood, I did much smaller things.
And they didn't back that.
Than opposing the Palestinian violence and the Palestinian nationalism that is leading to violence. And it was a very painful experience. They did not accept it. And obviously, you can see, you know, how my family reacted today when I wrote the book. And in fact, I revealed myself to the public because I should have not been ashamed for doing the right thing, right? So, for many people, they don't want to take the risk. From the early beginning, it was like for me, if I don't take the risk, I'm going to die. Basically, if I don't defend myself, I'm going to suffer. If I don't stand for who I am, it's going to be a problem. So I developed this mentality as a street boy, you know, and I really did not care. I mean, I was dancing with death on a regular basis, not only because of the violence of the Intifada. It's a very, very dangerous place. You know, just running for my life on a regular basis. And this is why from early childhood, and unfortunately, I had to see brutality, violence. It made me into something different. I started working, for example, when I was only 10, to help my mother financially, while all the leaders of the revolution enjoying the money. And my father in prison, my mother didn't know how to manage. So there was no way for me to turn against. I was not, even today, I don't think that I'm against my people. When I say, you know, for example, my people are not Palestinians. Because when I was born, there was nothing written on my forehead, say Palestine. I was born innocent child.
Right.
Palestine and the Palestinians stole that innocence, stole that childhood from me, as they continue to steal it from all the children. Of course, it was not obvious to me at that time, but now the game is very clear. So we had to fight, I mean, the good fight, and I was never motivated by hatred. Even the days later on when I became part of the counter-terrorism effort to stop the suicide bombing attacks, I had tremendous amount of power. At a very, very young age, I was walking down the street when I was probably like 22 or 23. I would have the Israeli Special Forces, and I would have also the Hamas militias, and they don't know that they're walking the same street, and both parties were protecting me. I had access to guns. Like, I mean, killing somebody, for example, at that time, I would get away with it. because nobody would even dare
Did you kill a lot of
question.
people?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Even my worst enemies, even those who wanted me dead, I did not want them hurt. And this is for those who don't read my first book, for example. I had many cases where some of my enemies became targets for assassinations, and I knew about their locations. And the agency was just about to drop a bomb on their head, and I refused. So I know their location, but I'm not willing to kill them. That was the biggest challenge. And some of these people, actually the ones who still lead in Hamas, the most dangerous Hamas people. And today, I don't want to say I regret it. Their punishment at that time was just death. They're murderers, mass murderers. And if I did not insist on arresting them, Hamas would have not kidnapped innocent civilians to ask for their release. Somebody like Ibrahim Hamid. I insist that they don't get killed, even though they wanted me hurt and they wanted me dead.
Today, then, do you regret not getting them killed?
I don't want to say regret. I'm just making a point to show you. If I was motivated by hatred, then I would say, okay, I can. Here is Israel, and Israel wants them dead. I want them dead. Kill them all.
Right.
But that was not my original approach to the problem. 10 years, I was just trying to stop suicide bomber, and even if I had a bomb maker or a mastermind, I insisted that they get arrested. Okay, so 10 years of counterterrorism on a regular basis, where so many assassinations were taking place. I did not approve the killing even of one terrorist. I'm not talking about the innocent civilians.
Right, of course.
So how could I be turning against my people? I could not create a movement at that age in the face of such destructive current of society that agrees on suicide bombing to go write an article in the newspaper. Hamas would execute me like next day. Or my father would be like literally embarrassed, and like there was no way for me to do it. I wish I was able to rationalize with them. So what do? To try to convince the entire society, which to transform a society would take probably decades of work, and it's not only the work of one individual. And on the other hand, it would be to locate a suicide bomber and make sure that they are locked up or stopped before they reach their target and kill civilians indiscriminately. So these are the hard choices. And of course, I sabotaged the terrorist operation, but my intention was not to harm innocent people who had nothing to do with it. Right. Even today, from the beginning of the war, I've been saying, here we are, after many, many years, and the Palestinian violence led to the destruction of Gaza and the suffering of so many people. I'm trying to bring to the world that this is the outcome of violence.
Did you expect something like October 7th to ever happen? Could you have envisioned what happened on October 7th?
I saw things a lot worse than October 7th happening. Yeah. I mean, what would be worse than 9/11? It's the same group, same jihadists. October 7, 9/11, there is no difference. Motivated by the same Islamic ideology. So, did I see it happening in 2023? No, I didn't see it. I thought to myself, Hamas now is just busy governing Gaza. They're enjoying the money. Okay, they are bullying. They probably like having all this military show to just try to bully the world, and they may launch a war. But I never thought they would just invade and commit a genocide against the Jewish people, like simply because by doing so, you're not only committing suicide, you're like literally decide on behalf of millions of Palestinians or Arabs in Gaza to total destruction.
Right.
Because, like, from my understanding, the Holocaust, and it's like the Jewish sensitive nerve. Don't touch that one. And this evil people, they go to the worst thing, and they just repeat a modern day Holocaust. What are you expecting? What is going to be this is not just a terrorist attack. You know, the atrocities that they did. I don't know if you watched some of it. Not the things circulating on the media. I'm talking about the things that the families did not approve their release. I mean, barbarism in the worst possible way. So, and everything was caught on the camera. And Israel is not a weak country. It's a very powerful army. And every time Hamas started the war in the previous wars in Gaza, Israel had to submit to the global pressure. Say, okay, civilians, very populated area, let's strengthen our fence. Let's help them with economy, try to improve their economy. Israel could not open the gates for Hamas to bring all type of weapons from Iran. So there was a blockade, but that blockade was also from Egypt, not the Quartet also. It was the 4 countries responsible for the peace process in the Middle East, including the United States. All these countries sanctioned Hamas. And there was a condition, you know, drop your weapons, recognize the state of Israel, and we're going to open it for you.
Right.
And we're going to pour as much money as we can to help you thrive and prosper. That was the condition. Hamas refused and kept the people in imprisonment for about 17 years, while investing their energy in building terrorist infrastructure. So now Israel thought, like, maybe for a second, like, okay, you know, we have no choice. Okay, we have Hamas in the south. We need somehow to just accept that they are going nowhere, because to eradicate Hamas means large-scale war against Gaza, and we already see, and this is why everybody was trying to avoid it. And so Hamas came on October 7 and pulled the trigger, and nobody even know how this is going to end. It's not even over yet after 2 years. It's not just like a terrorist attack that you could say, okay, it's a matter of proportionality, it's a matter of, like, okay, calculated response. It's Hamas signed their like death sentence on October 7. And of course the world would see October 7 in the morning, then on that day, then it was obvious that they're going to forget, especially when there is civilian casualties. But Israel cannot, this time, this war, it was not possible to repeat the same mistakes in the past, to just let Hamas get away with their crime. It was not possible.
So why do you think it is that Israel can't explain that to the world? Like, what is Israel doing wrong in its messaging? Because as you said, October 7th, the world was with Israel. But within 24, 48 hours, the world saw the civilian casualties, saw that Israel invaded on the 23rd, whatever, you know, a couple of weeks later, and turned against Israel. What is Israel doing wrong?
Maybe 2 billion Muslims around the world who hate the Jewish people, the Jewish minority, and maybe when they are using the social media, crossing all the political borders and cultural barriers, tweeting from Pakistan and from Iran and from the rest of the world with propaganda on behalf of their Muslim brothers and sisters. Muslims at the beginning of the war, they triumphed. It's like immediately on October 8th, they were celebrating in Australia, in London, everywhere. They thought that was a big victory for the resistance. And a couple of weeks later, when the ground invasion started, they start screaming genocide, genocide. So, and of course, it's propaganda. Many of it is lies. Even the footage that coming out of Gaza, not all of it is accurate. This does not cancel that there are no civilian casualty and children dying in Gaza. I don't think the numbers are accurate when they say 50,000 or 60,000. I am sure they're lying about that because it's in their interest to exaggerate the numbers and fake the statistics, because they know the more they fake it, the more the global pressure will apply on Israel, and that may lead to Israeli surrender. Two very dangerous weapons Hamas had: the use of human shields, their own people, weaponizing civilians, and on the other hand, the hostages. Right. And Hamas knew that these are like the two cards that would guarantee Israel defeat and Israel surrender. That they never thought that Israel would actually go that far, like 2 years later, and still fighting without declaring surrender to the demands of Hamas. So now, when this is the reality, this is because you asked me, why the world, why Israel? Right. Israel is not failing. It's just Israel at defense, even in the face of propaganda, and Hamas lies depend on the strong emotions of the world. Right. Civilized world in the 21st century cannot see children dying like this, and they say, okay, the terrorists we understand, but bear the civilians. And what we are trying to tell them, you need to direct this message to Hamas and apply the pressure on Hamas, not on Israel.
Are there civilians in Gaza anymore? Do you think that there are such things as civilians in Gaza at this stage?
Look, I said this in the past, and it's a very, very dangerous statement. I said Gazan society has fallen from grace. When a vast majority of people agree with such evil, of course you're going to find someone and a group of people, maybe a minority, who still at least disagree with what Hamas did. But unfortunately, after what Hamas did, it was too late. Because it's not Israel's fault to just say, okay, we have a handful of innocent people there, so let's retreat, declare surrender, forsake our hostages, or basically release thousands of mass murderers in order to bring the hostages and become vulnerable for all Israel enemies from the north, from Syria, from Lebanon, right. From Iran, and just let's show that if we are attacked in such way, we don't have the capacity to respond if you are taking human shields. So it's not Israel's failure. It's not Israel's failure. It's the world's failure that failed to condemn Hamas from the beginning. Had the world condemned Hamas from the beginning as a barbaric terrorist organization, if Hamas had that kind of feedback from the beginning of the war, they would have not have this stubbornness and insisting on their method, because they think that the entire world is behind them right now. Right. And the recognition of Palestinian state, right. Meaning basically like that Hamas violence strategy paid off.
Do you think there'll be a Palestinian state?
Never.
Never.
Never. And not a sovereign state at the expense of Israel sovereignty. There is no way in the world that Israel would allow that. And by the way, Western leaders who have decided on behalf of Israel, compromising the Israeli security and legitimizing terrorists, if they think this is going to lead to a Palestinian state, they're totally mistaken. In fact, I have a feeling that their recognition of Palestinian state will lead to only to one thing: the dismantlement of the Palestinian Authority. Even as a governing authority, they could just focus on that and focus on economy, education, and coexist with Israel as is, right. Without just trying to create a hostile entity within the borders of Israel, inviting all Israel enemies and all the anti-Semites and even the ancient enemies of Israel to use this entity as a device or as a medium to just keep Israel in suspension, like all the time in a war, in a state of war. And this is not good for the Israeli economy. It is not good. I mean, enough is enough. Israel has been in wars with the surrounding countries, with Muslims, for the since its establishment, 77 years.
So what's the vision for the West Bank and Gaza? What do you see happening?
Arabs can coexist with Israel. There are 2 million of them within the state of Israel. Now, to have self-governing, I'm not against it, to rule their own cities.
Like municipal governments, kind of?
It could be like also an Arab federation.
Okay.
That is not concerned very much of borders and armies. If this is posing a threat to the state of Israel, especially that the Palestinians, they don't have a leadership. All those who claim to be leaders of the Palestinians, they are self-appointed. They are not elected.
Right.
They're not elected. And even when the world gave them the right to return after Oslo, it was conditional to actually seek peace. And instead, what they did, they encouraged suicide bombing attacks. And Hamas overnight in Gaza took over Gaza. That was I'd say, a mini state.
Yeah.
It was a mini state. And on one hand, they wanted terrorists to govern and be the rulers of the state. And Israel could not afford that. Said, okay, we could give the Palestinian Authority, who agreed, signed the peace agreement, we give them self-governing, but terrorists just like literally had a coup against the Palestinian Authority.
Yeah.
So this could be repeated also in the West Bank. So in my opinion, instead of trying to force Israel to agree on something that compromises its security, and after October 7, I don't think any Israeli leader would agree on a Palestinian state. So what would be a middle ground? Arab Federation, where the world would invest in their economy, build infrastructure, and have a transitional period of time, let's say 10 years, 15 years, and let's see how they behave. Would they integrate, show responsibility? And I personally, I'm just tired of this. After almost 1 century of fighting against the occupation to free Palestine, especially when there is no Palestine. Palestine never existed, as a sovereign state, as a country, and Palestine is nothing but a colonial entity. And the irony to play the victim and pose as oppressed by white colonizers and pose as the indigenous of the land, while choosing a colonial entity, Palestine, as their national identity. Well, this is hypocrisy, and it's totally twisted. So you cannot have all of it. It has been Israel since the beginning of time, and Palestine is the continuous attempts for the past 2,000 years, since the days of the Romans. When they expelled the Jews, they changed the name from Israel to Palestine.
Right.
Then later on, all the invaders, whether if they are the Turks, Romans, Byzantines, Muslims, Bedouins, Gypsies, sea invaders, all of them basically trying to replace Israel and expel the indigents of the land. So when the Jewish people returned to their homeland after 400 years of oppression of the Ottoman Empire, that became a crime. And the world does not want to accept that this is the land of Israel. Palestine actually is the false name of the region. So to claim to be indigenous, and the Palestinian history actually began just by the establishment of the PLO in 1964. There is no history there, and what's even worse than that, that actually the Arabs during colonial Palestine, they refused to be called Palestinians. They objected to be labeled as Palestinians. The Jews in colonial Palestine were called Palestinians, and they accepted that because they were under the authority of the British mandate, right?
Yeah.
So now for the Palestinians to say, no, we are Palestinians, you know, some 20 or 30 years later, and make a monopoly over it and make it sound like ethnicity, while in reality it's nothing but a political violent movement that is, but this shows you how falsehood is only leading to more chaos.
Musab, why are there not more people like you? And honestly, how are you still alive? I mean, with this...
Well, I'll continue to be alive as long as I breathe.
Yeah.
It's, all of us
You're
are going
not
to
afraid.
die eventually. I'm sure there are other people, and one of the things that, you know, why I stand my ground, I educated myself on these things. Spent every day of my life, every moment of my life, processing the conflict. You know, so don't think that the new generation of Palestinians, especially among Americans or Westerners, who just learned about the conflict just recently after October 7, or even in the past decade, they can defy half a century of experience in the depth of Hamas decision making, depth of intelligence operation, counterterrorism, etc. They cannot do this. And what I would like to for the Arabs who live in the West Bank to see that even though there are so many challenges and I had to go to fight against so many odds, I'm still standing. I'm still standing because it's a matter of education. So, and I'm just asking the Arabs.
I think it's a miracle.
What I mean, like, no, I don't want to say a miracle, or it's just a matter of education. It's very, very simple. Yeah, I asked the Arabs in the West Bank, what makes you a Palestinian? You know, why you identify as a Palestinian? You're identifying with the corrupt Palestinians who have been killing your children for financial and political gain. And then you say, I am a Palestinian. You are not a Palestinian. Your ethnicity is an Arab. This is your language, this is your culture. Palestinian, this is a new thing. And even if it was the old thing, the 2,000 years ago, that was made up by the Romans, empowered by the British. There is no even, the letter P does not exist in Arabic. It's only B. There is no P. So where so inauthentic or unauthentic. It's in fact laughable. Except that so many people are dying, and now we have
right, it would be laughable if it wasn't causing such tragedy.
Right, and now we have the new generation Palestinians, very dangerous, especially that they've never been here, and now they feel actually that they are entitled for an Israeli apology, and they actually feel that Israel must surrender to the new Palestinians from Japan, from China, from the United States, from the rest of the world. Everybody is Palestinian. Anybody who's wearing a keffiyeh, which by the way is an Iraqi thing, it's not even a Palestinian thing. So if you ask me, you know, well, what distinguishes what so-called Palestinians? What makes them different than the Lebanese, than the Syrians, than Jordanians, than the Egyptians? There is nothing.
So I'm going to ask you a few other kind of open-ended last questions before we run out of time. So, you know, if you had the attention of the United Nations General Assembly just for 5 minutes, what would you tell the world about Hamas and about Israel's fight today? What would be that bottom line that the UN has to understand?
Well, the UN is part of the problem. It's not part of the solution. And even if I have that kind of platform, there are so many infinite forces at the United Nations that profiting from this conflict. In fact, the United Nations, Unrwa, for example, is the biggest branch of the United Nations, the biggest budget. And what the Unrwa has been doing?
Perpetuating the refugee problem.
No, they're like just a bunch of parasites feeding off the refugee status. And they don't want the refugee status to end. But look, how much they give the refugees? Just very little, okay? And in the meantime, they are living in luxury. They're no different than the Hamas leaders in Qatar. Do you think this type of people fly commercial flights? Do you think they stay in 3-star hotels? Do you think they don't have, their salaries are just like very modest salaries? So the UN and Unrwa created the refugee problem, that now we have to deal with a third generation of refugees instead of actually taking all this fund and try to help the people move on. They keep the people in misery so they can keep their jobs. And if you go say, we don't want the Unrwa, they fight against you. It's like, because all of them, and what do we do later? So I don't consider the United Nations as actually a platform where I'm going to solve the problem. I consider the United Nations part of the problem, not the solution. And also the United Nations, they're not God. You know, they were established somewhere in the 1950s. And since then, they kept just deflecting. Now it's what their function is the opposite of the purpose of their creation. So why do I want to give them even legitimacy? Of course, this is dangerous to say, but as a free thinker, I don't even consider them as a legitimate authority to decide what is occupation and what's not occupied. So if we want to go to the root of the problem, so at least to these people say, stay out of the business. And for all the pro-Palestine, the pro-Palestine worldwide, all the mediocres right now, opportunists, haters, taking advantage of this tragedy, projecting whatever their ill motives on the endless angry cause. And I say, you say fight the occupation. Who is going to fight the fight? You're like basically, do you want from me, from the children, the Arab children in the West Bank and Gaza, to fight for eternity so you can satisfy your political ambition? You don't even belong here. Who appointed you to speak on behalf of the children? Yeah. And also, especially for those who claim to be Palestinians, and so many now, because it's a trendy thing, it's a successful movement. Yeah. But the essence of it is falsehood. I tell them, you know, have a little bit of mercy on the children. Enough is enough. We must break the vicious cycle of violence.
That the Palestinians in Gaza would listen to you and you could deliver them a direct message. What would you say to them? What do you want them to hear? Those Palestinians living there right now under the 22 months of war.
Look, the situation now in Gaza is pretty much irreversible. It's, I am afraid that we cannot even go to the point of October 6. It's not possible. Why? Because we don't want to rebuild Gaza in a way that suits militias and terrorists. This is what they want. They want Israel to surrender. They want to release their terrorists from prison. And by the way, most dangerous Hamas leaders are not the ones who were killed, and not are the ones abroad, the ones in Israeli prisons. And this is why Hamas want them released. So we can go to square one, where they can rebuild Gaza on the terms of terrorists that suits their agendas, where they're going to imprison the people for the next 100 years. So it's not in the Gazan people's interest to rebuild Gaza. Gaza is ruins right now.
Where should they go?
Earth is vast. Earth is vast. They can go wherever. But at least we must give them the freedom to choose. I'm not saying to force them anywhere. At least because up to this recent war, the Palestinian Authority and Hamas criminalized anyone who actually abandoned the cause and take compensation, sell their property, and move on somewhere else. And people have been afraid to do this, even though they really want to just get out. So they made this into a crime, even for those who wanted to escape the wrongdoings, the evil doings of Palestinians. They couldn't. So now I think the time has come. We must finish Hamas and give the people the freedom to basically go wherever they want to go.
So here's my last question, and then we're going to have to wrap up. You know, you've obviously really risked your life to take this side. So in your view, what does it mean for others to do that, to take a side in this conflict? What is the core final message that you want the good people in the world to hear?
I haven't lost my faith in humanity, even though it has been very, very dark. My message, don't let the Palestinian ideology and the Palestinian indoctrination infiltrate your societies. It starts in a romantic way, then it's going to turn into a very, very ugly situation. Victim narrative and victimhood is not the foundation, especially of the Westerns and the Western civilization. It's all about resilience, about democracy, it's about strength. Okay, it's about the good fight, not about just victim mentality that will never bring peace or prosperity to the people. Victim mentality is a disease, and this is the very foundation. It's the very foundation of the Palestinian narrative. It's all based on victimhood. We are oppressed, and our fight is legitimate, and we want to continue like this for eternity. And the world now saying, yes, yes, do it. But what they don't know, that they are inviting violence and dangerous indoctrination to their front doors and to their backyards. And now when the moment they legitimize such thing, tomorrow the same mentality is going to turn against other establishments. Because Israel is just another democracy, no difference between this democracy and European democracies. In fact, this democracy, I think it's a lot stronger than democracies in the West. With one difference, that Israel has been under constant terrorist attacks since its establishment. And this is why there are emergency laws. So with that said, my message, don't let them in. Don't let them in, because this is going to backfire eventually. I understand all the efforts of the good people in the world who don't want to see bloodshed. I am with them, but we don't want to blame the wrong guys. I don't know how Israel would have managed the crisis differently. And I am sure, at least in intention, Israel has the intention not to harm the civilians and minimize the civilian casualties. So if this is the reality, where on the other hand there are reckless terrorist leadership that has been sacrificing their own children for political and financial gain, then we may at least see this main difference. And yes, identifying with the tragedy, all of us, there is actually here, even in Israel, there is no mother that does not feel sorry for the children's suffering. But who to blame? The ones who sacrificed the children, gambled with their blood for their political agendas.
Mossad Hassan Youssef, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me today.
You're most welcome. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
And in other news, today we have the privilege of hearing once again from Yael Eckstein, president of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. She shares with us a recap of fellowship news.
Shalom, my friends.
Greetings from here in Israel, and here are 2 fellowship projects that you should know about this week. Number 1. This week marked the 2-year anniversary since the October 7th attacks. And in Israel, we celebrated the Flags of Fellowship event, where we planted 1,200 Israeli flags outside one of the burned homes at Nir Oz, where 1 in 4 of the people who lived there were either killed or kidnapped. At this ceremony, we heard from the mother of one of the kidnapped, and we even heard from the mayor of the region. Each one of them said very similar things, that within the darkness, we are called to bring light. And that's exactly what our Flags of Fellowship event at the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews does. Number 2. In America, we also celebrated Flags of Fellowship as over 1,200 places of worship planted 1,200 flags on each location to remember the 1,200 lives that were lost on October 7th. There were over 1.4 million Israeli flags planted throughout the United States of America and Canada as Christians stood in solidarity with their Jewish brothers and sisters. They are not scared. They are proud to stand in solidarity, and they will not back down in the face of evil. Well, there you have it, friends. There are 2 fellowship projects that you now know about at the fellowship. Join me next week, same place, same time, for more updates on what's happening on the ground here in the Holy Land. Shalom.
Well, turning to the northern front, where IDF troops from the Mountains Brigade demolished several Hezbollah outposts on the Lebanese side of Mount Dov. The operation was carried out by the IDF Mountain Brigade, which celebrated its first anniversary with another successful result. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
In the nighttime operation, IDF troops from the Mountain Brigade operated beyond the border, demolishing several Hezbollah posts on the Lebanese side of Mount Dov. The operation was carried out by reservists and combat engineers of the 810th Mountains Regional Brigade. The IDF said that the posts were destroyed to prevent them from being used by Hezbollah to entrench itself in the area in the future. The move marks a continued effort by Israel to disrupt Hezbollah's infrastructure along the northern border amid rising tensions in the region. The IDF released new footage of the Mountain Brigade marking 1 year since its formation. The brigade is deployed along Israel's northern front, defending the strategic area from Lebanon's Mount Dov to Syria's Hermon summit. Over the past year, troops of the 810th Mountain Brigade carried out dozens of operations across both fronts. During Operation Northern Arrows, forces dismantled Hezbollah terror infrastructure in the Mount Dov region, uncovering underground tunnel routes and seizing large quantities of weapons. In Operation Bashan Arrows, conducted in the Syrian Hermon summit area, the brigade led the IDF's advance into the region and has maintained ongoing defensive and operational activity there ever since. The IDF said the Mountain Brigade continues to operate on both fronts, targeting terrorist infrastructure that threatens Israeli communities and working to ensure the security of civilians in the north.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We are live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the hour. I'm Devil Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest updates coming out of the region. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance has just wrapped up his 2-day visit to Israel. But just before departing, Vance shared harsh words on Israel's Knesset's voting to pass a bill to apply sovereignty in Judea and Samaria. Vance called the decision, quote, weird, stupid, and insulting. Have a listen.
Oh, yeah, that was weird. That was weird. I was sort of confused by that. I mean, look, if it was a political stunt, it was a very stupid political stunt, and I personally take some insult to it. The West Bank is not going to be annexed by Israel. The policy of the Trump administration is that the West Bank will not be annexed by Israel. That will continue to be our policy. And if people want to take symbolic votes, they can do that. But we certainly weren't happy about it. Thank you.
This follows repeated efforts by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to halt his far-right minister's efforts to pass bills regarding annexation in Judea and Samaria, as the United States strictly claimed their opposition against annexation. Trump told Time magazine that Israel will not annex Judea and Samaria, as per his promise to Arab nations. Trump added that Israel will lose American support should the bill be passed in the second and third vote. Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar said that the bill, which at the time had no operational or legislative consequences, was an attempt by the opposition to embarrass Netanyahu and his coalition during Vance's visit, summing it up as a political stunt and ensuring that it's only a preliminary vote. Before his departure to Israel, Secretary of State Marco Rubio also said that the U.S. opposes the idea of annexation. He said before departing for Israel this morning, the U.S. Secretary of State is due in Israel to discuss the Gaza ceasefire implementation and the advancement of Trump's Gaza peace plan. But one ceasefire or cessation in fighting that is not holding at the moment is the U.S. brokered deal between Israel and Lebanon. The IDF confirmed in the last few hours that military fighter jets are striking Hezbollah positions in the Bekaa region in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah continues attempts to rebuild on the border with Israel. This in clear violation of the U.S. brokered cessation in fighting. This signed in November of last year. According to the IDF, the targets included a weapons storage facility and a training camp for terrorists to carry out attacks against Israelis and the Jewish state. And we have an inspiring story to end the day. Released hostage Maxim Helkin, who was held captive by Hamas for 738 days, is back in his uniform and back with his unit. At an awards ceremony headed by the commander of the transport center where Herkin served, the released hostage thanked the soldiers and said it was because of them that he is here today. Take a listen.
תודה רבה. בזכותכם אני חזרתי הביתה לפני כמה ימים למשפחה האזרחית שלי, והיום בזכותכם אני חזרתי למשפחה שלי שיהיה לה מדהים. אין גבול תודות מבחינתי, כי בזכותכם אני פה.
It's a very inspiring clip that just gives you goosebumps. And Maxim served with the transport center during his mandatory military service and spoke of his love for the unit as he returned to the same position, even in reserves. On October 7th, 2023, Maxim attended the Nova Music Festival, where he was brutally kidnapped by Hamas. Today, he stands proud with his unit, showing resilience and bravery in the face of barbarism. Maxim is truly an inspiration to Israelis everywhere. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. For more updates, catch us live every hour on the Hour or download our ILTV app by scanning the QR code that's on your screen now. I'm Devo Klein, and I want to thank you all for joining us today. As this region is constantly developing, we'll make sure to keep you updated as soon as we get them. Thanks so much for watching, and have a pleasant evening.
Just under 2,000 terrorists, murderers, rapists, and October 7th monsters are now walking free. Some in Israel, some abroad, and not because they escaped, but because we, Israel, released them. Why? To bring our hostages home. And yes, thank God they are finally home. We have waited for this for so long. They're alive and breathing and with their families. But so are the people who have destroyed thousands of lives. And because we are willing to release murderers in exchange for our IDF soldiers and hostages, we constantly send a clear message to Hamas, one of weakness, which is one of the reasons they're not rushing to return the deceased hostages. 16 are still in captivity, 16 families still suffering, and 16 potential future terror releases for terror organizations everywhere. How is this still considered normal policy in Israel? At what point do we just say enough? This can't keep happening. There has to be a line that we don't cross again. And for me, that line is getting really, really simple. We need to change the way we deal with terrorism, especially terrorism and terrorists who partook in October 7th, like the Nukhba terrorists. And whilst the debate about this was on hold so that the alive hostages weren't potentially impacted by moving anything forward, now our excuses are kind of done. And apparently, Itamar Ben-Gvir agrees with me, which doesn't happen often. This week, he gave Netanyahu an ultimatum. Pass the death penalty law for terrorists, or I'm bringing down the government. So, does Israel need a death penalty? Let's just say my answer starts with a big fat why. This is Amira K. Show on JNS TV. Let's talk about it. Before we get to the logical breakdown of what this means and the technical know-hows, let's first remind ourselves who we are talking about. And I'm smiling as a defense mechanism. The media would have you believe that these are fathers and friends illegally detained in Israel with no due charge. Baloney, by the way. Some even go as far as to call them hostages. But we know the reality of who these people really are. Here's a few names. Imad Kawasame, 52 years old, a Hamas terrorist, convicted for a 2004 Beersheba bus bombing that killed 16 Israelis. Qasem Aref Khalil, 36 years old, a Hamas operative. He was involved in the stabbing murder in 2019 of a yeshiva student called Dvir Sorek. Mohammed Arif Samhan, he's 55. But he's from Fatah, not Hamas. He's responsible for the 2003 Jerusalem bus bombing that killed 23 Israelis. Fatah, FYI, is the military arm of the Palestinian Authority. You know, the group that wants to rule Gaza when Hamas is gone. Those three names are 3 people out of the 250 security prisoners that we released last week. But have no fear. We didn't release only 250, God forbid. We also released 1,700 more Gazans that were detained during the war. Yeah? You guys clocking? Those were just 3 names. Out of 250 prisoners, 15 will be released to East Jerusalem. That's right where I live. 100 are going to be released to Judea and Samaria. Maybe some of you live there. And 135 who are convicted of murder and weapon offenses are set for deportation to Gaza or elsewhere. Previously, I said that anyone released is not coming into Israel. Now that's being proven to not be true. The 1,700 Gazans that were detained during the war after October 7th, they'll either be freed to the Strip or exiled abroad. How does that make you feel? Don't get me started on the other thousands that we released in the first 2 hostage releases in this war. 3 friends of mine who had family members murdered now know those murderers are literally roaming the streets. We could just do 2 honorable mentions from previous releases. Khalil Jabran, who murdered Ari Fuld in 2018. Mohammed Abu Warda, responsible for the 1996 Jerusalem bus bombing that killed 44 people. And he was also responsible for another attack in Ashkelon. He is now free. I will say this, and I want to just really emphasize this. Israel did hold its ground this time on not releasing the really big names that Hamas tried very hard to get back. Names like Marwan Barghouti, he's the leader of Fatah. Ahmad Sadat, he's the Secretary General for the PFLP. Okay, guess what? They believe pretty strongly in a one-state solution, but not the type that we like, and make Fatah look like a really gentleman-like organization. There's also Ibrahim Hamad. That's Hamas's West Bank commander, Judea and Samaria. He's serving 45 life terms for killings during the Second Intifada. Abbas al-Sayed, he orchestrated the 2002 Park Hotel bombing, which killed 39 Israelis. And we have Hassan Salama. Okay, he's a Hamas operative. He's serving 48 life terms for multiple suicide bombings. Okay, so you're probably glad that they weren't released, as am I. But here's the thing. In the future, what's stopping that? They could be released. I just threw out names like really matter-of-factly, but 33 people killed in a bus bombing, that's 33 families destroyed. Partners, fathers, children's, friends. multiple lives, multiple people who have gone through total devastation. And the perpetrator, the person behind that, still sits cushioned and comfortable. We don't talk about it and we don't go into the details and the pain, but think about how much we cared about every single one of those 20 hostages. Now multiply that exponentially by the amount of casualties that we have seen from terror in the last few years, not to even begin with the beginning of the state. How many thousands of Israelis have been sacrificed because of these terrorists? How many people have suffered so immensely? One terrorist sitting in a cell can kill 50 people, destroy 50 families, and we don't think about that enough. I don't, on a personal level, that's for sure. And all of this, these terrorists still existing, these terrorists having made more than 100 million shekels combined, paid to them by the Palestinian Authority. These people now roaming the streets and planning the rebuilding of Hamas and other terrorist organizations could all not be our reality if we had the dignity to actually just say that it is time for the death penalty. You see, the quickest way to ensure a terrorist doesn't commit more terror is to unalive them for unaliving others. So when did this crazy idea of releasing murderers to the public start? Because it's just that. It's insane. Well, in 1955, we have our first known hostage exchange. Israel releases 41 Egyptian soldiers captured in fights in exchange for 4 Israeli soldiers. These weren't actual official terrorists per se, but it started this kind of principle of uneven swaps. In 1979, the PFLP kidnapped an Israeli soldier. His name was Avraham Amram, and most of us have no idea about him. He was kidnapped in Lebanon, and to get him back, Israel released 76 Palestinian prisoners. This marked Israel's first release of convicted terrorists in a deal with a Palestinian organization, another step up. In 1983, the PLF, the Palestinian Liberation Front, captured 3 Israeli soldiers, probably intentionally. In exchange, we released 1,150 prisoners, including hundreds of convicted terrorists. This was the main turning point. And whilst Begin, who was then the prime minister, approved this for good reasons, he did not foresee the future immense fallout. That now, every enemy knows kidnapping Israelis is the best thing you can do to gain publicity, create political pressure, tear the country apart, and free their terrorists, i.e. prisoners. From this point forward, abducting Israelis becomes a proven strategy and has now set the most insane precedent. You know what happens next? They kidnap the bodies of fallen IDF soldiers. You have Elchanan Tenenbaum, Gilad Shalit. And to get them back, Israel just keeps releasing insane amounts of terrorists. 1 Jew for 1,000 terrorists. And yes, it's as insane as it sounds, because what the critics of those deals back then said turned out to be totally prophetic, that these deals would inspire future kidnapping and empower terrorist leaders who would later return to violence. I need not say more. We all know when Unrwa was released and why they tried to capture hundreds of hostages on October 7th. The irony of all this is the reason we actually do it. And that's the life above all doctrine. It's something deeply cultural, even spiritual in Jewish tradition. The concept of pidyon shvuim, redeeming captives, is considered one of our greatest mitzvot. The idea runs really deep in our national psyche. Every life is of infinite value. One Israeli is not worth more than another 1,000, let's say, Arabs. It's simply beyond calculation the value of their life. That moral code became the backbone of Israel's military and national ethos. No soldier left behind. And I have to say, that's a very comforting idea. It's a moral ideal. However, it ends up meeting a really harsh political reality. Israel's a small country. Every kidnapped soldier becomes a national story, and the pressure to get them home is immense. I mean, you all saw the hostage protests. No one wants to become a soldier and think, maybe my country will leave me behind. Governments, even the most security-minded, i.e. right-wing, have found it nearly impossible to withstand that kind of pressure. It's not easy to say, but whether it was Menachem Begin in 1983, Ariel Sharon in 2004, or Benjamin Netanyahu in 2011, and now again, they all faced the same really impossible equation. Do we save one life now, or risk public collapse by saying no? In a democracy like Israel, where trust between soldiers and the state is seriously sacred, refusing a deal can feel like a betrayal of that social contract. but the price of it is immense. Groups like Hezbollah and Hamas have built entire strategies around this logic, knowing that Israel's compassion can be leveraged as a weapon. Dozens of Israelis have been murdered, and I think the number is probably higher than that, in attacks carried out by prisoners released in past swaps. Just October 7th is enough. It's a national paradox. The same humanity that drives Israel to fight for every captive also fuels the cycle that endangers future lives. It's an enormous debate here, but it would all be made so much simpler if we all knew that any successful terrorist wouldn't be alive in prison to be exchanged in the future. And that's, my friends, is why we need to discuss the death penalty. I'll start by saying that the conversation about this has actually been on the table since before October 7th, but now it's specifically pertaining to terrorists known as the Nukhba terrorists, the one that partook in the massacre. There are hundreds of them currently awaiting trial, but every time the death sentence was brought up, it was quickly shut down of fear of what it could potentially do to the alive hostages. Ben Gvir, the main voice behind it, claimed that actually it would show strength, something Hamas needs to see to give us back our hostages. But we won't ever know if that's true. Thankfully, the hostages are in our home with their families. But maybe we can test it now. You see, maybe he's correct regarding the next stages of the war. You know Hamas has zero intention of disarming, and as of this moment, they're playing games with the remainder of the hostages. Yes, it's the bodies, but they are still of utmost importance to us. This is in part due to the fact that they think that we are still soft, that they can get away with it. Peace through strength, this new big slogan that everyone's throwing around, it's not just a phrase anymore. And this might be a very, very strong indicator that they knew that the news is coming for them as well. If Israel can't even take out the Nukhba terrorists, the worst of the worst, then of course we're going to allow for Hamas to survive. And that's the logic that they're running on. That's exactly, FYI, why Ben Gvir is now not just making public statements about this, about the death penalty like he did at one of the funerals, but he's actually given Bibi an ultimatum. What is it? We end Hamas and legalize the death penalty, and if not, he is going to collapse the government. FYI, it's not actually as bad as it sounds. Elections are coming up here soon anyway, and there's a big chance that they could happen earlier with or without Ben Gvir interrupting. But on how the elections happen in this country, we'll need to do another episode. Back to our topic. So where exactly does the bill stand, and what does it include? First of all, it's important to note that Israel does have a death penalty law. It's only been used once or twice, depending on who you ask, during the Eichmann trial, where Adolf Eichmann, one of the leading Nazi war criminals, was publicly hung in a very therapeutic moment for thousands of Jews. But for some reason, the law that's in place has never actually been applied against Arab terrorists. Take a second to think how different this country would have been if it had been. The new proposal was submitted by MK Limor Sivan under the initiative of, obviously, Minister Ben Gvir, and was proposed already a few years ago. It was actually one of the campaign promises made to Ben Gvir when the current 25th government was put together. Once Limor came into the government, she then went ahead with a practical proposal and brought it to the Knesset. So this has been going on for quite a while, way before October 7th. I think it's important to note that Limor's husband was murdered in a terror attack where she was seriously injured. And only a year and a half later, in the Gilad Shalit exchange, these terrorists were released back into the public. Surprise, surprise, one of them then became a leading commander in Rafah. And he was actually eliminated in the war, so that's good. But Gilad Shalit was released many years ago. And up until this point, that man has roamed free. It's not a surprise that Sivan wants to push this forward. The proposal is actually pretty simple. It's short, I read it myself. The law says that anyone who murders an Israeli citizen because they are Jewish and with a goal of harming Israel or the Jewish people, i.e. a terrorist, will face the death penalty and nothing else. No life sentence, the death penalty. It's not optional. If convicted for this crime, i.e. convicted for terrorism, the death penalty is mandatory. There will be no such thing as terrorists who don't get the death penalty. Right now, terrorists sometimes get actually lighter treatment. They might get better prison conditions, payments from the Palestinian Authority, as we said, hundreds of millions, and even early release in prisoner swaps. How convenient. This law is designed to stop that by making the punishment as severe as possible to deter future attacks. In areas under military jurisdiction like Judea and Samaria, the law allows a majority of judges in the military courts to impose the death penalty, and once it's finalized, the sentence cannot be reduced. Do you hear what I'm saying? Once it's finalized, there is no going back. You cannot reduce this sentence. And why do they need to make a special part about Judea and Samaria? Well, because we haven't recognized sovereignty there. They have a different legal system, and obviously so many terrorist attacks happen there. We needed to ensure that this sort of law actually applies to people everywhere. In short, this law is about making the consequences for terrorist murderers of Jews absolute and unavoidable, aiming to prevent terrorism and remove any chance of early release or lighter punishment. Kaput. Done. You're involved in terror. You're going to get the death sentence. The method of the death penalty is not expanded in the bill. It's relatively short. And for now, I think that's okay. We don't need to talk about the actual semantics. We just need to get it passed. You see, the bill has already passed its preliminary reading. There are 4 stages, and this is the first one. That already happened in March on 2022. There were 55 votes in favor and 9 against, and that tells you a lot about the sentiment of the country right now. But like all legislation, this law must pass through a multi-stage process, which will take a lot of time. In this case, it's widely kind of like acknowledged that the law could have already been completed, all 3 readings, and entered Israel's official book of laws, if not for ongoing political delays. Currently, certain members within the coalition and potentially the Likud party, although supportive in principle, i.e. they want to make their voters happy, are slowing the process. The reasons for this vary, but generally include concerns about international backlash. We will get to that in a second. Fear of how Hamas might react during wartime, not really relevant anymore, and other political considerations, behind the scenes stuff. Because the bill has passed a first discussion in the National Security Committee, as we said, the first of 4, it still requires the first reading in the Knesset, the second and third readings in this National Security Committee, and then the second and third readings in the Knesset. Complicated. In some cases, it's possible to estimate how long a bill will take to pass, but in this case, it's extremely difficult because the issue with it is actually just political. It's nothing to do with legal jargon. For the law to advance, all political actors must recognize its urgency and importance and push for it to pass. At the moment, we're not exactly there. That's the reason they've kept the bill so short. There's not a lot of technical details to negotiate and discuss. There's not much to change. It's just a very simple idea. Without the coalition majority, just FYI, the bill will not become law. So right now, we're moving into the Knesset's winter session. It's starting this week, and this is hopefully going to be one of the focal points for the upcoming debates. As we move into the final stages of the war, the question is looming on everyone. How are we going to deal with the Nukhba terrorists? As a Jew, I think the idea of our country executing people makes me kind of uncomfortable. I'll be honest, I was not always for it. But if October 7th has taught us anything, specifically me, it's that he who is kind to the wicked ends up being wicked to the kind. That's a proverb. Not having a death penalty leads to future terror. Period. And so I changed my mind. I think this should be absolutely mandatory. And whilst I know the world will freak out and say it's not right, etc., and that we're going to overstep our boundaries, and I have many things to say on that. First off, I literally don't care what the world says anymore. My friend's dad, murderer, is roaming Judea and Samaria, and she needs to drive there every day. They can literally go stick it. But on a more rational note, the justifications for this literally outweigh the potential fallout. First off, many countries have a death penalty and use it. The USA had 25 executions this year, and Saudi Arabia have had at least 345. It's less common in Europe, but still exists in Belarus, for example. People have the death sentence. Countries have it. It's not a crazy thing that Israel's inventing. Second of all, it literally doesn't matter what we do. The anti-Semitism and double standard held to Israel will continue regardless of this law. If they're going to hate us more, let us at least be safer. That's a fair price to pay. Third, no democracy suffers from terror the way that we do. It's unprecedented. And when you're on unprecedented times, you often become a trailblazer. And that can lead to pushback. We just need to take that with a grain of salt and understand that that's part of us navigating this insanity that we are living in first. before Western societies. There is literally, in my opinion, never going to be a more justified crime for the death penalty than October 7th. These people do not deserve to still be alive, and most definitely do not deserve cushy terms and payments. Don't worry, Israel is still working on that. But the fact that that's going on is insane. The deterrence from this law would be enormous. And don't let anybody undersell that. The justifications for it are, I think, at this point pretty clear, but let's quickly review them. Number one, simple justice. A terrorist who is willing to give up his life to murder us and harm our country deserves to pay that price, the price he was willing to pay to begin with. Yes, we know in theory that every terrorist is aware that they might get killed, but there's a very high chance they won't. Not only will they survive, they will also gain social status in their community and financial stability. Knowing that they will actually definitely die is a deterrent for those who may be more moderate or pushed into it. People don't want to die. Yes, some of them are nuts, but this definitely lowers the incentive for it drastically. And third, recurrence. Dead terrorists can't commit more terror, which often becomes their priority once incarcerated. Just think how different our world would have been if Sinwar was removed and he didn't exist. Think how different everything would have been if this law was in place. The obstacles to this happen are many. We know that. We have a court here who blocks every move and politicians who put their own agendas above the lives of the people. We know that. And although many in the public support this, more than you would believe, it's not so simple that it will actually happen. But at least the conversation regarding it is happening. It's being normalized. Ben Gvir is actually putting an ultimatum on the table for this, and it's not being seen as a radical move. We want shifts for our security. Protections against this never happening again. Like, that's what this means. That's why you've been through this war for the last 2 years. And that doesn't happen just with us trying to eliminate our enemies in Gaza. It starts with us changing how we do things, learning from our mistakes, and making sure this whole thing really does become never again. I know maybe I sound fanatic and extreme, but I think the rationale of this is so logical. We have people out there who have made it their life mission to eliminate us and destroy us in the most barbaric way possible. And they did it to us. And at this point, we need to have the dignity to be able to say, yep, there's a line that a person crosses that means you just can't come back from it. Other countries do it all of the time, and yet Israel is still pandering to the hope that if we're just seen as the most humanitarian nation, people will like us. They're not going to like us. That's not what's going on. And the price we are paying for people not liking us anyway is literally the lives of our children, of our friends, of our families. It just can't be in existence. And this needs to stop. It just needs to stop. And to me, I think the death penalty for real terrorism is one of the best solutions to this problem. I'm Ira, and I'll see you next time.
Every day, Efrat gives women facing unplanned pregnancies the courage and support to choose life. From cribs and strollers to food, diapers, and daycare, Efrat ensures babies are not only born, but thrive in loving homes. For more than 40 years, nearly 90,000 women have chosen motherhood with Efrat by their side. Your gift today means one more woman has a real choice. One more baby has a future. Donate now.
Good evening and welcome to ILTV Insider. I'm Maayan Hoffman. As U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance lands in Israel, joining Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, the question isn't just whether the Gaza ceasefire can hold, but whether it should. Tonight, we'll ask what's really driving America's push and if Trump's 20-point plan for Gaza has any real future. I have with me today Dan Perry, the former chief editor of the Associated Press, Middle East and other regions, and Malka Fleischer, who started a security organization in Yehuda Shomron called B'Yadayim Shelanu. Thank you for being here. So let's go ahead and get started. As we said, Vance is here in Israel. We're having a number of high-level visits. He's meeting with Netanyahu tonight, and of course, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff have already started their meetings here in Israel. All of the American team members have been very, very vocal that we need to keep this long-term Gaza plan going. What message do you think this visit is really sending to Israel and to Hamas and certainly to the region? Dan, why don't you start?
To me, it's clear the visits at such a high level send a message that the U.S. continues to be committed to the 20-point plan. I understand that you could be more skeptical and think that what they're trying to do is to get Israel to look the other way as Hamas violates the agreement, seeks to stay in power, and makes a mockery of the 20-point plan, simply because they don't want Israel to resume the war. And I don't rule out that something in that direction is conceivable, but I think the main issue is that the U.S. actually wants the war to end on terms that are plausible and sustainable, not only because of some sort of knee-jerk Trumpian support for Netanyahu, but because, without a shadow of a doubt, the terms envisioned in the 20-point plan represent a global consensus that is aligned with the Israeli idea of what should be happening moving forward. And this is a very interesting sort of cognitive dissonance, because you would think that the world is unhappy with Israel, and certainly the vilification of Israel would suggest that, because of the brutality of the campaign, at least as we believe it went. But the reality is that the world, including people who many Israelis don't understand are actually aligned with them, like, for example, Starmer and Macron, actually support the goals of disarming Hamas, removing Hamas, establishing a situation in Gaza that will be moderate and peaceable vis-a-vis Israel.
But I don't think anybody questions whether or not we want to have the 20-point plan go through. I think the question is whether or not it can succeed, and is the plan built in a way that it will be able to succeed without, as you said, leaving Hamas in power?
I think that that's an open question, and much depends on whether Hamas thinks there's any wiggle room to get away with anything. And a lot of the onus is on Qatar to make sure that they understand that there is not. Some people believe that Qatar actually is aligned with Hamas trying to create a fudge. I'm a little bit more sanguine about Qatar than most. They obviously have played a double game for many, many years.
And I want us to get back to Qatar, but before we jump into Qatar and Turkey and all
Hamas needs to be made to understand that no reconstruction aid will go into Gaza unless they fulfill that aspect of the 20-point plan, that is disarmament and essentially disbanding in Gaza. The potential fudge I can see for them is for them to say, okay, it's only in Gaza. We remain an armed organization elsewhere, which means the West Bank, which is a whole different problem, as Malka will confirm. But at least in Gaza, for the purposes of pacifying that strip of territory, they must go. And I do believe that the Americans are serious about this. And we heard it in statements by Trump, who basically said, if they don't disarm, we'll do it for them. I don't think U.S. soldiers are coming, but they would I think, allow Israel to resume the war.
Well, and it's interesting you say that, because, Malka, I want to turn to you. You probably know from what's happening in the news that we've had already this week some attacks by Hamas, maybe not Hamas, maybe some rebels against Israeli soldiers. 2 of them died, 3 were injured. And still, Israel voted to go ahead and move forward with the ceasefire agreement. And at the same time, we've still got 15 hostage bodies that were committed to begin coming out. They started coming out within 72 hours of the deal. Why do you believe that it is okay that we continue with the ceasefire when all those bodies haven't come home?
Look, you have some of the most senior, some of the most trusted advisors to the current U.S. administration, all in Israel right now, all landing on one spot, which is at the desk of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It's not like a friendly visit of tourism. It's to hold Israel's feet to the fire. All of Israel can feel the pressure that the United States is applying on Israel right now. And it is, I feel like we're getting a lot of Gush Katif flashbacks. We're getting a lot of 2005 flashbacks in which we leave a piece of territory. We say now is the opportunity for peace, and it blows up in our face, literally. We had Hamas killing 2 of our boys in the field after the ceasefire has begun. We have them issuing a statement to the populace just a day or 2 ago that we are going to clear the field of all the unexploded ordnance to protect people, right? Because we care about you, Hamas says to the people after they have totally obliterated their society over the course of 2 years. We're going to clear the ordnance. What does that mean? We've seen this before. This is what they do every time we go into battle with them and then withdraw from territory, which is they come back into the territory, they take all the things that we left there, and then they use them against us again.
So do you think that if there is another serious violation that the ceasefire might actually collapse? Maybe the government won't even let it move forward, Malka. Do you think that Netanyahu will eventually say to Trump or Vance, whoever it is, no, like they keep killing our men?
I definitely think that the United States has a certain agenda when it comes to this ceasefire, and that the number one top priority is not Israel's security in that agenda. But I also think that the Netanyahu administration knows that it can only push the Israeli people so far. Right now, the people of Israel are very happy that the hostages have been returned, and they're happy that also deceased hostages are being returned. But there is huge, widespread skepticism about how this will affect Israel's long-term security. There is no one in this country who thinks that it's a good idea for our children to be fighting another October 7th again. And there is a lot of anger at the possibility that that's exactly what's happening. One of what was supposed to be our major war goal, which was the destruction of Hamas, looks like it's actually getting farther and farther from us. There are reports coming out that Hamas is part of picking the technocratic government. It's like, you can't make this stuff up. It's like, how much blundering can we do? We cannot afford it. And therefore, I think that the Israeli people are going to give a very limited window to the possibility of this ceasefire. And I don't think most Israelis believe that it's really going to do any good.
And Stan, do you believe that too? Do you agree with Malka that Hamas is clearly taking a role that it shouldn't be taking, and maybe even possibly being empowered by Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, others who are quote-unquote Muslim Brotherhood? Or, what is the reason, and what is the reason that you think that the U.S. is pushing so hard for this to go through, other than world peace, Nobel Peace Prizes, etc.?
I mean, I would be a little bit cynical about the Nobel Peace Prize issue, but I wouldn't be so skeptical about the general desire to end the war, which has been ruinous for all sides, including for Israel, and which has created much disruption in the world, politically speaking. Probably helped Trump get elected, certainly helped the Democrats lose. I think it's more complex than how Malka portrays. The Israeli people are not agitating for a return to the war. Every single poll, without exception, overwhelmingly showed that over 70% of the people, in some polls 80%, were prepared to accept the deal that returns the live hostages, all the hostages.
But those people were ready to accept a plan in which the hostages come back and Israel remains secure. They are not ready to accept a plan in which the hostages come back and then security is totally out the window.
Malka, you may be like chief of staff level strategist, but most Israeli people are not. And the people answering these polls, the public at large in Israel, were prepared to accept a plan that returns the hostages and ends the war. Without further caveats, they were prepared to do this with the understanding that if the implication is that Hamas more or less stays in power in Gaza, which was a deal on the table for over a year now, probably for almost 2 years, that probably means they'll have to fight Hamas again. And they were prepared to do that.
I don't know what you're talking about. The people of Israel fought like lions to destroy this Hamas. They sent the best of their sons and daughters out to destroy Hamas. So when you say that the people of Israel were ready for a future Hamas, that is fantasy land. The people of Israel are not ready for more Hamas. And we put all of our hopes and all of our effort into destroying Hamas. That was the war goal. That was the war goal. And if we don't meet this goal, then we failed.
Okay, Israel did fail. If the goal was to eradicate Hamas, Israel failed because from the beginning it was not possible to do so while Hamas held Israeli hostages. That limited the idea's freedom of movement and made from the beginning the twin goals of eradicating Hamas and saving the hostages be in conflict. So the idea is, and it's not a fantasy, the vast majority of Israelis were prepared to end the war, get back the hostages, and fight another day, which they assumed would happen because of a future Hamas provocation. Now, Hamas will...
The vast majority of Israelis were ready to continue a war that would lead to total victory.
And whoever wants to Google, are the Israelis ready to end the war in exchange for the hostages, will discover I'm right. So the implication, though, is that if Hamas stays in power in Gaza, there's going to be another war at some point. That's not a great outcome. However, it possibly was the only possible outcome, given that they held these hostages. The only good thing that one can say is that if, in the end, a version of the war resumes, because anything else is inevitable with Hamas remaining in Gaza, it will be under different circumstances, because Israel is no longer limited by Hamas holding hostages.
Well, let's talk about those circumstances for a moment, because right now the circumstances are that Qatar, Turkey, countries that were at enemy status with the State of Israel until this 20-point plan was revealed, are now essentially governing. In fact, we've seen Turkish equipment working in Gaza to rebuild, sitting on the border. Turkey was one of the strongest enemies of Israel at different points, allies, but in the recent years, wars.
Strong enemy.
Strong enemy. Well,
It's
I mean,
a
different
very
points
problematic semi-neighbor.
very problematic ally and enemy at all of its points, but it's certainly throughout this war, it has been one of our strongest enemies. It has been one of the loudest and most vocal enemies against Israel in the public square, and it has been very dangerous for Israel in the way that it supports Hamas, and now it is kind of helping to eradicate Hamas for Israel. How is that possible? How do we trust Qatar and Turkey?
Well, Israel more than trusts Turkey. Israel's had a subterranean military alliance with Turkey, even while Erdogan fulminates against the war in Gaza and really Israel in general. Israel has a massive trade relationship with Turkey. Israel probably doesn't want Turkey to be a full-blown enemy, and it hasn't been. What it has had is a hothead president who courts Islamist opinion by anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist
Now,
statements.
Dan, in the last 2 years, trade has dropped tremendously with Turkey, or it's had to go through third parties. It hasn't been coming in. It almost
also the military alliance isn't what it was.
Also, the military alliance,
I'm just saying they're not an enemy.
also the flag
So
itself.
here's how to view this. One way is to say, well, Turkey and Qatar, Muslim Brotherhood, and anything they have to do with anything is toxic and poisonous. Another way to view it is we have to bring them into the fold. Take the case of Qatar. Qatar hosts the largest American air base in the region in a radius of thousands of miles.
And hosts Hamas at the same time.
Qatar's skies are basically protected by the U.S., which is why I remain skeptical that Israel dared attack it without organizing with the U.S., no matter what they say in public. Qatar has over $1 trillion in investments in the U.S. allowed by the U.S. And of course they do their skullduggeries also. It is a strategic goal of the West to bring Qatar over on side. And the same applies with Turkey. The U.S. is going to provide Turkey with F-35s. If Israel were an enemy of Turkey, that would be a big problem. But Turkey's a NATO member, and Qatar just got NATO-level guarantees from the U.S. So the story is more complex. If you take certainly your critic, and some would be your enemy, and let them be part of the Gaza reconstruction, you could argue that's a good thing along the level of a unity government,
the UAE,
because you've
Saudi
defended your
Arabia?
opposition. That's going to be interesting. You notice that the UAE and Saudi Arabia were not in Sharm at the ridiculous festival.
Why?
They're skeptical because, look, don't forget, about a decade ago, Saudi Arabia and Egypt led a whole group of moderate Sunni dictatorships that hated Qatar for supporting the Muslim Brotherhood. And they were made to reconcile partly by Western pressure. So right now there's a quite strategic move to make Qatar and Turkey be part of the Western alliance and part of a future strategic umbrella in the Middle East that might include Israel and the moderate Sunni states. It is delicate. And this is the Americans' dream. So I would view the presence of Kushner and others in Israel as a perhaps naive, but ultimately laudable effort to bring everyone together, with the ultimate goal being the disarming of Hamas. I think it's so critical that all of us together make clear to all the meddlers and the mediators that this is a be-all and end-all. This has to be, and there's no way to let it go. Little fudges, can Hamas say we appointed a particular technocrat? Maybe, but their military operation has to be crushed.
Okay, so I want to ask you more about this. Let's turn to you for a moment. With Jared Kushner and Witkoff, you mentioned they're here, laudable efforts, okay? They gave their first big interview just the other day, 60 Minutes. And one of the things that Jared Kushner said was actually very interesting, right? He said that Israel must start helping the Palestinians and improving their quality of life if it wants full regional integration. So what does that actually mean, Malka? You know, you live in Yehuda and Shomron. You know what it looks like in practice. What would this mean? And is it realistic for Israel to be helping the Palestinians right now while we're still burying our dead and rebuilding what's been broken in the last 2 years in this country?
It's the kind of thing that you say. Jared Kushner said the kind